The ramen was too hot, and Naruto didn't care. He pulled the bowl closer, broke his chopsticks with the careless snap of someone who'd done it 10,000 times, and buried his face in the steam. Miso. Extra pork. Naruto special, Tuchai called it, though the recipe hadn't changed in years, just the portion size, because the old man refused to let the savior of the shinobi world walk away hungry. Ikaraku's was rebuilt now. The canvas flaps were new, bright red, instead of the sun-bleached ones Naruto remembered from childhood, and the stools had cushions, a luxury Tuchai said he'd earned after 30 years of feeding ungrateful shinobi. The counter was the same scarred wood, though. Some things survived even Pain's assault. "You're going to burn your tongue off," Iame said, leaning on the counter with the resigned affection of someone who'd watched this particular disaster unfold since he was 4 years old. "Can't," Naruto said through a mouthful of noodles. "Kurama heals it before I even notice." "I do not heal your tongue," the fox rumbled somewhere in the depths of his consciousness. "I have standards," Naruto grinned. 2 months since the war ended, and he still wasn't used to this. The easy back and forth with Kurama, the warmth in Iame's eyes, the way people on the street actually waved at him instead of crossing to the other side. Just this morning, a woman had stopped him near the market to thank him. She'd been crying. Her son had been in the Allied forces, she said. Because of Naruto, he'd come home. He'd stood there like an idiot, not knowing what to say until she bowed and walked away. This was what he'd wanted. His whole life, this was what he'd wanted. So why did it feel like wearing a coat that didn't quite fit? He shoved the thought down with another bite of pork and watched the evening crowd filter past Ikaraku's entrance. Konoha was rebuilding fast. The combination of Yamato's would release and sheer collective stubbornness meant that most of the village infrastructure was functional again, even if half the buildings still smelled like fresh lumber. The Hokage monument loomed in the distance, Kakashi's face freshly carved alongside the others, looking vaguely embarrassed even in stone. Naruto was halfway through his second bowl when the flap rustled behind him. He knew who it was before he turned around. Not because of any sensory technique or Kurama's chakra detection. He just knew. The way you know a storm is coming from the way the air changes. Anko Mitarashi dropped onto the stool beside him like gravity had given up on her. She was thinner than he remembered, thinner than she should be, her coat hanging loose on shoulders that used to fill it. The war had taken something from her that a few weeks of hospital food hadn't put back. Her skin was paler, the cursed seal scar on her neck a silvery whisper that caught the lantern light, but her eyes were the same. Sharp, brown, slightly too wide, like she was permanently daring the world to bore her. She didn't look at him. "Pork miso," she said to Tuchai. Then, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough to make Naruto's stomach drop. "And we need to talk." Tuchai glanced between them with the finely honed instinct of a man who'd served food to shinobi for 3 decades and knew when a conversation was about to go sideways. He set the bowl down, patted Iame's arm, and the two of them found urgent business in the back kitchen. The silence they left behind was enormous. Naruto set his chopsticks down. He turned on his stool to face her, and something in her expression made his mouth go dry. Anko Mitarashi did not do vulnerability. She did sarcasm and aggression, and the kind of flirting that felt like a kunai pressed against your throat. She did not sit in ramen shops looking like she was about to deliver a mission briefing she hadn't volunteered for. "Anko, I'm pregnant." The words landed between them like an explosive tag with a burnt fuse. You couldn't tell if it had detonated or not, only that the air had changed. Naruto stared at her. She picked up her chopsticks, broke them cleanly, and pulled her bowl closer. "It's yours. I'm keeping it. Those are the facts." She lifted a bundle of noodles, considered them, and put them back down. "I thought about 15 different ways to tell you, and they all sounded stupid, so there it is." The ramen shop seemed very far away suddenly. The sounds of the village, the hammering, the distant laughter, a dog barking somewhere near the Inuzuka compound. All of it receded until there was nothing but Anko's profile and the steam rising between them. You're, Naruto started. Pregnant. Yes, we covered that. How, I know how, but the medic at the hospital confirmed it 3 days ago. I'm about 10 weeks along, which matches up to, she trailed off, and for the first time, something flickered across her face that wasn't controlled. That night, before the mobilization. That night. Naruto's memory of it was vivid and blurred at the same time, the way memories get when they're soaked in too much feeling. The eve of the war. The village emptying out, shinobi mobilizing to their divisions, that terrible suspended feeling of this might be the last night any of us are alive. He'd been restless, couldn't sleep. Wandered to one of the training grounds and found Anko there, throwing kunai at a target with mechanical precision, her face blank in a way that scared him more than any enemy. They'd talked. Really talked, not the surface-level banter he usually defaulted to, but the underneath stuff. She'd told him about Orochimaru, not the facts everyone knew, but how it felt. Being 12 and realizing your sensei saw you as material. Being marked and discarded, and spending the rest of your life defined by someone else's crime. And he'd told her about the fox. Not the heroic version, the real one. The loneliness that ate you from the inside. The way you could be surrounded by people and still feel like you were shouting into a void. Somewhere between the talking and the silence that followed, the distance between them had closed. He hadn't planned it. He didn't think she had either. It just happened. Two people who understood the specific flavor of being Konoha's unwanted, reaching for something warm on the coldest night of their lives. He'd woken up alone. She'd left before dawn. They'd never spoken about it, and now, 10 weeks. He said, because his brain was doing that thing where it latched onto a detail and wouldn't let go. You've known for 3 days, and you're just telling me now? Anko's jaw tightened. I needed to figure out what I was going to do before I involved anyone else. I'm not anyone else. I'm the father. Yeah, she said it flatly, like it was a mission designation. Anko Mitarashi, Special Jonin, Naruto Uzumaki father. Which is why I'm here. You deserve to know. What you do with the information is your business. Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, and pressed both palms flat on the counter. The wood grain was rough under his fingers. Real, solid. He needed something solid right now because everything else was spinning. Okay, he said. Okay, can we walk? I can't do this sitting on a ramen stool. Something that might have been relief flickered across Anko's face. She pushed her untouched bowl away and stood. Fine. They left money on the counter and stepped out into the Konoha evening. The village was beautiful at dusk. Naruto had always thought so, even when the village didn't want him. The way the light caught the rooftops, painting everything amber and rose. The way the Hokage monument turned to gold. Tonight the beauty felt ironic, like a pretty frame around a picture he couldn't make sense of. They walked in silence through the merchant district, past the half-rebuilt Yamanaka flower shop and the scaffolded shell of the academy. Anko moved with the economy of someone conserving energy, her hands shoved in her coat pockets. Naruto matched her pace, even though every nerve in his body wanted to run. Not away, just run, burn off the nuclear reactor of emotion that was building in his chest. I don't know what to say, he admitted as they turned onto the path that led to the memorial stone. And you know how rare that is for me. The corner of Anko's mouth twitched, almost a smile. I've been trying to figure out what to say for 3 days, and the best I came up with was I'm pregnant. It's yours, I'm keeping it, so we're both doing great. Are you okay? Physically. With everything that happened with Kabuto and your body being... Tsunade-sama checked me over personally. Anko's voice was carefully even. The modifications Kabuto made are mostly reversed. My chakra network is still a mess, but the pregnancy itself is normal, healthy. The baby's healthy. She paused. It's a weird word to use about anything connected to me. Stop that, she glanced at him. That thing where you talk about yourself like you're damaged goods, Naruto said. Stop it. Kid, don't call me kid, not right now. That landed. Anko's stride faltered for half a step before she recovered. They'd reached the memorial stone and she stopped, staring at the carved names without really seeing them. I'm 31, she said quietly. You're 17. I'll be 18 in 3 months. That doesn't make it better. I didn't say it makes it better. I said I'll be 18 in 3 months. Naruto stepped around to face her, and in the fading light, her expression was something he'd never seen on her before. Fear. Real fear, not the combat kind, which she wore like a second skin, but the deep, personal kind that no amount of training prepared you for. Anko, I'm not going to run. I need you to hear that before anything else. Whatever happens, whatever this turns into, I'm not going to run. You don't even know what you're signing up for. Since when has that ever stopped me? She laughed. It was short and raw and surprised, like it had escaped against her will. God, you really are something. So I've been told. He was quiet for a moment. The memorial stone gleamed behind her, catching the last light. Names of the dead. Names of people who'd given everything for a village that sometimes deserved it and sometimes didn't. We'll figure it out. I don't have a plan. I don't even have a half a plan, but we'll figure it out. You should know, Anko said, and her voice had gone careful again, that if this gets out, when this gets out, it's going to be bad. For both of us, but especially for you. Why especially for me? Because you're the golden boy right now, the war hero, the next Hokage. And I'm Orochimaru's leftovers with a 14-year age gap and a reputation for being unstable. She ticked the items off on her fingers like a shopping list. The village is going to eat this alive. The village just watched me fight a literal goddess. I think I can handle some gossip. Anko looked at him with something close to pity. Kid Naruto, gossip is worse than goddesses. Goddesses you can punch. He wanted to argue. He wanted to say that things were different now, that the village had changed, that the people who'd chanted his name after the war would stand by him. But something in Anko's eyes, something old and tired and experienced in a way he wasn't, made the words stick in his throat. We'll figure it out, he said again, because it was the only true thing he had. They stood there as the sun finished dying, two silhouettes against the memorial stone, and the evening breeze carried the sound of Konoha's reconstruction. Hammers and saws and voices building something new on top of everything that had been destroyed. 3 days later, the information leaked. Naruto would never find out exactly how. The most likely culprit was a records clerk at the hospital, some Chunin administrative type who'd seen Anko's medical file and recognized the combination of names as currency. In a village of shinobi, information was the most dangerous weapon, and this particular piece of information was worth its weight in gold. The first sign was Sakura. She showed up at his apartment at 7 in the morning, which was unusual enough. The banging on his door was not. Naruto, open up. Now, he stumbled to the door in boxers and an old t-shirt, still half asleep, and found Sakura standing in his hallway looking like she'd swallowed something alive. Her green eyes were wide, and her fists were clenched at her sides in the way that usually preceded structural damage. Is it true? She asked, his stomach sank. Is what true? Don't, the word cracked like a whip. Don't play dumb with me, not about this. The whole hospital is talking about it. Is it true that Anko Mitarashi is pregnant and you're the father? The hallway suddenly felt very narrow. A door opened down the corridor, his neighbor, an elderly civilian woman who'd only recently started being polite to him, and Naruto saw her eyes go wide before she ducked back inside. Come in, he said, stepping back. Sakura pushed past him into the apartment, which was its usual disaster. Scrolls on the floor, empty ramen cups stacked in architectural defiance of gravity, his orange jacket thrown over a chair. She stood in the middle of the mess and turned to face him, and he realized she wasn't just angry. She was scared. Naruto, please? Yeah, he said. It's true. Sakura sat down on his couch, just dropped like someone had cut her strings. She stared at the wall for a long moment, and Naruto watched the emotions cycle across her face: shock, confusion, hurt, anger, confusion again. Anko. She said, Anko Mitarashi, when, how, don't answer the how, before the war, the night before mobilization. That was Naruto. She's 31, I know. She was your proctor during the Chunin exams. I know who she is, Sakura. The sharpness in his voice surprised them both. Sakura's mouth closed. She looked at him, really looked, the way she'd learned to during the war, seeing past the surface, and something in her expression shifted. "You care about her," she said. It wasn't a question. "I." Naruto leaned against the kitchen counter and rubbed his face with both hands. "I don't know what I feel. It's complicated. But yeah, I care about her, and the baby's mine and I'm going to be there for it. For them. Do you have any idea what this is going to do to your reputation?" Anko said the same thing. "Because she's right." Sakura was on her feet again, pacing. "Naruto, you're the frontrunner for Hokage. Everyone knows it. Kakashi-sensei has basically been grooming you for the position. And now, an unplanned pregnancy with a woman almost twice your age who was Orochimaru's student. The council is going to use this. The elders are going to use this. Every person in this village who ever resented you for the Kyuubi and had to keep quiet because you saved the world, they finally have ammunition. I didn't do anything wrong. That doesn't matter." Sakura's voice cracked and she stopped pacing, pressing her fingers to her temples. "I'm sorry." I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to," she exhaled. "I just found out my best friend is going to be a father at 17 and the entire village is about to lose its mind and I'm processing." Naruto softened. "I know. You should talk to Kakashi-sensei before this gets any bigger." "Yeah." He looked toward the window. The morning sun was pouring in, warm and golden, and he could already hear the village waking up, merchants opening shops, children heading to the temporary academy, the normal rhythmic pulse of a place trying to be whole again. "How big is it already?" he asked. Sakura's expression was his answer. By noon, Naruto understood what Anko had meant about gossip being worse than goddesses. It moved through the village like a disease. He felt it in the way conversations stopped when he walked past. In the way the fruit vendor who'd given him free apples last week suddenly couldn't meet his eyes. In the cluster of civilian women near the well who went quiet and then erupted in whispers the moment his back was turned. He'd experienced this before. That was the worst part. The specific quality of being watched and whispered about. He'd lived inside that feeling for the first 12 years of his life, and his body remembered even if his mind had pushed it down. The tightness in his chest, the urge to walk faster. The way his smile got wider and more desperate as the air got colder, but this was different from the Kyuubi hatred. That had been diffuse, a general cloud of fear and loathing that he'd been born into. This was targeted, specific. He could see the judgments forming in real time, reading them off people's faces like subtitles. He's just a kid. She took advantage of him. He's the Ninetales brat. Of course he'd do something like this. Orochimaru's student and the demon fox container. What a pair. There goes our hero. He ended up on the 4th Hokage's head, which was where he always ended up when the village felt too small. The wind was sharp up here, cutting through his jacket, and he sat on the stone hairline of his father's likeness and stared out at the patchwork of new and old that Konoha had become. "You're brooding," Kurama observed. "I don't like it when you brood. You're bad at it. Thanks for the support. I'm a tailed beast, not a therapist." A pause. "Though I've had a front-row seat to your emotional disasters for 17 years, so I'm arguably overqualified." Naruto snorted despite himself. His relationship with Kurama had transformed during the war, from prisoner and jailer to something like partnership, with an undercurrent of mutual respect buried under layers of insults. The fox wouldn't admit to caring about Naruto's feelings. He also wouldn't shut up about them. "I thought it would be different," Naruto said. Not out loud, they could communicate internally now, a constant low-frequency conversation that ran beneath his waking thoughts. "After the war, I thought they'd love you unconditionally, accept you completely. Welcome you into the warm bosom of village belonging. You don't have to make it sound pathetic. It is pathetic. Not because you want it. Wanting connection is the most human thing about you, and I mean that as something close to a compliment. It's pathetic because you keep expecting it from an institution." Kurama's presence shifted, that massive vulpine consciousness settling into something almost gentle. "I've been alive for a very long time, Kit. I've been sealed inside 3 hosts." And the one thing humans are consistent about is this. They will worship you right up until the moment it's inconvenient. Then they'll find any excuse to tear you down. That's a hell of a pep talk. I don't do pep talks. I do reality. The reality is that this village put you in a cage when you were hours old, and the only thing that's changed is the shape of the cage. Today, it's a scandal. Tomorrow, it'll be something else. The question you need to answer, and you need to answer it fast, is whether you're going to keep performing for their approval or start living for yourself. Naruto didn't respond. Below him, the village sprawled in every direction, beautiful and broken and rebuilding, and he loved it. That was the horrible truth. He loved it despite everything. Loved the ramen shop and the training grounds and the faces on the mountain. Loved the way the will of fire sounded when Uruka-sensei talked about it, like something real and warm and worth fighting for. But love didn't mean the thing you loved would love you back. He was 17 years into learning that lesson, and it still hadn't stuck. His thoughts were interrupted by a flicker of chakra behind him. He didn't reach for a kunai. The signature was familiar, lazy, controlled, deliberately unthreatening. "Yo," Kakashi said, settling down beside him on the stone head like it was a park bench. He was in full Hokage regalia, the hat, the robes, the whole production, but he'd pushed the hat back to scratch at his silver hair, which somewhat ruined the gravitas. Kakashi-sensei. Hokage-sama, technically, but let's not stand on ceremony while we're sitting on my predecessor's skull. He pulled out a familiar orange book, considered it, and put it away. That small gesture, Kakashi deciding the conversation was too important for his usual prop, made Naruto's stomach tighten. "You heard," Naruto said. "I heard this morning. Then I heard it again at the administrative building. Then I heard it from 3 separate Anbu operatives, 2 council members, and a very agitated woman who runs the tea shop near the east gate." Kakashi's visible eye studied Naruto with that deceptively relaxed attention. "So, Anko Mitarashi. Yeah, pregnant? Yeah, yours? Yeah." Kakashi was quiet for a moment. The wind moved his robes. Below them, the village sounds drifted up, hammering, voices, the distant shouts of academy students. "I'm not going to lecture you," Kakashi said. "You're a legal adult by shinobi standards and have been since you put on a headband. You're a war veteran. You've made decisions that affected the fate of the entire world. Whether you sleep with Anko Mitarashi is, frankly, none of my business. But. Kakashi's eye crinkled in something that wasn't quite a smile. "I am the Hokage, and the Hokage's business is the village. And the village is about to have a very loud opinion about this. It's already having one. What you're hearing now is the appetizer. The main course arrives tomorrow." Naruto turned to look at him. "What happens tomorrow?" "The elders have called a joint session of the shinobi and civilian councils. Emergency basis. The formal topic is concerns regarding the conduct of high-value shinobi assets, which is bureaucratic language for let's talk about Naruto Uzumaki's personal life as if it were a matter of village security." Kakashi's tone was light, but his eye was not. "Hamura and Koharu have been looking for leverage against you for months. Your popularity after the war made you untouchable. This makes you touchable. What do they want? Officially, to discuss the situation. Unofficially," Kakashi paused. "They want to establish the precedent that the Jinchuriki's personal decisions are subject to council oversight. If they can frame this as a security concern rather than a personal matter, they can regulate your behavior going forward. Where you live, who you associate with, whether you're fit for the Hokage position." The wind suddenly felt colder. Naruto pulled his jacket tighter. "They've always hated me." "They don't hate you. That's what makes them dangerous. They're not emotional about this, they're strategic. To Hamura and Koharu, you're the most powerful weapon in the village's arsenal, and weapons should be controlled. A weapon that makes its own decisions, about relationships, about family, about anything, is a weapon that might point itself in the wrong direction someday." Kakashi met his gaze. "I'm telling you this because you need to understand what you're walking into. This isn't gossip. This is political. So what do I do? For now, nothing rash, don't make public statements, don't confront anyone. And for the love of all that is holy, don't stand on the Hokage monument shouting about how you'll prove everyone wrong. A slight, genuine warmth entered Kakashi's voice. I know that's your default. Resist it. You know me too well. I trained you. Kakashi stood, dusting off his robes. I'll do what I can from inside the system, but Naruto, the system wasn't built to protect people like you. It was built to use them. Don't forget that. He was gone in a swirl of leaves because even as Hokage, Kakashi couldn't resist a dramatic exit. Naruto sat on his father's stone head and watched the sun track across the sky and tried to feel as brave as everyone seemed to think he was. The council session was worse than Kakashi had predicted. The chamber was underground, a holdover from wartime architecture, a circular room with tiered seating that made everyone look down at whoever stood in the center. Naruto had been in this room once before, years ago, when the third Hokage was alive. It felt smaller now, or maybe he was just bigger. He stood in the center because he refused to sit. Anko stood beside him because she refused to be anywhere else. When he'd told her she didn't have to come, she'd looked at him like he'd suggested she defect to another village. I've been standing in front of committees that want to judge me since I was 12 years old, she'd said, pulling on her coat. At least this time I'm not handcuffed. The room was full. Tiered seats packed with faces, some sympathetic, most guarded, several openly hostile. The civilian council members occupied one section, merchants and craftspeople who'd been elected to represent the non-shinobi population. They tended to be the most conservative, the most easily frightened, the most likely to see anything unusual as a threat to stability. The shinobi council sat opposite. Clan heads and senior jonin, who at least understood the world Naruto, lived in, even if they didn't always approve of how he lived in it. At the top, in elevated seats that literally and metaphorically placed them above everyone else, sat Himura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane, the village elders, teammates of the third Hokage, advisors to the fourth, fifth, and now sixth. Ancient, sharp, and patient in the way that only people who'd outlived everyone they considered a threat could be. Kakashi sat between them in the Hokage seat, and Naruto could tell from the set of his shoulders that he was already exhausted. Himura opened the proceedings with a voice like dry paper. This session has been convened to address matters of village security pertaining to the personal conduct of Uzumaki Naruto, Shinobi registration number 012607, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. I have a name, Naruto said. You have a registration number, a rank, and a designation, Himura replied without looking at him. Your name is noted for the record. The matter before this council concerns the confirmed pregnancy of Mitarashi Anko, Special Jonin, and the confirmed paternity of Uzumaki Naruto. This council seeks to what? Anko's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. She hadn't raised it. She didn't need to. Discuss my uterus. Because I was under the impression that medical privacy was a guaranteed right under Konoha's Shinobi Charter, Section 12, Article 9. Unless that got repealed, while I was being used as a human battery by Kabuto during a war I didn't volunteer for. Silence. Naruto felt a surge of something fierce and warm in his chest that was probably not appropriate for a council chamber. Koharu leaned forward. Her voice was softer than Himura's, grandmotherly almost, which made it worse. Mitarashi-san, no one is questioning your rights. This council's concern is with the broader implications of this situation. The Jinchuriki's stability, emotional, psychological, social, is a matter of village security. Surely you understand that. What I understand, Anko said, is that you're using village security as a euphemism for we don't like this. Say what you mean. Very well. Koharu folded her hands. Uzumaki Naruto is 17 years old. You are 31. He was your subordinate during the Chunin exams, where you served as proctor. The power dynamic alone raises serious questions about the nature of this relationship, questions that this council has a responsibility to address. The chamber murmured. Naruto felt the shift in the room, people who'd been undecided now nodding, because Koharu had framed it as concern rather than attack. Concern for him, as if he were the victim. "Nobody took advantage of anyone," he said, and his voice came out steadier than he expected. "What happened between me and Anko was between two adults who made a choice. It happened once. It wasn't planned. And the result is a child that we're both going to take responsibility for." "A child," Hamura repeated. "A child whose father contains the nine-tailed fox and whose mother bears the remnants of Orochimaru's curse seal. Forgive the council for having questions about the implications." "What implications?" Naruto's fists clenched at his sides. "The seal is gone. The cursed seal is gone. We're people, not science experiments." "You are the Jinchuriki," Hamura said, and the way he said it, flat, factual, stripping it of everything Naruto had fought to prove, was like a punch to the ribs. "That is not a matter of opinion. That is a classification. And this council has a duty to consider how that classification intersects with matters of reproduction, inheritance, and—" "Excuse me." Anko stepped forward, and the air in the room changed. She wasn't a Jonin for nothing. Even diminished, even thin and recovering, Anko Mitarashi's killing intent was a physical thing. Naruto felt it brush past him like a cold wind. "Did you just use the word reproduction about my pregnancy, like I'm livestock? Mitarashi-san, no. You open this door, walk through it. Say what you actually want to say. Go on." She swept her gaze across the tiered seats. "All of you want to know if the demon fox baby is going to be dangerous. You want to know if Orochimaru's failed experiment managed to breed something monstrous. That's what this is about. That's what it's always been about in this village. Not security, not propriety, fear. You're afraid." The silence that followed was so complete Naruto could hear his own heartbeat. Then Hayashi Hyuga spoke from the Shinobi Council seats. His voice was measured, carefully neutral, the diplomatic tone of a clan head who'd survived decades of village politics by never fully committing to a position until he knew which way the wind was blowing. "Perhaps we could return to the procedural question. What, specifically, is this council empowered to decide regarding this matter? Because I was under the impression we were an advisory body, not a tribunal." "The council advises the Hokage," Koharu said smoothly, "and the Hokage acts on that advice." Every eye turned to Kakashi. He sat in the Hokage's chair with the particular stillness of a man choosing his words like a surgeon choosing an incision point. His hat shadowed his face, but Naruto could see his eye, focused, calculating, colder than Naruto was used to seeing it. "The council's concerns are noted." Kakashi said, "I'll be meeting with both Uzumaki Naruto and Mitarashi Anko privately to discuss the situation. Any decisions regarding shinobi conduct will be made through proper channels, with due consideration for individual rights as well as village security." He paused. "This session is adjourned." "Hokage-sama," Hamura began. "We have not yet adjourned," Kakashi repeated, and there was iron under the silk. The sixth Hokage stood up and left the chamber, and the message was clear. He'd heard enough. But Naruto, watching the faces in the tiered seats as people rose and gathered their things, could see that Kakashi's intervention was a dam, not a solution. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a look that communicated entire strategies in a glance. The civilian council members clustered together, voices low and agitated. Even among the Shinobi Council, Naruto caught expressions that ranged from uncomfortable to openly disapproving. Shikaku was dead, killed in the war. It was Shikamaru sitting in the Nara clan seat now, looking too young for it and too old for his age, and when Naruto's gaze found his, Shikamaru gave him the smallest nod. A nod that said, "We'll talk." Naruto and Anko walked out of the chamber side by side, and neither of them spoke until they were above ground and the sky was visible again. "That went well," Anko said flatly. "Could have been worse." "How?" "Nobody threw anything." She laughed, that same short, surprised sound from the memorial stone. "Low bar, Uzumaki, very low bar." They were standing in the administrative district near the base of the Hawkage Tower. It was midday, and the streets were busy, shinobi and civilians going about their routines, the everyday machinery of a village in motion. Naruto was acutely aware of the eyes on them, not hostile exactly, curious, measuring. A pair of chunin walked past, and one of them, a woman Naruto vaguely recognized from the communications division, leaned toward her companion and whispered something. The companion glanced back at Naruto and Anko and looked away quickly. What Koharu said, Naruto started. About the power dynamic. Is that what people are going to? Yes, that's the angle they'll use. It's smart. Anko's voice was clinical, detached, her mission analysis voice. They can't attack you directly because you're the war hero. They can't attack me directly because I'm a victim of the war. But they can frame the relationship itself as problematic, predatory, and since I'm older, guess who gets to be the predator? That's insane. You're not. I know what I'm not, but perception is reality in this village. It always has been. She stopped walking and turned to face him. In the daylight, the shadows under her eyes were deeper than they'd been at Ikaraku's, and Naruto realized she'd probably been sleeping about as well as he had, which was to say not at all. Listen to me, she said. What I said at the memorial stone, about this being bad, I need you to understand that I wasn't being dramatic. I've lived in this village for 31 years. I've watched it chew people up and spit them out for less than this. The third Hawkage protected me from the worst of it after Orochimaru left, but he's gone. And the people who wanted to lock me up then are the same people sitting in those council seats now. Kakashi won't let them. Kakashi is one man in a chair. The chair has power, but the power has limits, and the people who built those limits did it specifically so that no single Hawkage could override the collective. She held his gaze. I'm not telling you to give up. I'm telling you to take this seriously. Because the village you love is about to show you exactly what it thinks of people who step out of line. Before he could answer, a presence appeared behind them. Naruto spun, old reflexes, war reflexes, and found himself looking at an Anbu operative in a cat mask. The operative bowed crisply. Uzumaki-san, you've been summoned to the Hokage's office. Immediately. Naruto looked at Anko. She jerked her chin toward the tower. Go, I'll be at my apartment. Anko, go, I'm pregnant, not helpless, he went. But he looked back once at the end of the street, and she was still standing there. Standing straight, hands in her pockets, chin lifted, staring down the village like she'd been doing it her whole life. Kakashi's office was a disaster of paperwork. Stacks of mission reports, reconstruction budgets, diplomatic correspondence from the other 4 great nations, the administrative detritus of a world trying to reassemble itself after a war that had nearly ended everything. The Hawkage hat was on the desk rather than on Kakashi's head, which meant this was an off-the-record conversation. Shikamaru was already there, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, and his eyes half-closed in that way that meant his brain was running at full speed. Close the door. Kakashi said. Naruto did. I'm going to be blunt, Kakashi continued, settling back in his chair. The situation is worse than what you saw in that chamber. Worse how? The council session was theater. The real moves are happening behind the scenes. Kakashi steepled his fingers. Hamura and Koharu have been in contact with the Fire Daimyo's court. They're framing this as a Jinchuriki stability issue, arguing that your erratic personal decisions indicate psychological instability that could compromise the village's primary military deterrent. Naruto's blood went cold. They're trying to have me declared unstable? Not yet. They're laying groundwork, building a narrative. Right now, it's just a concerned report to the daimyo's office. But if they get enough traction, they can request an independent evaluation, and the evaluators they'd choose would find exactly what they're told to find. They can't do that, Naruto said, but even as the words left his mouth, he could hear how naive they sounded. They absolutely can. Shikamaru's voice was flat. He pushed off the wall and crossed the room, picking up a scroll from Kakashi's desk. The precedent was set by the second Hokage. Tabarama Senju created a provision that allows the Advisory Council to petition the daimyo for an independent review of any shinobi deemed a national security asset if there are concerns about their fitness for duty. It's been used 3 times in Konoha's history. Twice on Jinchuriki. The room was very quiet. What happened to them? Naruto asked. The Jinchuriki who were reviewed. Shikamaru and Kakashi exchanged a look, the kind of look that contained information neither of them wanted to say out loud. Mito Uzumaki's review was ceremonial, Kakashi said carefully. She was the first Hokage's wife. The council wouldn't have dared push it further. The second review, that was your mother. The floor dropped out from under Naruto's feet. My mother was reviewed. Kushina Uzumaki, shortly after it became known that she was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The review was initiated by Danzo Shimura and supported by the Advisory Council. The third Hokage shut it down, but it cost him significant political capital, and Kushina was restricted from certain mission classifications for the rest of her career. Kakashi's voice was gentle but unflinching. Your mother lived with the consequences of that review for years. She never talked about it. Most people don't know it happened. Naruto's hands were shaking. He pressed them flat against his thighs and forced his breath steady. Kurama, deep in his consciousness, was a roiling mass of anger, old anger, ancient anger, the kind that had been building for centuries of being sealed and used and feared. So the plan is to do the same thing to me, Naruto said. Use the pregnancy as proof that I'm unstable. Petition the daimyo for a review, and then, what? Lock me up. Put me on a leash. The endgame is control, Shikamaru said. He'd moved to the window and was staring out at the village with the expression of someone solving a shogi problem. They don't want to destroy you, you're too valuable. They want to establish authority over you. If they can get the daimyo to sign off on a fitness review, they can attach conditions. Behavioral restrictions. Assignment limitations. A handler, maybe. Basically, they want to turn you from a person into a weapon with an off switch. And the pregnancy gives them the excuse. The pregnancy gives them the narrative. The Jinchuriki is making reckless decisions. He's emotionally compromised. He impregnated a woman 14 years his senior who has documented connections to a known international criminal. He's not fit to lead. It writes itself. Naruto closed his eyes. Behind the darkness, he saw it, not as a chain of political maneuvers, but as a feeling, that old feeling. The empty swing at the academy, the locked doors, the turned backs. The village hadn't changed, it had just been waiting. No, he said. He opened his eyes, and both Kakashi and Shikamaru were watching him. No, I'm not going to, I won't just take this. Nobody's asking you to take it, Kakashi said, but you need to be smart about how you fight it. Running at this head-on, the way you run at everything, will play directly into their narrative. The loud, emotional, unstable Jinchuriki making a scene, that's what they want. So what do I do? Shikamaru turned from the window. His shadow stretched long across the floor in the afternoon light, and his expression was the one Naruto had learned to respect during the war, the strategist's face. The face that had coordinated entire divisions. First, we changed the game. Right now, they're controlling the narrative. Every conversation is about what Naruto did wrong. We need to shift it to what the elders are doing wrong, and more importantly, why. The corruption angle, Kakashi murmured. Hamura and Koharu have been operating with minimal oversight since the third Hokage died. Danzo was the obvious villain, but he didn't act alone. Root didn't fund itself. The intelligence operations, the off-book missions, the deals with foreign operatives, there's a paper trail, and I guarantee Hamura and Koharu's fingerprints are on it. Shikamaru cracked his neck. We start pulling those threads. That takes time, Naruto said. Everything takes time. That's what they're counting on, that you'll do something impulsive before the groundwork is laid. So here's my advice, don't. Shikamaru met his eyes with the steady, unflinching gaze that made him terrifying across a shogi board. Go home. Be seen, be calm, be the war hero who's handling this with grace. Every day you don't give them ammunition is a day we gain ground. And Anko? Tsunade-sama is already involved. Kakashi said. She'll handle Anko's medical care and personal security. Former Hokage, legendary Sannin, famously terrifying, even the elders won't cross her directly. You've been planning this, Naruto realized. Kakashi's eye crinkled. I became Hokage 3 months ago. Since then, the elders have tried to undermine me 8 times. I may be lazy, but I'm not stupid. He picked up the Hokage hat and turned it in his hands. I can't protect you openly without looking like I'm abusing my position, but I can protect you quietly. Shikamaru will be your strategist. Tsunade will be your shield. And I'll be the Hokage who makes sure the system doesn't crush you while you're building your case. Naruto looked at the two of them, his former sensei in the Hokage's robes, his friend in the Nara clan's shadow, and felt something shift in his chest. Not hope exactly, something harder and more useful, resolve. One more thing, Kakashi said as Naruto turned to leave. The daimyo is sending an envoy, someone from the fire court to assess the situation, a man named Sajiro. He'll be here within the week. Should I be worried? You should be careful. Sajiro is, well, he's the kind of person the daimyo sends when he wants a particular outcome but wants to maintain deniability about it. Charming, intelligent, ruthless in a way that doesn't leave marks. Kakashi paused. Watch him. And don't trust him, no matter what he says. Naruto nodded and left the office. The hallway outside was lined with portraits of previous Hokage, his father's face among them, young and golden-haired and smiling, and Naruto stopped in front of it for a long moment. You dealt with this. He said quietly. The politics, the council, the people who wanted to use you, how did you do it? The portrait didn't answer. Portraits never did. But Kurama, stirring in the depths, said something unexpected. He had your mother, the fox said, and she was fiercer than both of us. Naruto found Anko at her apartment, a small place on the eastern side of the village that looked like it had been decorated by someone who expected to leave at any moment. Minimal furniture. Weapons rack on the wall. A single potted plant on the windowsill that was, against all odds, alive. She'd changed out of her formal coat into a loose shirt and was sitting cross-legged on the floor, reading a medical scroll. She looked up when he came through the window, because they were shinobi, and shinobi used doors the way normal people used emergency exits, which was to say almost never. How bad? She asked. He told her. All of it. The elder's plan, the daimyo's involvement, the precedent with his mother, the envoy named Sajiro. He didn't soften it or filter it because she'd asked him not to, back at the memorial stone. When they'd first started talking about this, she'd looked him dead in the eye and said, Don't protect me from information. I've survived worse than truth. Anko listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, her fingers tracing the edge of the medical scroll. Your mother, she said finally. They reviewed your mother. Yeah, and nobody told you. Would you have told me? When? Hey, Naruto, the village bureaucratically harassed your dead mother. Thought you should know? Fair point. She uncrossed her legs and stood, moving to the window. The evening light caught the scar on her neck and the new lines around her eyes, lines that hadn't been there before the war, before Kabuto had hollowed her out and filled her with someone else's purpose. So we're under siege, basically. And the plan is, what? Play nice while Shikamaru digs up dirt? That's the short version. Anko turned from the window with an expression that Naruto was beginning to recognize as her thinking about violence face. I don't play nice. I know. I especially don't play nice with people who think they have a say in what happens inside my body. I know. And I am not going to spend the next 7 months hiding in my apartment like I've done something wrong, because I haven't done anything wrong, and anyone who thinks I have can come say it to my face. I know, Anko. She stopped, looked at him. And something in her expression softened, just slightly, the way stone softens when water has been working at it long enough. You're really not going to run, she said. Not a question this time. I told you I wouldn't. People say a lot of things. I'm not people. She studied him for a long moment. This 17-year-old war hero, standing in her apartment with the weight of a village's judgment on his shoulders, and his jaw set like he was about to headbutt the problem into submission. which, historically, was his approach to most problems and worked more often than it had any right to. "No," she said quietly. "You're not." They stood in the silence that followed, not touching, not needing to. The village hummed beyond the window, rebuilding, gossiping, judging, living. Somewhere in the Hawkage Tower, Kakashi was playing political chess. Somewhere in the Nara compound, Shikamaru was mapping battle lines on a different kind of board. Somewhere in the elders' chambers, Hamura and Koharu were laying plans that had been waiting for an excuse for years. And in a small apartment on the eastern edge of Konoha, two people who'd spent their whole lives being defined by other people's sins stood together and refused to be ashamed. "We should eat," Anko said. "The scroll says the first trimester requires increased caloric intake. I know a ramen place." "Of course you do." They went back to Ikaraku's. Tuchai and Iame didn't say a word about anything except the specials, and they didn't charge either of them. And when a group of chunin at the end of the counter started whispering, Iame dropped a stack of bowls with enough force to make them jump. It was, Naruto thought, the smallest possible act of loyalty, and right now it was enough. He walked her home afterward because the streets felt different at night, darker, not in terms of light but in terms of intention. Anko didn't need protection. She'd made that clear repeatedly and with increasing creative profanity. But Naruto walked with her anyway, because sometimes being there wasn't about protection. It was about presence. At her door, she paused with her hand on the frame. "Tomorrow is going to be worse," she said, "probably. And the day after that, probably," she shook her head. "You're infuriating, you know that. It's been mentioned." Anko looked at him for a long moment, then did something he didn't expect. She reached out and put her hand against his chest, over his heart, pressing firmly enough that he could feel the warmth of her palm through his jacket. "This thing you do," she said. "This, charging at walls until they break or you do, it's not going to work this time. Walls like these don't break from the outside. Then I'll find a door. And if there isn't one, then I'll make one." She held his gaze for 3 more heartbeats, then she took her hand back, nodded once, and closed the door. Naruto stood in the hallway for a moment, listening to her footsteps retreat into the apartment. Then he turned and walked home through a village that was full of lights and people and life, and had never, in his entire existence, felt lonelier. But lonely wasn't the same as alone. He was learning that difference now, and it mattered more than he'd expected. Kurama stirred. "For what it's worth," the fox said, and his voice was as close to gentle as 9 tales of concentrated malice could get. "You're handling this better than either of your parents would have." "You knew my parents. I was sealed inside your mother for decades. I knew her stubbornness intimately." A pause. "You have her stubbornness, and his stupid, impossible optimism. It's an aggravating combination. But it's kept you alive this long, so maybe don't abandon it entirely." Naruto smiled. It was a small, tired smile, but it was real, and in a day full of performances and politics and fear, real was worth everything. He went home. He didn't sleep. He sat on his bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about his mother, who'd been strong enough to carry a fox and a village's fear, and still have love left over for a son she'd barely met. He thought about his father, who'd made the hardest choice in history and trusted the village to honor it. And the village hadn't, not really, not for years. He thought about Anko, who'd survived being broken and reshaped and discarded, and was now growing something new inside her, something that was half his, half hers, wholly theirs. He thought about the village. And for the first time in his life, he asked himself a question that would have been unthinkable a year ago. What if the village is wrong? Not wrong about one thing. Not wrong about the Kyuubi or about Anko or about any specific act. What if the whole machine, the councils and the classifications and the registrations and the neat sorting of people into assets and threats, what if the machine itself was wrong? It was a dangerous thought. The kind of thought that could either free you or destroy you, depending on what you did with it. Naruto held it carefully, like a kunai with no handle, and watched the dawn come up over a village that was already talking about him in tones he recognized from childhood. Outside his window, Konoha stirred to life. Roosters crowed. Children laughed. Somewhere, a hammer struck wood, building something new, and in the distance, approaching along the main road from the capital, a carriage bearing the daimyo's seal moved steadily closer. Chapter 2. The Court of Whispers, the envoy arrived on a Tuesday. Naruto knew this, because Shikamaru had woken him up at 5 in the morning by throwing a pebble through his bedroom window with the accuracy of someone who'd spent the last 3 days tracking the carriage's progress through a network of Nara deer and shadow clones. "Get dressed," Shikamaru said from the street below. "Wear something that isn't orange. I don't own anything that isn't orange. Then borrow something. You've got 2 hours." Naruto ended up in a dark blue high-collared shirt that Sakura materialized with at 6:30, along with a pair of black shinobi pants that actually fit properly. She didn't explain where she'd gotten them. She did, however, stand in his kitchen with her arms crossed while he changed, talking at him through the bedroom door like a drill sergeant preparing a recruit for inspection. "Don't slouch. Don't shout. Don't point at anyone. Don't say believe it or any variation thereof. If someone provokes you, smile. If someone insults Anko, smile wider. If someone mentions the Kyuubi, do not Naruto, are you listening? Smile, don't shout, got it. And for God's sake, brush your hair. My hair doesn't brush. It just does what it wants." Sakura made a sound that was either a laugh or a threat. With Sakura, the distinction was often academic. He emerged from the bedroom looking, by his standards, almost respectable. The dark blue suited him in a way orange never had. It sharpened his features, made the blue of his eyes stand out, gave him an edge of seriousness that the village wasn't accustomed to seeing. Sakura studied him for a long moment and then nodded once, crisply. "You look like a shinobi," she said. "I am a shinobi. Today you need to look like one. There's a difference." She hesitated at the door, her hand on the frame, and when she turned back, her expression had shifted into something more private. "Naruto, I want you to know that whatever happens today, whatever this envoy says or does, I'm on your side. I should have said that sooner. I was processing, but I'm on your side." The tightness in his chest loosened by a fraction. "Thanks, Sakura. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when this is over and you still have a career." She pulled the door open. 2 hours, main gate, don't be late." She was gone before he could point out that being late was Kakashi's thing, not his. The main gate of Konoha had been rebuilt wider than before, a concession to the increased traffic between villages in the post-war period. Diplomatic convoys, trade caravans, refugee resettlement columns, the world was moving, and Konoha sat at the center of it, a hub of reconstruction and cautious new alliances. Naruto arrived with 20 minutes to spare and found the welcoming committee already assembled. Kakashi in full Hokage regalia, flanked by 2 Anbu operatives whose masks hid whatever opinions they might have about the morning's events. Hamura and Koharu standing slightly apart, dressed in formal robes, their faces composed into expressions of dignified concern. A handful of senior jonin arranged in a loose honor guard. And Shikamaru, lurking at the edge of the formation with his hands in his pockets and his eyes tracking everything. Naruto took a position near Kakashi and tried to project calm confidence. Kurama, sensing his nerves, offered helpful commentary. "Your heart rate is elevated, your palms are sweating, you smell like anxiety and Sakura's laundry soap. Not helping." "I wasn't trying to help. I was observing. The distinction matters." The carriage appeared at the tree line at exactly 8 o'clock. It was elegant without being ostentatious, dark lacquered wood. The Fire Country's seal in gold leaf on the doors, drawn by 2 sleek horses that moved with the easy precision of animals trained for ceremony. A small escort of samurai flanked it, their armor polished, their faces impassive. The carriage stopped. A footman opened the door. Sajiro stepped out, and Naruto understood immediately why Kakashi had told him to be careful. The man was tall, taller than Kakashi, which was unusual with the lean, balanced build of someone who might have been a shinobi in another life. His hair was dark and pulled back in a style that was fashionable in the capital, and his face was the kind of face that made you want to trust it. Open, warm, with laugh lines around dark eyes that suggested he found the world genuinely amusing. He wore the formal robes of a court official, but he wore them easily, like comfortable clothes rather than a costume. He looked like everyone's favorite uncle. The kind who brought gifts and told jokes and made you feel special. Naruto distrusted him on sight. Hokage-sama. Sajiro's voice was rich and pleasant, pitched to carry without seeming loud. He bowed precisely correct, neither too deep nor too shallow. Thank you for the welcome. The daimyo sends his warmest regards and his continued commitment to Konoha's prosperity. The village is honored, Kakashi replied with equal formality. Your quarters have been prepared at the diplomatic compound. I trust your journey was comfortable? Perfectly, thank you. The roads have improved remarkably since the war, a testament to the reconstruction efforts. Sajiro's gaze swept the assembled group with the casual thoroughness of a man cataloging everything he saw. His eyes touched Tamura and Koharu, a respectful nod. The Anbu, a glance. The Jonin, another glance. Then his eyes found Naruto, and they stayed. And this must be Uzumaki Naruto. Sajiro's smile widened, and it was the kind of smile that felt like a handshake, firm, warm, designed to put you at ease. He crossed the distance between them and bowed again, slightly deeper this time. The hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War. I've read extensively about your actions during the conflict. The daimyo himself has spoken of you in the highest terms. Thanks, Naruto said. He kept his voice even, his expression neutral. Smile, Sakura had said. He smiled. I understand the village has been through a great deal recently, Sajiro continued, and his tone shifted, still warm but with an undercurrent of gravity that felt rehearsed. War, reconstruction, and now, well. The daimyo has asked me to offer whatever assistance I can in navigating the current situation. As a friend to Konoha, of course, nothing more. Of course, Kakashi said, stepping in smoothly. Perhaps we could continue this conversation over tea. The diplomatic compound is this way. The procession moved into the village, and Naruto fell back, letting the formal machinery of diplomacy carry the moment. Shikamaru materialized beside him, matching his pace. First impression, Shikamaru murmured. He's good. He's very good. I did some research. Sajiro has served as the daimyo's envoy for 12 years. He's resolved border disputes, negotiated trade agreements, and brokered at least one ceasefire. He's also been present at 3 political removals, situations where village leaders or clan heads were quietly replaced with people more amenable to the daimyo's interests. And the replacements, were they better? They were more compliant, which isn't the same thing. Shikamaru cracked his neck. He's going to talk to you privately at some point. When he does, every word will sound reasonable. Every suggestion will seem like it's in your best interest, and all of it will be designed to move you toward a position that benefits the daimyo's court. What does the daimyo want? What every daimyo wants. Control of the shiniest weapon on the shelf. You ended a war. You have the power of a tailed beast. Every government in the world is trying to figure out how to point you in their preferred direction. The pregnancy just gave the fire court an excuse to send someone in. They walked in silence for a few steps. The village was awake now, and Naruto could feel the curiosity radiating from every doorway and window. The envoy's arrival was news. News on top of the already explosive news about Naruto and Anko. The gossip mill was going to have a very productive day. Where's Anko? Naruto asked. Tsunade-sama's. She went early this morning for a checkup. Shikamaru paused. Tsunade has set up a medical suite in her private residence. No hospital records. No staff that could leak information. She's treating this like a classified operation. Because it is. Because it is, Shikamaru agreed. One more thing, the elders are calling another council session tonight. Officially, it's to brief the envoy on village affairs. Unofficially, it's a performance. They want Sajiro to see the council in action, to see the division, the concern, the institutional anxiety around the situation. They're building their case in real time. Can we stop it? We don't want to stop it. We want to be in the room. And we want to be ready. Shikamaru's eyes were sharp, that lazy facade nowhere in evidence. I need you to do something you've never done before. What? Listen more than you talk. Tsunade's residence was a converted manor on the northern edge of the village, surrounded by old growth trees and a privacy seal array that could have stopped a Byakugan. The former Hokage had claimed it during the reconstruction, exercising a combination of seniority and sheer force of personality that nobody had been brave enough to challenge. Naruto found Anko in the garden, sitting on a stone bench with her legs stretched out and her head tilted back, catching the morning sun. She looked better than she had a few days ago, some color in her cheeks, her hair freshly washed and loose around her shoulders instead of pulled up in its usual spiky arrangement. The coat was gone, replaced by a simple long-sleeved shirt that made her look younger and softer and distinctly unlike the proctor who'd thrown kunai at him during the Chunin exams. She opened one eye when she heard him approach. Nice shirt. Who dressed you? Sakura. Figures. She closed the eye. The envoy arrived, charming, dangerous. Shikamaru thinks he's here to put me on a leash. Shikamaru's probably right, he usually is. She sat up and studied him. You look tired. I didn't sleep. Join the club. Your kid is apparently nocturnal already. She pressed a hand to her stomach, still flat. No visible sign yet of what was growing inside her, but the gesture was instinctive, protective, and it did something to Naruto's chest that he couldn't name. Tsunade says everything's on track. Chakra levels are stable. No complications from the residual modifications. Naruto sat down beside her on the bench. The garden was quiet, birdsong, wind in the leaves, the distant murmur of the village, a small oasis of peace in the middle of a storm. I need to tell you something, he said. And I need you to not throw anything at me. Promising start. I want to be there. For the appointments, the checkups, whatever Tsunade's doing, I want to be part of it. Anko was quiet for a moment. You know that being seen coming and going from Tsunade's private residence is going to add fuel to the fire. I don't care. You should care. Shikamaru's whole strategy depends on, I'll be careful, I'll use the back entrance, I'll henge if I have to. But I'm not going to be a father who shows up after the fact. He turned to face her. My dad, the fourth, he was there for my mom through everything. I know because she told me, the night I met her inside the seal. She said he drove the medics crazy because he wouldn't leave the room. She said he read every book about pregnancy he could find, and then tried to explain chakra nutrition to a woman who'd been a Jinchuriki for 20 years. Anko's expression shifted. It was subtle, a softening around the eyes, a loosening of the jaw, but on Anko Mitarashi, who controlled her face the way most people controlled their dominant hand, it was the equivalent of someone else breaking down in tears. You want to read books about pregnancy? She asked. I want to read every book about everything. I want to know what's happening. I want to be there when it happens. Even if it's boring, especially if it's boring, I've fought gods, I can handle boring. She laughed. It was still that startled, slightly raw sound, like laughter was a language she was relearning. You're ridiculous, Uzumaki. Yeah, well, ridiculous is kind of my thing. They sat together in the garden while the morning warmed, and Naruto listened while Anko described what Tsunade had told her. The timeline, the stages, the things to watch for. She spoke clinically, the way she'd been trained to, stripping the emotion out of the facts and delivering them like a mission briefing. But her hand stayed on her stomach the whole time, and Naruto noticed. When Tsunade emerged from the manor, she found them sitting side by side in a patch of sunlight, and something in her expression cracked, not sadness exactly, but something adjacent. Recognition, maybe. She'd loved someone once. She'd lost him. She knew what it looked like when people were trying to build something fragile in a world that broke things for sport. The medical analysis is done, Tsunade said, crossing the garden with the purposeful stride of a woman who'd led armies. At 50-something, or whatever age she actually was behind the genjutsu, she still carried herself like a force of nature. Anko's in good health. The fetus is developing normally. Chakra network integration is proceeding as expected. Chakra network integration? Naruto asked. The baby is developing its own chakra network, which is normal. What's less normal is the density of that network. Tsunade sat down on the opposite bench, her amber eyes sharp. Both of you have unusually powerful chakra. Anko's was amplified by Orochimaru's modifications. Yours is, well, you're you. The baby's developing network reflects that. Is that dangerous? Not inherently, but it means this pregnancy needs to be monitored by someone who understands high-level chakra systems, which means me. She pointed at both of them. Appointments every 2 weeks. Non-negotiable. I don't care what political circus is happening, you show up, both of you, and you let me do my job. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said, because arguing with Tsunade was like arguing with weather. Good. Now. Tsunade leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and her expression shifted from medic to something harder. I hear the daimyo's lapdog has arrived. Sajiro, Naruto confirmed. He's polished. They always are. The court sends polished men to do ugly work. Tsunade's jaw tightened. I served under 2 Hokage and was one myself. I know how this game is played. The elders petition the daimyo for a Jinchuriki review. The daimyo sends an envoy to assess. The envoy writes a report that says whatever the elders want it to say, because the elders and the daimyo have aligned interests. The Hokage is presented with a recommendation that's technically advisory but politically impossible to ignore. Can you stop it? Anko asked. I can make it very, very unpleasant for anyone who tries it. I'm a former Hokage, a Sannin, and the best medical ninja alive. I have leverage, but leverage isn't the same as power. She looked at Naruto. You need allies. Not just Kakashi and Shikamaru and me, you need clan support. You need the Shinobi Council on your side, or at least enough of them to block the civilian council's worst impulses. How do I get clan support? You start by understanding what the clans want and why they might side with you over the elders. Tsunade stood up. I'll reach out to Tsume Inuzuka and Choza Akimichi. Both of them owe me favors. Both of them have children who fought beside you. That's a start. She went back inside, and Naruto and Anko sat in the garden a while longer, neither of them speaking. The silence was comfortable in a way that surprised him. Anko wasn't a comfortable person. She was sharp edges and bitter humor, and the kind of honesty that left marks. But here, in this quiet garden, with the sun on their faces and the world temporarily held at bay, there was something between them that didn't need words. I should go, Naruto said eventually. The council session is tonight. Shikamaru wants to prep. Anko nodded, then without looking at him. The book thing, about pregnancy, I have one. It's on my shelf behind the weapons maintenance manuals. You can borrow it. Behind the weapons manuals, I have a system. He grinned, and she almost grinned back, and he left through the back entrance the way he'd come, already running the evening's possibilities through his head like scenarios on a tactical map. Shikamaru's preparation for the council session took the form of a 4-hour strategy meeting at the Nara compound, conducted over a shogi board that neither of them actually played. The council chamber is a battlefield, Shikamaru said, moving pieces absently. The elders are the opposing general. The civilian council is their infantry. The shinobi council is the contested ground, and Sajiro is the observer who's going to decide which side wins. Where am I in this metaphor? You're the piece everyone's fighting over. The question is whether you're a pawn or a king. Encouraging. It's not supposed to be encouraging. It's supposed to be accurate. Shikamaru set down a piece and leaned back. Tonight, the elders are going to perform for Sajiro. They'll present the situation as a crisis, village hero compromised, Jinchuriki unstable, leadership needed. They want him to go back to the daimyo with a recommendation for intervention. And what do we want? We want him to go back with a recommendation for restraint. Or better yet, a recommendation that the daimyo stay out of internal village affairs. For that to happen, Sajiro needs to see a village that's handling its own problems, not a village that's tearing itself apart over a pregnancy. How do we show him that? By showing him you. Shikamaru picked up a piece, the king, and held it up. Not the loud, brash, charge headfirst into everything Naruto. The Naruto who fought in the war, the strategic one. The one who talked to the tailed beasts, built alliances, made impossible choices under pressure. That Naruto exists, I've seen him. You need to put him in that council chamber tonight. You want me to be someone I'm not. I want you to be someone you already are. You just don't use that version of yourself often enough because shouting and punching usually works first. Shikamaru's shadow flickered. It won't work here. If you shout, they win. If you get angry, they win. If you look like a 17-year-old who's in over his head, they win. So what do? You walk in there like you've already won. Like this entire situation is beneath you. Like you're tolerating the council's concern out of respect for the institution, not because they have any actual authority over your personal life. He paused. Can you do that? Naruto thought about it. Thought about the council chamber and the tiered seats and Himura's dry voice reducing him to a registration number. Thought about Koharu's grandmotherly poison. Thought about Sajiro's warm eyes and rehearsed gravity. Yeah, he said. I can do that. Good. Now, let's talk about what they're going to say and exactly how you're going to respond. They worked through scenarios for the next 3 hours. Shikamaru played every possible angle the elders might take. The age gap, the power dynamic, the security concerns, the Jinchuriki classification, and coached Naruto through responses that were calm, measured, and devastatingly reasonable. By the time they finished, Naruto's brain felt like it had been through a taijutsu workout, but he could feel the strategy settling into place, the way a fighting stance becomes muscle memory. One last thing, Shikamaru said as they headed for the door. Don't look at the elders. Look at the Shinobi Council. Every answer you give, directed at them. The elders are lost, they've already made their decision. The civilians are frightened and will follow whoever sounds most authoritative. The Shinobi Council is the swing vote, and they're the ones who fought beside you. Remind them of that, not with words, with bearing. Naruto nodded. At the door he paused. Shikamaru. Yeah. Why are you doing this, helping me? It's got to be the most troublesome thing you've ever volunteered for. Shikamaru was quiet for a moment. His shadow stretched long in the late afternoon sun, pooling around his feet like dark water. My dad died in the war, he said. Communications tent. He was coordinating the Alliance's intelligence network when the Ten-Tails attack hit headquarters. He didn't die fighting. He died thinking. Strategizing. Trying to give other people the information they needed to survive. He met Naruto's eyes. He believed in you, not the Jinchuriki, you, the person. He said you were the kind of guy who changed the math, who made impossible situations solvable just by being in the room. A pause. I'm not going to let this village do to you what it did to every Jinchuriki before you, not while I have a working brain. Naruto didn't trust himself to speak. He clasped Shikamaru's hand. Not a handshake, something more, the grip of soldiers who'd been in trenches together, and left. The council chamber felt different at night. Smaller. Warmer. The torches in their sconces threw shifting shadows that made the tiered seats look like the inside of a throat, and Naruto had the uncomfortable thought that he was walking into something's mouth. He wore the dark blue shirt again. Stood straight. Kept his hands at his sides and his expression neutral and his breathing even. Inside his chest, his heart was hammering. Inside his mind, Kurama was a warm, massive presence, watchful, coiled ready. If they push you, the fox said, I'll lend you my killing intent. Just a touch. Enough to remind them what they're dealing with. No, this has to be me. Suit yourself. But the offer stands. The chamber was fuller than last time. The regular council members were all present, but there were additional observers, senior shinobi who'd requested permission to attend, a scattering of civilian leaders who weren't technically on the council but wielded enough influence to claim seats. Everyone wanted to see the show. Sajiro sat in a newly placed chair at the top tier between the elders and the Hokage. A position of honor. A position that said I'm important enough to be here and neutral enough to be above the fray. He wore a different robe tonight, darker, more formal, and his expression was one of polite, attentive interest. The favorite uncle settling in for a family discussion, Naruto took his position in the center of the floor. This time, Anko wasn't beside him. They'd discussed it, and she'd agreed. Her presence inflamed the conversation. Her absence forced the council to deal with Naruto directly, which was where they were weakest, because Naruto had saved all of their lives and they knew it. Kakashi opened the session with the required formalities, then turned the floor over to Himura. The elder stood with the careful precision of a man who'd been choreographing political theater for decades. This session will address the ongoing matter of Uzumaki Naruto's personal conduct and its implications for village security. Additionally, we welcome Sajiro Dono, the daimyo's honored envoy, who has graciously agreed to observe and advise. A nod to Sajiro, who inclined his head gracefully. Before we proceed, Himura continued, I would like to acknowledge that this is a sensitive matter. The council bears no ill will toward Uzumaki Naruto. His service to the village and the shinobi world is beyond question. The emphasis on was subtle enough that most people missed it. Naruto didn't. However, it is precisely because of his importance that we must address situations which might compromise his effectiveness. With respect, Naruto said, and his voice was calm, steady. The war leader voice, not the kid from the streets voice. My effectiveness was demonstrated pretty recently. If the council has concerns, I'd like to hear them specifically. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Naruto could feel the surprise, people expecting the loud, confrontational Naruto, and getting this instead. In the shinobi council seats, he caught Choza Akimichi's eyebrows rising. Tsume Inuzuka leaned forward slightly, her wild eyes narrowing with interest. Himura adjusted smoothly. Very well. The council's specific concerns are threefold. First, the nature of the relationship between yourself and Mitarashi Anko, specifically regarding the age differential and the prior professional dynamic. Second, the security implications of the Jinchuriki producing offspring, given the unknown interaction between tailed beast chakra and human reproduction. Third, the impact of this situation on the village's political standing, both domestically and internationally. Each point was delivered with the measured precision of someone who'd been refining them for days. Naruto listened to all three, noted them, and did not react. Shikamaru's coaching held. I'll address each concern, Naruto said. On the first point, my relationship with Anko Mitarashi began between two consenting adults. She was my exam proctor 5 years ago for approximately 1 week, in a setting that involved hundreds of other candidates. There was no ongoing professional relationship between us before or after that event, and no power dynamic of any kind at the time of our personal involvement. If the council would like to define a standard for acceptable relationships between shinobi who have interacted professionally, I'd suggest starting with the numerous married couples in this village who met on missions, including at least 3 members of this council. Dead silence. In the civilian section, a woman who'd been nodding along to Himura's points stopped nodding. Naruto could see the math changing on her face. He continued. On the second point, the security implications of the Jinchuriki having children. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails before me. She had a child, me, without any negative interaction between the tailed beast's chakra and the pregnancy. I exist as proof that the concern is unfounded. Additionally, Tsunade-sama, the foremost medical authority in the shinobi world, is personally overseeing Anko's care and has confirmed that both mother and child are healthy. He let that land. Tsunade's name was a weapon in itself. Invoking her authority was like placing a fortress on the board. The elders couldn't challenge her medical opinion without challenging her reputation, which nobody with survival instincts would attempt. On the third point, Naruto said, and here he turned, not to Himura, not to Koharu, but to Sajiro. A direct address to the envoy. A move that Shikamaru had specifically orchestrated because it cut the elders out of the exchange and forced the real power player to engage directly. Sajiro Dono, you represent the daimyo's interests. You've been sent here because of concerns about Konoha's political stability. So let me ask you directly. Does the Fire Country benefit from a stable, powerful Konoha with a dedicated Jinchuriki who has demonstrated loyalty to the alliance? Or does it benefit from a political crisis manufactured around a personal matter that has no bearing on military readiness? The chamber held its breath. Sajiro's expression didn't change. That warm, avuncular smile stayed perfectly in place. But something shifted behind his eyes, a recalculation, quick and precise, like watching a merchant adjust a price. Uzumaki-san raises a fair point, Sajiro said, and his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. The daimyo's interest is stability above all. If this matter can be resolved internally, the court would certainly prefer that outcome. Then perhaps the council could redirect its energy toward the reconstruction efforts that actually affect the village's stability, Naruto said, rather than my personal life. Hamura's face was a mask. Koharu's was a slightly different mask. Together, they radiated the specific displeasure of people who'd expected to control a conversation and found it slipping sideways. The council appreciates Uzumaki-san's perspective, Hamura said, and the use of the formal honorific was itself a retreat, acknowledging Naruto's position rather than his registration number. However, concerns remain, particularly regarding the precedent this sets for if I may. The voice came from the Shinobi Council seats. Inoichi, no. Not Inoichi. Like Shikaku, he died in the war. It was Ino who sat in the Yamanaka seat, and the voice that had spoken came from beside her, Choza Akamichi, who'd stood with the ponderous authority of a man who could literally expand to fill any room. If I may, Choza repeated. I'd like to address the council directly. My son fought alongside Uzumaki Naruto in the war. He tells me, and I've confirmed through multiple sources, that without Naruto, the Allied forces would have been annihilated. Not diminished. Annihilated. He let the word hang. My son is alive because of the young man standing in the center of this room. I suspect many of you could say the same about your children, your siblings, your friends. Movement in the shinobi seats. Nods. Tsumin Yuzuka said, damn right, loudly enough to carry the question before this council. Choza continued, is whether we are truly concerned about village security, or whether we are uncomfortable with a young man's personal choices and looking for institutional cover for that discomfort. Because from where I'm sitting, the biggest threat to village stability isn't Naruto-Uzumaki's relationship. It's this council turning on a war hero over gossip. The chamber erupted. Not into chaos, shinobi were too disciplined for that, but into the controlled chaos of multiple simultaneous conversations, raised hands, objections, and counter-objections. Naruto stood in the center of it and did what Shikamaru had told him to do. Nothing. He stood still, composed, and let the council argue with itself. In the Nara seat, Shikamaru's shadow stretched imperceptibly across the floor, touching the bases of seats, sensing positions, mapping the room's emotional topology. He caught Naruto's eye and gave a fractional nod. We're winning this round. The session went on for another 2 hours. By the end of it, nothing had been formally decided, which was, Shikamaru later explained, the best possible outcome. The elders had wanted a resolution that granted them authority over Naruto's situation. What they got was a stalemate. Sajiro left the chamber with the same pleasant expression he'd worn coming in, but Naruto noticed that his eyes lingered on the Shinobi Council section as he departed. He's reassessing, Shikamaru said as they left the administrative building into the cool night air. He came in expecting to rubber stamp the elders' play. Now he's not sure. That buys us time. How much time? Days, maybe a week. Shikamaru lit a cigarette, a habit he'd picked up from Asuma that no one had the heart to criticize. We need to use it. They parted at the main road, and Naruto walked home through the village. The streets were quieter at night, but not empty, patrol shinobi on the rooftops, late-night vendors closing up, couples walking home from restaurants. He passed 2 chunin who recognized him and nodded. One of them gave a thumbs up. Small things. He was halfway to his apartment when a voice stopped him. Uzumaki-san, Sajiro was leaning against the wall of a tea house, half in shadow, a cup in his hand. He looked relaxed. Casual. Like he just happened to be taking tea on the exact street Naruto would walk down on his way home. "Envoy," Naruto said. He didn't stop walking, but he slowed. "You were impressive tonight, truly." Sajiro fell into step beside him, uninvited, his longer stride adjusting to Naruto's pace with an ease that suggested practice. "The council expected one thing and you gave them another. That takes discipline." "I have good advisors," the Nara boy. "Yes, I noticed." His father was a remarkable strategist. It seems the talent runs in the blood. Sajiro sipped his tea. "I won't insult your intelligence with small talk, Uzumaki-san. May I be direct? I'd prefer it." "Then here it is." Sajiro stopped walking, and Naruto stopped with him, because the man's stillness had a gravity to it that demanded attention. "The daimyo doesn't care about your personal life. He doesn't care about Anko Mitarashi or the age gap or any of the noise in that council chamber. What he cares about is you, specifically your power, your influence, and how both of those things can be directed. Directed. You ended a war. You have relationships with every major village. You're the most powerful shinobi alive, and you're 17, which means you have decades of influence ahead of you. The daimyo wants to know that influence will be exercised in ways that benefit the fire country. I'm a Konoha shinobi. Konoha is in the fire country. That seems pretty aligned." "It does, doesn't it?" Sajiro's smile was like a paper cut. You didn't feel it until later. But Konoha's interests and the fire country's interests don't always overlap. The Hokage serves the village. The daimyo serves the nation. Sometimes the village wants things the nation can't afford, and vice versa. And where does my baby fit into national interests? Your baby is a complication. Complications create vulnerability. Vulnerable people are easier to work with. He said it plainly, without malice, the way a carpenter might describe how to work a difficult grain. The elders want to use the situation to control you. The daimyo wants to ensure that if anyone controls you, it's him, not a pair of village bureaucrats. Nobody controls me. Everyone is controlled by something, Uzumaki-san. The question is whether you choose your constraints or have them chosen for you. Sajiro reached into his robe and produced a small scroll sealed with the fire daimyo's personal mark. "This is an offer, not a demand. Read it at your leisure." Naruto took the scroll because refusing it would have been a statement he wasn't ready to make. "The daimyo values you," Sajiro said. "He'd like to be your ally. Allies are more pleasant than masters, don't you think?" He bowed, shallow, casual, and disappeared into the night with the silence of a man who'd practiced not being heard. Naruto stood in the street, the scroll in his hand, the village sleeping around him. The torches on the nearby buildings flickered in a breeze that smelled like autumn and sawdust, and the slow, relentless turning of wheels within wheels. He didn't open the scroll. Not yet. He tucked it into his shirt and kept walking, and when he got home, he put it on the kitchen table and stared at it for a long time. Then he went to Anko's apartment. She answered the door in an oversized shirt with a kunai in her hand, because Anko Mitarashi didn't open doors without being armed, especially not at midnight. When she saw it was him, the kunai disappeared, not put away, just no longer visible, which was a different thing. "It's midnight." She said, "I know. You're making a habit of showing up at my door. I know that too." She studied him, reading his face the way shinobi read terrain, for threats, for opportunities, for the shape of what was coming. Then she stepped back and let him in. He told her about the council session. About Chose's intervention. About Sajiro's offer. He put the scroll on her table and they both looked at it like it might detonate. "Don't open it," Anko said. "I wasn't going to, not yet, not without." "Without what?" "Without you. It affects both of us. We should read it together." Something crossed her face, that flicker again, that crack in the armor. "You keep doing that," she said quietly. "Doing what?" "Including me, like I'm part of this. You are part of this. In my experience, part of this means part of the problem, not part of the decision-making." The words hit him in a place he didn't expect, not in the gut, but somewhere deeper, somewhere that understood exactly what she meant because he'd felt it too. being part of something, being used as part of something, the difference between belonging and being owned. Anko, he said. You're not a problem. You're not a complication. You're not whatever word they're using in that council chamber to talk about you without talking about you. He stopped. He didn't have the right word. He wasn't sure the right word existed. You're the person I want to read this scroll with. That's all I know right now. She held his gaze for a long, long moment. The apartment was quiet. The village was quiet. The whole world felt quiet, balanced on the edge of something. Okay, she said, but not tonight. Tonight I'm exhausted, and your kid is doing something to my kidneys that I'm choosing not to think about. She paused. There's a blanket on the couch. You're offering me the couch? I'm offering you the couch. Don't read into it. I don't want you walking home at midnight through a village that's currently debating whether you should be put in a cage. He took the couch. It was too short for him, his feet hung off the end, and the blanket smelled like weapon oil and dango. He lay in the dark, listening to Anko's breathing from the other room, steady and slow, the sound of someone who'd learned to sleep lightly in dangerous places. You're developing feelings, Kurama observed. Complicated ones. Shut up. They're going to make this harder, you know. Feelings always do. I said shut up. Fine. But for the record, her heartbeat slowed when you walked in. That means something, even if neither of you is ready to say it. Naruto pressed his face into the pillow and did not think about Anko's heartbeat. He thought about the scroll on the table and the council chamber and the war that was coming. Not a war of jutsu and tailed beasts, but a war of words and leverage and the slow, grinding machinery of institutions that had been crushing people since before he was born. He fell asleep somewhere between strategy and worry, and for the first time in a week, he didn't dream. Morning came with the smell of tea and the sound of Anko cursing at her kitchen stove. Naruto sat up on the couch, disoriented for a moment, wrong apartment, wrong blanket, wrong ceiling, and then everything rushed back. The council. Sajiro, the scroll, the couch. He found Anko in the kitchen, glaring at a pot of rice like it had personally offended her. She was wearing the same oversized shirt and her hair was a disaster, and she had a smudge of something on her cheek that might have been soy sauce or might have been ink. I can't cook, she announced without looking at him. I've never been able to cook. Orochimaru certainly didn't teach me, and the academy curriculum covered 17 types of assassination, but not one recipe. I can cook. She turned and stared at him. You eat ramen for every meal. I eat ramen because I like ramen. That doesn't mean I can't cook other things. Iruka-sensei taught me basics when I was 12 because he was worried I'd get scurvy. Naruto moved past her and took over the stove with the easy confidence of someone who'd been feeding himself since childhood. Sit down. I'll make breakfast. Anko sat down. She watched him move around her kitchen, finding the rice, the eggs, the miso paste, the vegetables she'd apparently bought and never used with an expression that was part bemusement, part something softer. You know where everything is, she said. Your kitchen is organized the same way your weapons rack is. Essentials at eye level, reserves below, rarely used stuff up top. He cracked an egg one-handed. You're very consistent. Is that a compliment or a criticism? It's an observation. You can decide what to do with it. She was quiet for a minute. Then, nobody's cooked for me since I was 12. Naruto didn't turn around. He kept his focus on the eggs, the rice, the simple domestic machinery of making food for someone. But he heard it, the weight behind the words, the years of eating alone in this apartment or standing at counter shops or grabbing ration bars between missions. 31 years old, and nobody had cooked for her in 19 of them. He made breakfast. It wasn't fancy rice, miso soup, scrambled eggs with vegetables, tea, but it was hot, and it was made for her, and that was the point. They ate at her small table with the scroll sitting between them like an uninvited guest. Halfway through the meal, Anko set down her chopsticks and said, "Open it." Naruto broke the seal. The scroll unrolled to reveal a short, precisely written document bearing the Fire Damio's personal stamp. He read it aloud. To Uzumaki Naruto, hero of the allied shinobi forces. The fire Damio extends his personal congratulations on your coming parenthood and wishes to express his support during this time of transition. As a gesture of goodwill, the Damio offers the following: a permanent residence in the capital, suitable for a family with full diplomatic status and protection. A position as special military advisor to the fire court, carrying the rank and privileges of a court official. Financial provision for the care and education of your child, guaranteed by the National Treasury. In exchange, the Daimyo requests your availability for diplomatic and military consultation as needed, and your residence within the capital for a minimum period of 5 years. Silence. They want to buy you, Anko said flatly. They want to relocate me, get me out of Konoha, put me somewhere they can watch me. A gilded cage, nice house, important title, and you're 200 miles from anyone who'd fight for you. She picked up her tea and drank. The 5-year residency requirement is the leash. Once you're in the capital, leaving becomes a political act, and your availability for consultation is just a polite way of saying they can deploy you whenever they want. Naruto rolled the scroll back up. I'm not taking it. Obviously, you're not taking it, but the fact that they offered it tells us something important. What? They're scared of you. Anko leaned back in her chair, and for the first time since this whole mess started, she looked like herself, the special Jonin who'd survived Orochimaru's labs and T&I interrogations and a war. Sharp, analytical, dangerous. Think about it. The daimyo controls the fire country through money and political leverage. The only thing he can't control directly is military power, and the villages provide that. Normally, the Hokage acts as the intermediary. The daimyo tells the Hokage what he needs. The Hokage provides shinobi. Everyone's happy. But I'm not a normal shinobi. You're a one-man army who has personal relationships with every other Jinchuriki and Kage in the world. You could reshape the entire political landscape of the continent if you wanted to. The daimyo knows that. The elders know that. Everybody who's been watching you for the last 2 years knows that. She set down her tea. The pregnancy isn't really the issue. The issue is that you're the most powerful person in the world and nobody can control you, and that terrifies everyone. I don't want to control anyone. I just want to be Hokage. I know, but Hokage is a position within a system. And the system is designed to be controlled by the people at the top of it. Right now, that's the elders and the daimyo. If you become Hokage, you become the top. And they can't have that. Naruto stared at the rolled scroll. The morning light through Anko's kitchen window cast long shadows across the table, and in that quiet domestic space, 2 cups of tea, 2 empty plates, a scroll containing the shape of a trap, he felt something crystallize. Then we don't just defend ourselves, he said. We go on offense. Anko raised an eyebrow. What kind of offense? The elders have secrets. Kakashi said so. Shikamaru said there's a paper trail. Route operations, off-book missions, deals that were never sanctioned. If we can find that trail, if you expose the elders, you make enemies, permanent ones. And not just the elders. Everyone who benefited from those operations, everyone who looked the other way, everyone who has something to lose if the truth comes out. Anko's voice was clinical, but her eyes were sharp. You'd be declaring war on the village's power structure. The village's power structure just tried to classify my baby as a security threat. I think war was declared already. Something flared in Anko's expression. Not anger, heat, recognition, the look of someone seeing a version of you they didn't expect and liking what they saw. You're going to need more than a paper trail, she said. You're going to need witnesses, people who participated in route operations and survived, people who know where the bodies are buried, literally and figuratively. Do you know anyone like that? Anko was quiet for a long moment. Her hand drifted to her neck, to the silver scar where the cursed seal had been. I might. There's a woman, former Anbu, served during the 3rd Hokage's tenure. She was one of Danzo's operatives before she went off-grid. If she's still alive, she'll be somewhere in the land of fire, probably living under a false identity. Can you find her? Not personally, not in my condition. She gestured vaguely at her midsection, But I know people who can narrow the search. Former T and I contacts. Information brokers who owe me favors. Then start pulling those threads. I'll talk to Shikamaru about the paper trail angle. Naruto stood. And Anko. What? Thank you for this. He gestured vaguely at the breakfast, the table, the conversation, the whole quiet morning of partnership and strategy that felt more like a home than anywhere he'd ever lived. She looked at him. You made the breakfast. You let me in. Neither of them seemed to know what to do with the silence that followed, so they did what shinobi do with uncomfortable feelings, packed them away for later, and got to work. The next 5 days moved fast. Naruto operated on 3 fronts simultaneously, which would have been overwhelming if he hadn't spent the war doing essentially the same thing. First front, visibility. He went on 2 D-rank missions, boring, beneath him, exactly the point. He was seen helping with reconstruction, training genin at the temporary academy, visiting wounded shinobi at the hospital. The war hero performing his duty, the Jinchuriki being useful. Every public appearance was a counter-argument to the elders' narrative of instability. Second front, intelligence. Shikamaru went to work on the paper trail with the methodical patience of someone who genuinely enjoyed reading financial records. The Nara clan's information network was legendary, built over generations by a family of strategists who understood that knowing things was more powerful than doing things. Within 3 days, Shikamaru had identified discrepancies in the village's budget going back 15 years. Money that had been allocated to infrastructure, but never appeared in any construction record. Funds that had moved through accounts connected to the advisory council and vanished into black box operations. Root wasn't cheap, Shikamaru told him over a late-night planning session. Danzo ran an entire shadow military. That requires funding, recruitment, training, equipment, safe houses, intelligence operations. The official budget doesn't account for it, which means the money came from somewhere off the books. I'm tracking the somewhere. How long until you have enough? Enough to present. A few more days, enough to be airtight. Weeks, maybe longer. Financial trails are like shogi. You can see the pattern early, but you need every piece in position before you make the move. Third front, allies. Tsunade worked the clan network with the blunt efficiency of a woman who'd been barking orders at powerful people for decades. Choza Akamichi was firmly on board, bringing the Akamichi clan's considerable economic influence with him. Tsume and Yuzuka followed her nose, literally and figuratively. And after a private meeting with Naruto where she'd stared at him for a full minute, sniffed the air and said, "You smell like you mean it." She pledged the Yuzuka clan's support. The Aburame remained neutral. Shibai was a man of logic, and logic told him to wait until the outcome was clear before committing. Naruto respected that even as it frustrated him, the Hyuga were the biggest uncertainty. Hayashi had been politically cautious during the council session, and Naruto knew why. Hinata. The news about Naruto and Anko had landed on the Hyuga compound like a bomb. Naruto hadn't spoken to Hinata since the news broke, and the guilt of that sat in his stomach like a stone. He dealt with it on the 4th day, because putting it off any longer would have been cowardice, and whatever Naruto Uzumaki was, he wasn't a coward. He found her at the Hyuga training ground, alone, running through the gentle fist forms with a precision that was beautiful and mechanical and sad. Her movements were perfect. Every strike, every pivot, every breath exactly where it should be. But the life was missing, the spark that lit up her fighting when she believed in what she was doing. She saw him coming. Of course she did. Byakugan awareness was second nature to her, activated before conscious thought. She finished her form, lowered her hands, and turned to face him. Naruto-kun. The honorific hadn't changed. Still the same soft, careful attachment to his name that she'd been placing there since they were children. Hearing it now felt like a kunai between the ribs. Hinata, can we talk? We can. She didn't sit, didn't relax her posture. Stood with the composed dignity of someone who'd been trained since birth to absorb pain without showing it. I assume you're here about Anko-san. I'm here about you. Something shifted in her lavender eyes, The tiniest fracture in that perfect composure. You don't owe me an explanation. She said, you never promised me anything, I know that. I've always known that. That doesn't mean I don't owe you honesty and an apology. For what? For not seeing what was right in front of me for years. Naruto swallowed. Hinata, you told me you loved me during Pain's attack. You threw yourself between me and certain death, and I never properly, don't. Her voice was quiet but firm, a command wrapped in gentleness. Don't apologize for not loving me back. That's not something you did wrong. That's just... Her voice caught. She breathed through it. What happened? They stood in the training ground, surrounded by the evidence of her solitary practice, and the distance between them was wider than any battlefield. I want you to know that I don't hate Anko-san, Hinata said. I want to. It would be easier, but I don't. A pause. She's brave, I've always thought that. Braver than me in certain ways. You're the bravest person I know, Hinata. No, I'm the most persistent, the faintest ghost of a smile. There's a difference. Naruto didn't know what to say. He'd faced tailed beasts and war, and the literal progenitor of chakra, and none of it had prepared him for the quiet devastation of watching someone you cared about accept a hurt you'd caused. I came to ask you something else, too. He said, because he owed her the truth about everything, even the parts that were politically motivated. The council is moving against me. The elders want to control me, or failing that, remove me from consideration for Hokage. Your father's position on the Shinobi Council could make a difference. Hinata's expression went very still. You want my family's political support. I want your family's political support. Yes, and I know how that sounds right now, and I know I have no right to ask, and if you tell me to leave, I'll leave. She was quiet for a long time. A bird sang somewhere in the compound's garden. Training dummies cast long shadows in the afternoon light. I'll speak to my father, Hinata said. Naruto blinked. You will. What the elders are doing is wrong, regardless of personal feelings. It's wrong to treat anyone as an asset to be controlled. My clan understands that better than most. The branch family seal was our version of the same thing. She met his eyes, and there was steel behind the lavender. I'll speak to my father, not for you, for what's right. She turned back to the training posts and resumed her forms, and Naruto understood that the conversation was over. He watched her for a moment, the precise, controlled beauty of her movement, the discipline that armored her against a pain she refused to show, and then he left. That was hard. Kurama said, Yeah, she's stronger than you give her credit for. I know. And she's going to be fine, eventually. How do you know? Because she survived loving you for 12 years. Anyone who can do that can survive anything. Naruto didn't have an answer for that. He walked home through the village, and the streets felt different. Not hostile, not friendly, just watchful. The village was watching him, waiting to see what happened next, waiting to see if the golden hero was going to shine or shatter. On the 5th day, Sajiro requested a formal meeting. Not with the council, not with Kakashi, with Naruto privately at the diplomatic compound. A written invitation, beautifully calligraphed, delivered by one of the envoy's samurai escorts. It's a trap, Shikamaru said immediately. Of course it's a trap, Naruto replied. But I need to know what kind. The kind where he offers you something you want in exchange for something you can't afford. He's been here 5 days. He's talked to the elders, the civilian council, at least 4 clan heads, and 17 administrative officials. He's built his picture of the situation. Now he's going to present you with the frame. So I go in knowing it's a frame. What's the play? Shikamaru was quiet, thinking. His cigarette burned between his fingers, forgotten. The shogi pieces on the board between them were in a position neither of them had been paying attention to. The play is information, Shikamaru said finally. You're not going to outmaneuver him in a private conversation. He's been doing this for 12 years, and you've been doing it for a week. But what you can do is listen. Listen to what he offers, what he asks, what he avoids. Every question he doesn't ask is a question he already knows the answer to, and that tells us who he's been talking to and what they've told him. So I'm bait. You're a censor. Go in, take the meeting, absorb everything, and come back. A pause. And Naruto, don't agree to anything, not even things that sound good, especially things that sound good. The diplomatic compound was a cluster of elegant buildings near the Hawkage Tower, maintained for visiting officials and dignitaries. Sajiro had been given the largest suite, a series of rooms arranged around a private garden, tasteful and comfortable and completely wired with security seals that Naruto could feel tingling against his skin as he entered. Sajiro met him in the garden, which was arranged for tea. A low table, cushions, a ceramic pot steaming gently. The envoy was dressed casually, no formal robes, just a simple kimono that made him look approachable. Deliberate. Everything about this man was deliberate. Uzumaki-san, thank you for coming, you asked. I'm curious. Curiosity is underrated among shinobi. You're trained for suspicion, which is useful but limited. Sajiro poured tea with practiced grace. Please sit. Naruto sat. The tea was excellent, better than anything he'd had in Konoha, imported from the fire capital's private reserves. He tasted it and set it down. You read the scroll, Sajiro said, not a question. I did. And your answer? I'm not leaving Konoha. Sajiro nodded as if this were the expected response to a preliminary offer. I thought as much. You're loyal. It's admirable, if occasionally inconvenient. He sipped his own tea. Then let me offer an alternative, one that doesn't require you to leave. I'm listening. The daimyo's concern, his genuine concern beneath the politics, is that the current power structure in Konoha is fragile. The Hawkage is new. The advisory council is entrenched. The shinobi clans are recovering from war. And in the middle of it all, the most powerful person in the village is embroiled in a personal controversy that's consuming political energy that should be directed at reconstruction. Agreed, which is why the controversy should be dropped. It should be, but it won't be, because the elders have momentum and the civilian council is frightened and fear, once set in motion, doesn't stop on command. Sajiro set down his cup. So here's my alternative. Rather than fighting the current, rather than trying to stop the council from investigating, which will only make you look like you have something to hide, you get ahead of it. You request the review yourself. Naruto went very still. Request it yourself, Sajiro repeated. Volunteer for the Jinchuriki fitness evaluation. Cooperate fully. Demonstrate to the council, the village, and the daimyo that you have nothing to fear from scrutiny. He paused. And in exchange, I ensure that the evaluation panel includes people sympathetic to your position. The daimyo appoints the evaluators, you see. If you're going to be evaluated, better that the judges are friends than enemies. It was elegant. Naruto could see the elegance of it even as every instinct screamed danger. Volunteer for the review, cooperate, look reasonable. And be evaluated by people Sajiro chose, which meant people the daimyo controlled. And if the evaluation finds me fit, Naruto asked, then the matter is closed, officially, permanently, by the authority of the fire court. No one can raise it again. And if it finds me unfit, why would it? You just saved the world. Sajiro smiled. I'm offering you a shortcut, Uzumaki-san, a way to end this quickly and cleanly, with the daimyo's backing. The alternative is months of political warfare that will drain you, divide the village, and ultimately serve no one. Naruto looked at the tea, the garden, the carefully constructed setting of trust and reason. He thought about Shikamaru's instruction, listened to what he avoids. What about Anko? Naruto asked. For the first time, the briefest flicker, gone almost before it registered, something shifted in Sajiro's expression. A tightening around the eyes, a recalculation. Mitarashi-san is not the subject of the evaluation, he said, but she'd be part of it. If you're evaluating my fitness, my personal relationships are fair game, which means Anko gets questioned, examined, scrutinized by the daimyo's chosen panel. Naruto kept his voice level. That's not a shortcut. That's a weapon pointed at the person I'm trying to protect. The garden was quiet. A leaf fell from one of the ornamental trees, spinning slowly to the ground. You're more perceptive than people give you credit for, Sajiro said, and it was the first thing he'd said that sounded genuinely unscripted. I get that a lot. Naruto stood. I appreciate the offer, I'll think about it. Of course, take all the time you need. Sajiro rose with him. Use Yumaki-san, one more thing, and this isn't politics. This is personal advice from a man who's seen many young people in difficult situations. Naruto waited. The village is going to force a resolution to this, one way or another. Either you shape that resolution or someone else does. Right now, you have the initiative. Don't lose it waiting for the perfect move. His eyes were warm and serious and utterly, completely controlled. Patience is a virtue, but so is knowing when patience becomes paralysis. Naruto left the compound and went straight to Shikamaru. He wants me to volunteer for the fitness evaluation, Naruto said. Says the daimyo will pick friendly evaluators, says it ends the matter permanently. Shikamaru's expression didn't change. His shadow did, it flickered, contracted, a physical manifestation of his mind seizing on the information. That's clever, Shikamaru said. That's very, very clever. Because if you volunteer, you legitimize the process. You're saying yes, the Jinchuriki evaluation is a valid exercise of authority, and once that precedent is set, it's set forever. Not just for you, for every Jinchuriki, every powerful shinobi, anyone the daimyo decides needs to be evaluated. Shikamaru cracked his neck. He's not offering you a shortcut. He's offering to build a cage and let you pick the color of the bars. That's what I thought. The evaluators being friendly is the bait. Right. Because friendly evaluators appointed by the daimyo are still the daimyo's evaluators. They'd find you fit today, sure. But what about next time? What about when the daimyo wants something from you and you refuse, and suddenly there's a new evaluation with new evaluators who aren't so friendly? So I decline. You decline. And then we need to move faster, because Sajiro just showed us the end game. If we won't volunteer for the cage, they'll try to put us in it by force. The petition to the daimyo, the formal review, the whole machinery. Shikamaru stubbed out his cigarette. How's Anko's search going? The root operative? She reached out to her contacts yesterday. Nothing back yet. Push it. We need that witness. He stood. I'll have the financial trail ready in 3 days. If we can combine that with testimony from a former root operative, we'll have enough to go public. Go public how? I'm working on that. The ghost of a smile. Trust me. The night of the 5th day, Naruto went to Anko's apartment. It was becoming a habit. The kind of habit that neither of them acknowledged, because acknowledging it would mean defining it, and defining it would mean dealing with it, and neither of them was ready for that. She was reading when he came through the window, the pregnancy book, the one she'd told him about. Thick and medical and bristling with colored tabs she'd stuck to important pages. She looked up at him over the top of it with an expression that was becoming familiar, exasperation softened by something warmer underneath. Window, she said. Habit. Doors exist. They have handles and everything. He dropped onto the couch, his couch now, by unspoken agreement, and let his head fall back. The ceiling of Anko's apartment had a water stain in the shape of a shuriken. He'd noticed it the second night, and it had become a meditation point. The envoy wants me to volunteer for a fitness evaluation, he said. Tell me everything. He did. Every word, every pause, every micro-expression he'd caught on Seijiro's face. Anko listened the way she listened, completely, absorbing not just the information but its texture, its weight, the spaces between the words. He faltered when you asked about me, she said, for about half a second. Then he recovered. But he faltered. That's interesting. It means I'm not in his plan. Or rather, I'm in his plan as leverage against you, but he hasn't planned for the possibility that I'm a player in my own right. Are you? She put down the book and looked at him. Naruto. I was recruited into T&I at 19. I've extracted information from S-rank missing nin. I ran intelligence operations during the second Mizukage crisis. I survived being Orochimaru's student, which is a very short list of people. She paused. I am not a damsel in this story. I am a very dangerous woman who is temporarily incapacitated by the fact that she's growing a human being inside her body. I never said you were a damsel. You didn't. But the world is saying it, and I want to make sure you're not listening. She swung her legs off the couch and stood, stretching. The shirt rode up slightly, and Naruto carefully looked at the ceiling. My contact got back to me. The former root operative, her name is Yugao Yuzuki. Naruto frowned. Yugao, she was Anbu, not root. She was both. Danzo recruited from Anbu, took the ones who were vulnerable, isolated, grieving. Yugao lost her partner, Hayate Gecko, during the Chunin exam invasion. Danzo approached her during her bereavement. She served root for 2 years before she realized what it was and went dark. Anko's voice was matter-of-fact, but her eyes held the specific understanding of someone who knew what it was like to be recruited by a monster during your worst moment. She's alive. She's in a civilian settlement about 40 miles north of here, living under the name Tsuki. Can we bring her in? I've sent a message through channels she'll recognize. Whether she responds is up to her. She's been hiding for years. Coming forward means exposing herself, her past, everything she did under Danzo's orders. That's not a small ask. What if she doesn't come? Then we find another way. There are other former root operatives out there. Sai might know some. Naruto sat up. Sai, of course, he was root. He was, and he's been remarkably quiet about the details. But if you ask him directly, and if he trusts that the information won't be used to persecute people who were, essentially, Danzo's victims, he might open up. I'll talk to him tomorrow. They were quiet for a while. The apartment settled around them. Creaking walls, distant plumbing, the nocturnal sounds of a building that was older than either of them. Anko picked up the pregnancy book again, and Naruto pulled out a scroll Shikamaru had given him, financial records. Columns of numbers that blurred together until you knew what you were looking for. They worked in parallel silence, the kind of silence that happens between people who are comfortable enough to share space without filling it. At some point, Anko's hand drifted to her stomach again, that unconscious, protective gesture. More actions write the next chapter now. Chapter 3. What the fox knows. Naruto woke to the sound of retching. It came from the bathroom, sharp, ugly, the kind of sound that stripped all dignity from a person. He was off the couch and moving before he was fully conscious, muscle memory from 100 battlefield mornings where hesitation meant death. The bathroom door was open. Anko was on her knees, one hand braced against the wall, the other gripping the edge of the basin. Her hair hung in damp strings around her face, and her shoulders were shaking. He knelt beside her without thinking and gathered her hair back, holding it away from her face. She flinched at the contact, a full-body recoil, the kind of flinch that spoke of years of not being touched except in combat. "Don't," she started. "Shut up," he said it gently. "Just breathe." Another wave hit her and she doubled over. Naruto held her hair and put his other hand on her back, flat, steady, warm, and waited. When it passed, she sat back on her heels, breathing hard, sweat beading on her forehead. "Morning sickness," she said hoarsely. "Stupid name. It's been hitting at 4 in the morning." "How long has this been going on?" 3 days, maybe 4. "You didn't tell me." "It's not exactly romantic conversation material." She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "And before you say anything, I'm fine. This is normal. Tsunade said it would happen. I'm getting you water." "I can get my own." But he was already up and in the kitchen, filling a glass. When he brought it back, she took it without argument, which told him more about how bad she felt than any complaint would have. They sat on the bathroom floor, cold tile, harsh fluorescent light, about as far from a romantic setting as physics allowed. And Anko drank the water in small sips while Naruto sat beside her with his back against the wall. "This is glamorous," Anko said. "Extremely. You should go." "You have things to do today." "I have time." She looked at him sideways. In the bathroom light, without the armor of her coat and her attitude and her carefully applied composure, she looked young. Not 17 young, but young in the way that people look when they've stopped pretending, when the walls come down and what's underneath is just a person who's tired and scared and trying. "You don't have to do this," she said. "Do what?" "The hair holding. The water fetching. The sleeping on my couch. You don't have to earn your way into this kid's life by taking care of me." "What if I'm not doing it to earn anything?" He turned his head to look at her. What if I'm just doing it because you're sick and I'm here and that's what you do when someone you care about is sick? Anko stared at him. The fluorescent light buzzed. Somewhere outside, a bird was beginning its pre-dawn routine, optimistic and oblivious. You care about me, she said, flat. Testing the words. Yeah, I thought that was obvious. Nothing about this situation is obvious, Naruto. We slept together once. We're having a baby. The village wants to crucify us. That's a set of circumstances, not a relationship. Okay, then what do you want it to be? The question hung in the air between them, huge and terrifying and absolutely necessary. Anko opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I don't know, she said. I've never done this, any of this. I don't have a template for person who cares about me and isn't going to use it against me later. That's not a category that exists in my experience. Then we make a new category. You make everything sound simple. It is simple. Not easy, simple. We figure out what we are to each other by being around each other and paying attention. That's all I'm proposing. Not a label. Not a commitment ceremony. Just this, being here, seeing what happens. Anko was quiet for a long time. The water glass was empty in her hands. When she finally spoke, her voice was rough from the sickness and something else. Okay, she said. We'll see what happens. Good. But if you tell anyone you saw me throwing up, I'll end you. Understood. Dawn brought coffee and a sharp knock at Anko's door. Naruto answered it, an act that carried implications neither of them had considered until the door was open, and Sai was standing in the hallway. Sai looked at Naruto, looked past him at Anko's apartment, looked back at Naruto, who was wearing yesterday's clothes with his hair pointing in 6 directions. Sai's expression, or the carefully practiced approximation of an expression he'd learned from reading books about human emotion, shifted into what he probably intended as understanding. I see you've initiated a cohabitation dynamic, Sai said. The book suggests this is a natural progression in, why are you here, Sai? You sent me a message yesterday requesting a meeting. I decided to preempt the scheduling process. He held up a small scroll. I also brought information you'll find relevant. May I come in? Naruto stepped aside. Sai entered Anko's apartment with the precise, observational attention of a man who'd been trained to catalog environments in seconds. His dark eyes swept the space, weapons rack, sparse furniture, pregnancy book on the table, pillow on the couch. Whatever conclusions he drew, he kept them behind the pleasant mask he wore like a second skin. Anko emerged from the bathroom looking like herself again, composed, sharp-eyed, her hair pulled up and her expression daring anyone to mention the last hour. She regarded Sai with the wary respect of one former intelligence operative assessing another. You were Root, she said. No preamble. I was, Sai confirmed. He sat cross-legged on the floor without being invited, a habit from Root training where furniture was considered a luxury. Naruto's message asked me to share information about Danzo's operations. I've decided to cooperate. Why? Anko asked. You've been quiet about Root since Danzo died. Why talk now? Sai was quiet for a moment. His face did that thing it did when he was processing something emotional. A subtle tightening around the eyes, a slight loosening of the jaw, as if the muscles were trying to express something his training hadn't given him vocabulary for. Because Naruto is my friend, he said. I learned the word from him. I've spent considerable time studying its implications. One of those implications is that you help your friends when powerful institutions try to destroy them. He paused. Also, Danzo was a monster, and monsters should not be protected in death. He unrolled the scroll on the table. It was a list, names, dates, mission designations, written in Sai's precise calligraphic hand. These are Root operations I participated in or had direct knowledge of during my time in the organization. 37 total. 11 were assassinations of Fire Country citizens, not foreign targets, but domestic. Political rivals of Danzo's faction. Journalists who investigated the Advisory Council. 2 former shinobi who attempted to expose Root's existence. He pointed to specific entries. This one was a village elder from a border town who opposed a land acquisition that benefited Hamura's family holdings. This one was a merchant who discovered that trade revenues were being diverted to fund Root's training facility. Naruto felt his stomach turn. Not at the violence, he'd seen enough violence to last several lifetimes. At the bureaucratic coldness of it, these weren't battlefield casualties, they were people who'd asked questions and been silenced. "Can you testify to this?" Naruto asked. "Publicly?" "Yes." "But my testimony alone may not be sufficient." Root operatives underwent conditioning, psychological modification, designed to suppress independent thought and ensure loyalty. A skilled opponent could argue that my memories are unreliable. Modified. Sai's expression was perfectly neutral, but something in the way he held his hands, slightly too still, slightly too controlled, betrayed the cost of saying it. "I was not a willing participant. None of us were, but that distinction may not matter in a political proceeding." "It would matter if there were multiple witnesses," Anko said. She'd been reading the scroll over Sai's shoulder, her former T&I instincts mapping the information into patterns. Independent testimony from separate operatives, corroborating the same operations. That's much harder to dismiss. "Which brings us to Yugao," Naruto said. Anko shook her head. "No response yet. I'll push the contact again today, but she's been underground for years. Trust is going to be an issue." "There are others," Sai said. "Root had over 60 operatives at its peak. Some were killed. Some were reabsorbed into regular Anbu after Danzo's death. But at least a dozen went off-grid, like your Yugao. I can provide names and last known locations for 7 of them." "Do it," Naruto said. "Give the names to Shikamaru. He'll coordinate the outreach." Sai nodded and produced a second scroll, this one sealed with a personal cipher that he broke with a touch of chakra. "There's something else. Something I debated sharing because it falls outside the scope of your original request." "What is it?" "During my time en route, I was assigned to monitor high-value targets within the village. Standard surveillance, movement patterns, communications, associations. One of my targets was Sajiro. The room went very still." "Sajiro was in contact with Danzo." Naruto's voice was carefully level. "Not directly. Through intermediaries. The daimyo's court and Root maintained a relationship that was never formalized, but was operationally significant. Sajiro served as the court's liaison for certain sensitive matters, things the daimyo wanted done but couldn't officially sanction. Danzo provided the capability. Sajiro provided the political cover. What kind of sensitive matters? I don't have specifics for all of them, but I have documentation for one." Sai's hand went to his hip pouch and produced a thin, weathered file, actual paper, old and faintly yellowed. "This is a communication from Sajiro to Danzo, dated approximately 8 years ago. It requests Root's assistance in eliminating a minor noble in the fire court who was blocking a trade agreement favorable to the daimyo's faction. The noble died in an apparent bandit attack 3 weeks after this letter was sent." Naruto took the file. The handwriting was elegant, practiced, Sajiro's handwriting, presumably, though he'd never seen it before. The language was oblique but unmistakable if you knew what you were reading. "The obstacle in the eastern corridor continues to impede progress. We would appreciate the Foundation's assistance in clearing the path." Foundation. Root's internal designation. "How did you get this?" Anko asked, and her voice had the focused intensity of someone who'd spent years evaluating intelligence for authenticity. "I stole it from Danzo's personal archive during the confusion of his death. I've been keeping certain documents as insurance." Sai's expression was perfectly calm. "I was a child soldier in a shadow organization. Insurance seemed prudent." Naruto looked at Anko. She looked back. The same thought was passing between them, visible in the tightening of her jaw and the sharpening of his gaze. "This connects Sajiro directly to Root," Naruto said. "Not just the daimyo's court, Sajiro personally. Which means his neutral assessment of the village situation is compromised," Anko finished. "He's not here as an impartial envoy. He's here as a former collaborator of the same shadow organization that's being implicated." If this becomes public, Sai said, Sajiro's position in Konoha becomes untenable. The daimyo would have to recall him or risk the appearance of complicity. We can't use it yet, Naruto said. The words came out reluctantly, pulled against the current of his instincts, which were screaming to go to the Hokage Tower right now and slam the file on Kakashi's desk. If we play this card too early, they'll know we have it and they'll find ways to discredit it. We need to build the full picture first. Anko's eyebrows rose. Listen to you, thinking strategically. Don't sound so surprised. I'm not surprised, I'm impressed. There's a difference. She turned to Sai. How secure are your other documents? Hidden in multiple locations using techniques specific to my training. Root taught us to cache intelligence in ways that resist conventional detection. Even a Byakugan search would miss them. Good. Keep them hidden. Don't tell anyone where, not Naruto, not me, not Shikamaru. If something goes wrong, you're the only person who can access them, and that makes you the most protected person in this game. Sai considered this. Because eliminating me would mean losing the intelligence permanently. Exactly. Your survival becomes everyone's priority. Welcome to being valuable for something other than your artistic skills. Something that might have been humor, or Sai's carefully studied approximation of it, flickered across his face. I believe the appropriate response is thank you. Close enough, Anko said. Sai left through the window, because apparently no one in Naruto's life understood the concept of doors. Naruto and Anko stood in the kitchen, the morning light streaming in, the scrolls and files spread across the table between them like the pieces of a puzzle that was starting to show its edges. This is bigger than us, Anko said. It's always been bigger than us. The pregnancy was just the spark. The tinder's been building for years. Decades, she corrected. Since the second Hokage built the framework, since Danzo turned it into a weapon, since the elders learned to use it. She rubbed her temples. We're not just fighting for ourselves, Naruto. We're fighting against a system that's been running since before either of us was born. Then it's about time someone broke it. She looked at him, really looked, the way she did when she was evaluating something she couldn't quite categorize. You know, when I first met you during the Chunin exams, I thought you were the loudest, dumbest kid I'd ever seen. Thanks. I'm not finished. I thought you were loud and dumb and absolutely, recklessly fearless, and I was jealous. Because I'd spent 20 years being afraid of Orochimaru's shadow, of the village's judgment, of my own history. And you walked into the forest of death like fear was something that happened to other people. She paused. I was wrong, you were afraid, you were just too stubborn to let it stop you. Is this a compliment? I can't tell. It's an observation, you can decide what to do with it, he grinned. She almost grinned back. And then the morning sickness hit again, and the moment dissolved into practicality, and Naruto held her hair for the second time that day and didn't say a word about it. The training ground was empty at midday, which was why Naruto chose it. Training Ground 3, Team 7's old proving ground, the one with the 3 wooden posts where Kakashi had tied him up during the bell test. The posts were newer now, replacements for the ones that had been destroyed during Pain's attack, but they occupied the same ground, held the same meaning. This was where it had started. Where Naruto had first learned that teamwork mattered more than talent, that bonds were weapons, that the people beside you were the whole point. He stood in front of the center post and dropped into a stance, not sage mode, not Kyuubi cloak. Just taijutsu, the raw, unenhanced physical combat that was the foundation of everything else. He needed to move, needed to feel his body working, his muscles burning, the simple clarity of physical effort after days of political maneuvering that made his head hurt. He struck the post. Left jab, right cross, left hook, right uppercut. The wood vibrated under his fists. He shifted into kicks, a roundhouse, spinning back kick, the leaping axe kick that Jiraiya had taught him in the mountains. Sweat beaded on his forehead, soaked through his shirt, dripped onto the grass. He'd been going for 20 minutes when Kurama spoke. You're angry. I'm training. You're angry and you're training, which is how you process anger. I've watched you do it for 17 years. The distinction between training and punching things, because you're upset, is purely semantic. Naruto drove his fist into the post hard enough to crack the wood. He stood there, breathing hard, his knuckles raw, and didn't deny it. "Talk to me," Kurama said. "Not as your tenant, not as a weapon. As the only being alive who has been inside your head for your entire existence and probably knows you better than you know yourself." Naruto sat down with his back against the damaged post. The sun was directly overhead, hot on his face, and the training ground smelled like grass and wood and the distant river. "They're never going to stop," he said. "The elders, the daimyo, the system. Even if we win this round, even if we expose Root and discredit Sajiro and get the council off our backs, they'll find something else. Next year, next decade, there will always be someone who sees me as a weapon to be controlled." "Yes," Kurama said, "there will." "That's not what I wanted you to say. What you wanted me to say is irrelevant. You asked me a question and I gave you the truth." The fox's presence shifted, that massive consciousness uncoiling. "I've been alive for a very long time. I've been sealed, controlled, feared, and worshipped. I've been inside hosts who raged against their chains and hosts who accepted them. I've watched civilizations rise and fall and rise again. And the one constant, the one thing that never changes, is that power attracts control. The more powerful you are, the more people will try to leash you. So what do I do? Just accept it?" "That depends. Do you want my philosophical answer or my practical one?" "Both." Kurama was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, deeper, older, stripped of the sarcastic edge that was his usual armor. "Philosophically, the desire to control others is born from fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of power, fear of change. The people trying to control you are afraid of what you represent. Not the nine tails, not the destructive potential, but the possibility that a person with your power might act on his own judgment rather than theirs. That terrifies them. Because if you can act freely, then the system that gives them power becomes irrelevant. And practically, stop trying to earn their permission. You will never, and I need you to hear this clearly, you will never get unanimous approval from a system that was designed to manage you. The village loved you after the war because you were useful. They'll love you again when you're useful again. And in between, they'll judge you and fear you and whisper about you because that's what they do. That's what they've always done. You're saying the village doesn't matter. I'm saying the village isn't a monolith. It's not one thing. It's thousands of people making individual choices, and some of them love you and some of them fear you and most of them are just trying to get through the day. The village that hated you as a child was a collection of frightened individuals following a narrative. The village that celebrated you after the war was a different collection following a different narrative. Neither version is the real village. The real village is Ikaraku's old man giving you free ramen. It's the pink-haired girl beating down your door at 7 in the morning. It's the lazy shadow user staying up all night to protect you with paperwork. Naruto stared at the sky. Blue. Endless. The kind of sky that made you feel small in a way that was somehow comforting. And Anko? What about her? Is she part of the real village? Kurama's laugh was a low rumble that Naruto felt in his bones. Kit, she's the part of the real village that's growing your offspring. If that's not real, I don't know what is. I think I'm falling for her. He hadn't meant to say it. The words just came out, dragged into the open by the sun and the exhaustion and the strange intimacy of talking to a being who lived inside his soul. I know, Kurama said. I've been watching it happen. You fall in love the way you do everything else, loudly, recklessly, and without any regard for timing or consequences. Is that a problem? It's a vulnerability. But it's also the thing that makes you different from everyone who came before you. My previous hosts loved the village, loved duty, loved the idea of service. You love people. Specific, individual, flawed people. And that kind of love is harder to weaponize than ideology. The fox paused. Don't tell her yet. Why not? Because she's not ready. She's building trust with you piece by piece, and if you dump I'm falling in love with you on top of everything else, she'll bolt. Not physically, she's pregnant, she's not going anywhere, but emotionally. She'll shut down, and you'll lose the thing you're building. Since when are you a relationship expert? Since I spent decades inside your mother's seal watching her relationship with your father. Kushina Uzumaki was fierce and passionate and terrifying, and Minato Namikaze won her over by being patient. Not passive, patient. There's a difference. A pause. You have more of your mother in you than you realize. But in this particular area, be your father. Naruto sat with that for a while. The training ground was peaceful, birds, wind, the distant sounds of the village going about its day. He could feel the post behind his back, solid and grounding, a connection to the past and to the place where he'd first learned what it meant to be part of something. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and looked at his raw knuckles. They were already healing Kurama's influence, constant and quiet, the chakra that had been keeping him alive since the day he was born. "Thanks," he said. "Don't mention it. Literally, if anyone finds out I give relationship advice, my reputation is finished." He spent the afternoon at the academy. It wasn't on Shikamaru's strategy list. It wasn't a political move or a carefully calculated public appearance. He just went. Because Iruka was there. And Iruka had been the first person in his life to look at him and see a person instead of a container. And right now, Naruto needed to be around someone whose opinion of him wasn't complicated by politics or ambition. The temporary academy was a cluster of prefab buildings near the old site, functional but graceless. The classrooms had that particular smell of new wood and chalk dust that reminded Naruto of childhood, of sitting in the back row pretending not to care while desperately caring about everything. Iruka was teaching a class of 10-year-olds when Naruto walked in. The Chunin instructor looked up, and his face did something that made Naruto's throat tight. It lit up. Simple, unguarded happiness at seeing someone he loved. No calculation, no agenda, just warmth. "Class," Iruka said. "We have a guest." 20 pairs of young eyes turned to stare at Naruto. Several of them went wide. One kid in the front row whispered, "That's him," with the odd reverence of someone meeting a legend in the flesh. "Naruto, would you like to say a few words to the class?" He hadn't planned to. He'd come to see Iruka, not to make a speech. But the faces looking up at him were so earnest, so open, so completely uncontaminated by the political poison circulating through the village, that he found himself walking to the front of the room. "Hey," he said. "So, who wants to hear about the time I fought a guy who could control sand?" The next hour disappeared into stories. Not the sanitized, official versions, the real ones, with the fear and the mistakes and the moments where he'd had no idea what he was doing and did it anyway. He told them about Gaara and how the scariest person he'd ever faced became one of his closest friends. He told them about the Chunin exams, about the forest of death, about standing in front of Orochimaru and being terrified and standing anyway. He told them about Sasuke carefully, about friendship and loss and the difference between giving up on someone and letting them go. The kids were rapt. They asked questions with the unfiltered directness of children. "Were you scared? Did it hurt? Can you really talk to the fox?" And Naruto answered honestly, because these kids deserved honesty. They were going to grow up in a world shaped by the decisions being made right now, and the least he could do was tell them the truth about what it meant to be a shinobi. After the class, when the kids had been released to the training yard, Iruka found him standing at the window watching them. "You're good with them," Iruka said. "I had a good teacher." Iruka leaned against the windowsill beside him. He'd aged since the war, not badly, but visibly. More gray in his hair. Deeper lines around the scar across his nose. The war had been hard on everyone, but it had been especially hard on the people who'd stayed behind and waited, because waiting was its own kind of combat. "I heard about Anko," Iruka said. His tone was careful, neutral. The tone of a man who decided to listen before judging. "Yeah, and the council, and the envoy." A pause. "People talk, Naruto, especially to the academy instructor. They seem to think I have some kind of special insight into you." "Do you?" Iruka smiled. "I know that you're kind. I know that you're brave. I know that you have a tendency to make decisions with your heart and figure out the logistics later. And I know that none of those things are weaknesses, no matter what the council says. You're not going to lecture me about the age gap," about propriety, about making responsible choices. Would it matter if I did? Probably not. Then I'll skip it. Uruka turned to face him fully. Naruto, I've known Anko Mitarashi for 15 years. She's difficult and sharp, and she scares the genin, and she's also one of the most loyal, capable shinobi this village has ever produced. She survived things that would have destroyed most people. If she's chosen to have this baby, and if she's chosen to let you be part of it, then she's made a decision I respect. Something in Naruto's chest broke open, not painfully, but like a door swinging wide. Uruka's approval wasn't politically useful. It wouldn't sway the council or impress the Damio or counter the elders' machinations. But it was the approval of the first person who'd ever seen him, and it mattered more than all the strategy in the world. There's something else, Uruka said. I debated whether to tell you, but I think you should know. He reached into his vest and pulled out a folded paper. This was posted on the Academy bulletin board this morning. Someone put it up overnight. Naruto unfolded the paper. It was a flyer, cheaply printed, no author credited. The text was brief and vicious. Protect our children. The Jinchuriki's reckless behavior and association with Orochimaru's disciple puts our village at risk. A demon's spawn should not be born within our walls. Concerned citizens, make your voices heard at the next council session. Naruto read it twice. The words blurred on the second reading, not because of tears. He was past tears about this, but because of a rage so deep and so controlled that his vision actually narrowed. Demons spawn, he said quietly. I removed every copy I could find. But they were all over the village this morning. The market, the civilian quarter, outside the hospital. Uruka's voice was tight with a fury he was barely containing. I spoke to Kakashi-sensei. He's ordered them confiscated, but the damage is done. Who wrote them? Anonymous. Printed on standard paper available at any supply shop. Whoever did it was careful. Uruka put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. The contact was firm, grounding. This is not the whole village, Naruto. This is fear. And fear is loud, but it's not universal. Naruto folded the flyer carefully and put it in his pocket. His hands were steady. His breathing was even. Inside him, Kurama's chakra roiled with a fury that matched his own, but he held it, contained it, refused to let it become the reaction the flyer's author wanted. Demons spawn. He said again, and this time there was something in his voice that made Uruka's hand tighten on his shoulder. Not anger. Something colder. Something that sounded like a line being drawn. They don't get to call my kid that. No, Uruka agreed. They don't. The flyers changed the calculus. Until now, the opposition had been institutional, the elders, the council, the formal machinery of village governance. The flyers were something else. They were street level, grassroots. The voice of ordinary citizens who'd been emboldened by the council's public scrutiny to express what they'd been thinking privately. Naruto brought the flyer to Shikamaru's that evening and laid it on the shogi board without comment. Shikamaru read it, and his shadow went absolutely still, the Nara equivalent of a killing rage. This is organized, Shikamaru said. The distribution pattern, all over the village, same night, no witnesses, that's not a single angry person. That's a campaign. The elders? Not directly. They're too smart for that, but someone connected to them, probably. Someone who understood that the council sessions were moving too slowly and decided to apply pressure from below. He picked up the flyer and studied it like a code to break. This targets civilians. The language, protect our children, demons spawn, it's designed to activate parental fear. It's not aimed at the shinobi population. It's aimed at the people who don't understand chakra politics and just want their kids to be safe. How do we counter it? With the truth. But the truth is complicated and nuanced and doesn't fit on a flyer. Shikamaru set the paper down. We need the public to hear from someone they trust. Not you, you're the subject of the controversy. Not Kakashi, he's the Hokage, and his support could be dismissed as institutional bias. We need someone who stands outside the power structure, someone with credibility and emotional authority. They looked at each other. Uruka, Naruto said. Uruka, Shikamaru confirmed. Everyone in this village either was his student or has a kid who is. He's the most trusted civilian interface shinobi in Konoha. If he speaks publicly in your defense, it carries weight that no political argument can match. I can't ask him to put himself out there like that. The elders will target anyone who supports me openly. You won't have to ask him. If I know Uruka-sensei, and I do, he taught me too, he's already planning something. The man who stood in front of a giant shuriken to protect you when you were 12 isn't going to sit quietly while someone calls your kid a demon's spawn. Shikamaru cracked his neck. Leave Uruka to me. I'll give him the strategic framework. His sincerity will do the rest. What about the root investigation? Moving. Sai's names are being cross-referenced with our intelligence. 2 of the former operatives have been located, one in a border town, one closer than we expected. She's actually living in the civilian district under a false name. He paused. And I found something in the financial trail, something big. How big? Big enough to end careers. Shikamaru pulled out a thick folder and spread its contents across the board. Financial records, transaction logs, property deeds. Root's funding didn't just come from diverted village budgets. There was external money. Private money. I traced a series of payments from a commercial holding company that's registered in the fire capital. Who owns it? On paper, a consortium of minor nobles. In practice, Shikamaru pointed to a specific document. The beneficial owner is a trust administered by the Fire Daimyo's household office, the same office that employs Sajiro. The room went quiet. Outside, the evening insects had started their chorus. Inside, the implications of what Shikamaru had just said expanded like a shockwave. The daimyo funded Root, Naruto said. Not directly. Through cutouts and intermediaries. Enough layers of separation to maintain deniability. But the money trail is there, and once you know where to look, it's not subtle. Shikamaru's voice was careful, measured. This is bigger than the elders, Naruto. This is the fire court financing a shadow military inside its own hidden village. That's not a scandal, that's a constitutional crisis. If we expose this, we're not just challenging Himura and Koharu. We're challenging the daimyo himself. And the daimyo has the legal authority to dissolve the village council, replace the Hokage, and restructure Konoha's governance from scratch. He met Naruto's eyes. We need to be absolutely certain before we play this card, because if we swing and miss, the counterstrike will be devastating. How long until we're certain? The financial trail is solid. What I need is corroboration, testimony, documents, anything that confirms the connection between the payments and Root operations. If Yugao or one of the other operatives can provide that, we're in business. Naruto nodded. His mind was racing, spinning through scenarios and counter-scenarios like a sparring match played at the speed of thought. This was the Naruto that Shikamaru had talked about, the strategic one, the one who'd formed alliances with tailed beasts and built coalitions during the war. We hold the daimyo connection in reserve, Naruto said. It's our biggest weapon, so we don't use it first. We start with the elders. Their direct involvement with Root, their corruption, their manipulation of the council system. We present that publicly. If they back down, we don't need to escalate. If they don't, we bring in the daimyo angle and the whole house of cards comes down. Shikamaru's eyebrows rose. That's actually a good strategy. You sound surprised. I'm impressed. There's a difference. Anko said the exact same thing this morning. She's a smart woman. Shikamaru began gathering the documents. 3 days. Give me 3 days to lock down the financial evidence and coordinate with Sai's testimony. Then we move. But they didn't have 3 days. Because the next morning, Anko didn't answer her door. Naruto had come by at his usual time early, before the village was fully awake, when the streets were empty enough that his visits to her apartment didn't attract attention. He knocked. No answer. Knocked again. Nothing. The window was locked from inside. The door was locked from inside. And Anko Mitarashi, who answered doors with a kunai in her hand and slept lighter than a cat in a thunderstorm, wasn't responding. He was through the window in under a second. the lock yielding to a burst of wind chakra that was probably excessive, but reflected his state of mind. The apartment was dark. The kitchen was empty. The bathroom was empty. The bedroom door was open and Anko was on the floor. She was conscious, barely. Her eyes were open but unfocused, her skin was ashen, and she was curled on her side with her arms wrapped around her midsection. The sheets were tangled around her legs and a water glass lay shattered on the floor beside her. Anko, he was beside her in a heartbeat, his hands hovering, afraid to touch her, afraid not to. What happened? Are you hurt? Chakra, she managed, her voice was a rasp. Flare. The babies, the network, too much. He didn't wait for more. He scooped her up. She was lighter than she should be, too light. The war's damage still written in the absence of the muscle, and weight she hadn't recovered. And he went through the window with her in his arms and across the rooftops toward Tsunade's compound at a speed that left the morning air shuddering in his wake. Tsunade met them at the door because of course she did. The woman's medical instincts were supernatural. She took one look at Anko and pointed to the treatment room without a word. Naruto laid Anko on the medical table and stepped back, his hands shaking, his heart hammering. Tsunade's hands were already glowing green, the diagnostic jutsu sweeping over Anko's body with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been healing people since before Naruto's parents were born. Her expression was focused, calm, professional, and then it changed. The fetal chakra network. Tsunade said, "It's spiking, producing chakra at a rate that's significantly above normal developmental parameters." What does that mean? It means the baby's chakra is overwhelming Anko's already compromised system. Her own network was damaged by Kabuto's modifications. It doesn't have the capacity to regulate the excess chakra the fetus is generating. Her hands moved, adjusted, glowed brighter. I can stabilize her, but this is going to keep happening. The baby's network will keep growing, keep producing more chakra, and Anko's body needs help managing the overflow. Naruto's blood ran cold. Is she going to be okay? She's going to be fine, right now, but we need a long-term solution. Tsunade's eyes flicked to him. This is your chakra, Naruto. Yours and Kurama's. The baby is producing Uzumaki-level chakra reserves, possibly enhanced by trace amounts of Biju chakra. In a normal host, someone with a healthy, undamaged chakra network, this would be manageable. Anko's network isn't normal, it's scarred. What's the long-term solution? I'm working on it. For now, I'm going to perform a chakra regulation procedure, essentially creating temporary channels to bleed off the excess energy safely. It'll hold for 2 to 3 weeks. Then we'll need to do it again. For the whole pregnancy, possibly. Or until I can find a way to repair the damage to Anko's network, which is a problem I've been thinking about since the war and haven't solved yet. Tsunade's jaw was set. Go, let me work. You can pace in the garden. He paced in the garden. He paced for 3 hours, wearing a visible track in the grass, while Kurama maintained a running analysis of the medical chakra fluctuations he could sense through the walls. The old woman knows what she's doing, the fox said. Anko's chakra is stabilizing, the fetal signature is calming. They'll be fine. You said possibly enhanced by Biju chakra. The baby has your chakra, not mine specifically, but I've been sealed inside you since birth. My chakra has been integrated into your biology at a fundamental level. It would be surprising if your offspring didn't inherit some trace of it. Is that dangerous? No more dangerous than inheriting Uzumaki vitality or Namikaze reflexes. The baby will be powerful. That was inevitable given the parents. A pause. What's dangerous is the environment the baby's growing in. Anko's body was used as a battery by Kabuto. Her chakra pathways were forcibly expanded and then collapsed. It's like trying to run a river through a cracked pipe. Can Tsunade fix it? I don't know, but if anyone can, it's her. Tsunade emerged from the treatment room at noon, her face drawn with the particular exhaustion of sustained medical jutsu. She found Naruto in the garden, standing completely still for the first time in 3 hours, staring at nothing. She's stable, Tsunade said. Sleeping. The chakra regulation channels are holding. The relief hit him like a physical blow. His knees buckled slightly and he caught himself on a garden wall. "Can I see her?" "In a minute. First, sit down." Tsunade pointed at the bench and waited until he complied. Then she sat beside him, and her expression shifted from medic to something more personal. "I need to talk to you about something, and I need you to listen without panicking." That's a great way to make someone panic. Naruto. This complication, the chakra overflow, it's manageable, but it changes the risk profile of the pregnancy. Anko needs to reduce her physical activity. She needs regular medical monitoring. She needs to avoid stress, which I realize is laughable given the current political situation, but I'm saying it anyway. Tsunade's amber eyes were fierce and gentle at the same time. She also needs someone near her who can sense chakra fluctuations and respond quickly. Someone whose own chakra is compatible with the baby's. Me. You. If there's another spike, you can stabilize her with your own chakra, feed it into her system to buffer the overflow until I can get there. Kurama's chakra will be recognized by the fetal network as compatible. It's the best stopgap we have. Then I'll be there. I know you will. That's not what I'm worried about. She paused. What I'm worried about is what this means politically. You being constantly near Anko, staying with her, being seen with her, it's going to inflame the situation. I don't care. I know you don't. And I'm not asking you to care. I'm telling you that the elders will use it. The envoy will use it. Every person in that village who thinks you're behaving irresponsibly will point to this as proof. She leaned forward. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to formally declare Anko a high-risk pregnancy patient requiring the presence of a compatible chakra donor. I'm going to file the medical justification through official channels. And I'm going to dare anyone on that council to challenge the medical opinion of the greatest medic nin in history. Naruto stared at her. You can do that, Naruto. I was Hokage. I'm a Sannin. I can do whatever I want. The question is whether it'll hold up against political pressure, and the answer is, long enough. She stood. Go see her, and bring her something to eat. She hasn't had anything since last night. He brought rice porridge from Tsunade's kitchen and found Anko in the treatment room, propped up on pillows, looking simultaneously furious and exhausted. Her color was better, still pale, but the ashen quality was gone. She was conscious, alert, and angry. I collapsed, she said as he entered. On my own bedroom floor, like a civilian with a fainting spell. You had a chakra overload. That's not fainting. It's undignified. Yeah, well, dignity is overrated. He set the porridge on the bedside table and pulled up a chair. Tsunade says I need to be near you, compatible chakra. I can stabilize you if it happens again. So you're my medical support now. I'm whatever you need me to be. She closed her eyes. The anger drained out of her face, leaving something rower underneath. I hate this. I hate being dependent. I hate that my body, this body that I trained and honed and turned into a weapon, can't handle growing a baby without help. Your body was used against your will by a psychopath who turned you into a chakra battery for a war you didn't start. The damage isn't your fault. The fact that you're alive at all is. If you say a miracle, I'll throw this porridge at you. I was going to say a testament to how insanely tough you are, but sure, miracle works too. She opened one eye. You think I'm tough, Anko. You survived Orochimaru. You survived the cursed seal. You survived Kabuto. And now you're growing a baby that apparently has the chakra reserves of a small biju inside a body that should by all medical logic not be capable of it. Yeah, I think you're tough. Both eyes open now. Looking at him with an expression that was unarmored in a way she normally only allowed in the dark, on bathroom floors at 4 in the morning. The porridge is getting cold, she said. Then eat it. She ate it. He sat beside her and didn't talk, and the silence between them was the warm, dense kind, the kind that exists between people who are past the point of needing to fill the air. When she finished, she put the bowl down and said, Tell me about the investigation. Where are we? So he told her. Everything, the financial trail, the Damio connection, the timeline Shikamaru had laid out. Her eyes sharpened as he spoke, the special Jonin emerging from behind the patient, the strategist displacing the invalid. 3 days, she said. Shikamaru wants 3 days. That was yesterday's timeline. Given what happened today, don't slow down because of me. This, she gestured at the treatment room, the Roman 4, the monitoring seals, doesn't change the strategy. If anything, it accelerates it. The longer this drags on, the more stress I'm under, the worse the medical situation gets. We need this resolved. Anko, I'm serious. Don't you dare use my health as a reason to play it safe. That's exactly what the elders would want, us on the defensive, reacting, letting them set the pace. Her jaw was set, her eyes were fierce. She looked in that moment like someone who would burn down a village to protect what mattered to her. We go on offense, 3 days, and I want to be in the room when it happens. Tsunade said to avoid stress. Then she should have chosen a different patient. Stress and I are old friends. She caught his hand, reached out and grabbed it, her fingers wrapping around his with a grip that was surprisingly strong for someone who'd been on the floor 3 hours ago. Promise me you won't slow down. He looked at her hand around his, at her face, pale and determined and alive, at the monitoring seals pulsing with soft blue light around her bed. I promise. She held his hand for exactly 3 more seconds, then she let go, leaned back against the pillows and closed her eyes. Good. Now go do the thing. I'm going to sleep. At Tsunade's. She's not going to let me leave. You know that. He did know that. He also knew that Anko Mitarashi did not submit to medical care gracefully, and that Tsunade Senju did not accept patients who tried to leave, and that the collision between those 2 forces was going to be spectacular. He left the compound and stepped into the afternoon sun and stood for a moment, just breathing. The garden smelled like flowers and earth and the specific clean scent of medical chakra. Inside the building behind him, the woman carrying his child was sleeping under the care of the greatest healer alive. And in the village ahead of him, the machinery of politics and fear and control was grinding forward, indifferent to medical emergencies and personal feelings and all the small, fragile things that mattered most. 3 days. He went to find Shikamaru. The next 72 hours moved like a current in deep water, fast beneath the surface, deceptively calm above. On the first day, Shikamaru locked down the financial evidence. Working with a team of 2, himself and Ino, whose mind transfer techniques proved invaluable for accessing sealed administrative records without leaving a trace. He compiled a dossier that tracked Root's funding from the Damio's household office through 3 shell companies and into Danzo's operational accounts. The numbers were damning. Over 15 years, approximately 30 million ryo had flowed from the fire court to Root, financing everything from recruitment to assassination operations. On the second day, Sai's network bore fruit. The former Root operative living in Konoha's civilian district, a woman named Toa, who'd served as one of Danzo's intelligence analysts, agreed to speak. Her conditions were anonymity and immunity, which Shikamaru provisionally guaranteed on the strength of Kakashi's authority. Toa's testimony was precise, detailed, and devastating. She confirmed the financial channels, identified specific operations that matched Sai's records, and provided one critical piece of information that Shikamaru hadn't known. The elders had direct knowledge of Root's operations. Not suspected knowledge. Direct. She'd personally delivered briefing scrolls to Hamura's residence on 4 occasions. That same evening, Yugao Yuzuki finally responded. Her message came through Anko's T&I channels. 3 words written on rice paper in a code that Anko deciphered from her bed at Tsunade's compound. I will come. On the 3rd day, Naruto did something nobody expected. He requested a meeting with Anko's old students, not officially. Not through channels. He just showed up at the morning training session where the newly promoted Chunin worked through their routines, and he asked if anyone wanted to spar. 12 Chunin volunteered. Naruto worked with each of them for 15 minutes. No Sage Mode, no Kurama's chakra, just Taijutsu and basic ninjutsu. He corrected stances, suggested improvements, demonstrated techniques, and told them stories about the war in between exchanges. The Chunin, who'd been hearing nothing but scandal and whispers for the past 2 weeks, found themselves talking to a man who was patient and knowledgeable and funny, and nothing like the reckless teenager the flyers described. Word spread. By afternoon, several Jonin had stopped by to watch. By evening, the training session was being discussed in bars and tea shops across the village, and the discussion was notably different from what the flyers had prompted. Not political. Personal. He helped my student with her kunai technique. He showed Tamaru a wind release trick that would have taken him months to figure out. He stayed for 3 hours and didn't ask for anything. Shikamaru called it a masterclass in soft power when Naruto told him about it. Naruto said he just felt like training. The truth, as usual, was somewhere in between. The evening before they were set to move, Naruto sat in Anko's room at Tsunade's compound and read aloud from the pregnancy book while she pretended not to listen. At 12 weeks, he read, the fetus is approximately the size of a lime. Major organs have begun forming. The baby can make a fist. It's making a fist, Anko said from behind her own book. Of course it is. Your genetics. And facial features are becoming more defined. The mother may experience. I know what the mother may experience. I'm experiencing it. Do you want me to stop reading? A pause. No. He kept reading. Outside the window, the sun was setting over Konoha, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Inside, the room was warm and quiet, the monitoring seals humming softly, the air carrying the scent of the herbal tea Tsunade had prescribed for nausea. The size of a lime, Anko said quietly. Not to him. To herself, or to the lime-sized presence inside her that was generating enough chakra to destabilize a special Jonin. Naruto set the book down. Can I ask you something? You're going to anyway. When did you know that you wanted to keep the baby? What was the moment? Anko was quiet for a long time. Her hand moved to her stomach, that gesture he'd seen so many times now, the unconscious protective curl of fingers over the invisible. There wasn't a moment, she said. It wasn't a decision, it was an absence of decision. I sat in the hospital after the medic told me, and I thought about every reason not to. The timing, the situation, my body, my history, your age, the village, everything logical said no. She paused. And then I realized I was already thinking of it as a person, not a complication. Not a consequence. A person. Someone who was going to exist in the world. Someone who would have my eyes and your stupid smile and absolutely no idea what a messed up story they came from. Her voice was rough. I couldn't make that person not exist. I just couldn't. Naruto didn't say anything. He just reached out and put his hand over hers, over the place where the lime-sized person was growing, and they sat like that for a while, as the sun went down and the stars came out and the village settled into its restless sleep. Tomorrow, they would go to war. Not with kunai and jutsu, but with truth and evidence and the fierce, terrifying hope that a system built on secrets could be broken by people who refused to keep them. Hey, Anko. What? I'm glad you couldn't. Her fingers tightened around his. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. At midnight, Naruto left Tsunade's compound and walked home through empty streets. The village was quiet. The moon was full, casting everything in silver and shadow, and the Hokage monument loomed against the sky like a row of silent witnesses. He stopped at his apartment long enough to change clothes and check on the preparations. Shikamaru's dossier was secured. Sai's testimony was ready. Toa's statement had been sealed and witnessed. Yugao was on her way, expected to arrive by morning. Uruka had been briefed and had written something. Naruto didn't know what, but Shikamaru had read it and gone quiet for a full minute, which was unusual enough to be significant. Everything was in place. 3 days of groundwork, weeks of political warfare, a lifetime of being underestimated, all of it converging on tomorrow. He stood in his kitchen and looked at the apartment he'd lived in since he was a child. Small, cluttered, lonely. The apartment of someone who'd been alone so long he'd forgotten what company looked like. Ramen cups and training scrolls, and a photograph of Team 7 on the shelf. 4 people who'd been thrown together by chance and held together by something stronger. He wasn't going to live here much longer. He knew that with a certainty that had nothing to do with strategy and everything to do with the pillow on Anko's couch and the hand she'd held over a lime-sized future. "Tomorrow," he said to the empty room. "Tomorrow," Kurama agreed, and then, because the fox could not resist, "Try to sleep." "You'll need it." "I will, you won't, probably not." He lay down anyway, in the bed that had been his since boyhood, and stared at the ceiling and thought about limes and flyers and financial trails and the sound of Anko's laugh. That short, raw, surprised sound that was becoming his favorite thing in the world. He fell asleep at 3. He dreamed of his mother, not the memory from the seal, but something new, something imagined. Kushina Uzumaki standing in a garden, holding a baby, laughing at something his father had said. She looked up at him across the dream and smiled, and the smile said, "You're doing fine. You're doing fine." He woke at dawn with the smile still in his mind and the day ahead of him, and he got up and got dressed and went to change the world. Or at least the part of it he could reach. Chapter 4. Blood in the Water. Yugao Yuzuki arrived at dawn, and she looked nothing like the Anbu operative Naruto remembered. The woman who walked through Tsunade's garden gate was thin and sun-browned, her purple hair cropped short and streaked with premature gray. She wore civilian clothes, a plain traveling cloak over a simple tunic, and moved with the particular careful awareness of someone who'd been looking over her shoulder for years. But her eyes were the same. Dark, steady, haunted by things she'd chosen to carry rather than forget. Anko met her at the gate. The 2 women stood facing each other for a long moment, former colleagues in a world neither of them had chosen, connected by the specific understanding of people who'd been used and discarded by the same machine. "You look like hell," Anko said. "You look pregnant." Yugao replied, "Guilty." Something passed between them, not a smile exactly, but the ghost of one. The recognition that they were both still alive, which was itself a kind of victory. Naruto hung back and let Anko handle the initial contact. This was her world, the intelligence community, the network of former operatives and T&I contacts who communicated in codes and silences. Anko guided Yugao inside, through Tsunade's manor and into a private room that had been swept for surveillance seals 3 times that morning. The room was small and spare. A table, chairs, Shikamaru was already there along with Sai, whose presence made Yugao freeze in the doorway. "Root," she said. Her hand went to her hip where a sword would have been years ago. "Former Root," Sai said. "Like you." "I was never Root." "You served Root operations for 2 years under designation Crescent 7. You eliminated 3 targets in the Land of Rivers, provided intelligence for the Grass Country infiltration, and served as Danzo's personal courier to the fire court on at least 6 occasions. Sai's voice was neutral, reciting facts. "I know because I was assigned to your file when you went dark. Danzo wanted you found." The color drained from Yugao's face. Anko stepped between them, not physically threatening, just present, a barrier of familiarity and trust. "Sai is with us." Anko said, "He's been with us from the start. Whatever happened under Danzo, whatever any of us did, that's not why we're here." Yugao's jaw worked. Her eyes were bright with something that might have been anger, or might have been the particular anguish of having your worst years recited like a mission log. She looked at Anko, then at Naruto, then at Shikamaru, who was watching the exchange with the patient attention of someone who understood that trust couldn't be rushed. "Why am I here?" Yugao asked. "You're here because the people who built Root are trying to do it again," Shikamaru said. He pushed the financial dossier across the table. "Different name, different target, same playbook. The village elders are working with the Fire Daimyo's court to establish institutional control over the Jinchuriki, over Naruto. They're using his personal life as the excuse, but the mechanism is the same one Danzo used: create a crisis, establish authority, build a cage." Yugao sat down. She didn't touch the dossier. "And you want me to testify?" "We want you to tell the truth," Naruto said. He'd been quiet until now, letting the others handle the delicate work of re-establishing contact. But this was his moment, his voice. About what Root did, about what the elders knew, about what the Damio's court funded. He met her eyes. I know what I'm asking, I know what it costs. You've been hiding for years because the truth was dangerous. But right now, the silence is more dangerous. Yugao looked at the dossier, then at Sai. Then at Anko, who stood with her hand on her stomach and her chin lifted, the posture of a woman who'd stopped hiding from her own story. Hayate. Yugao said quietly. Nobody spoke. Hayate Gecko, her partner, her love, killed during the Chunin exam invasion, the death that Danzo had exploited to recruit her. The wound that had never closed. Danzo came to me at Hayate's funeral, she said. He stood beside me at the grave and said he could give me purpose. That Hayate's death wouldn't be meaningless if I used my grief to protect the village. I was 23, and I just watched the only person who ever loved me die in front of me, and I believed him. Her voice was flat, controlled. The voice of someone who'd told this story to herself 1,000 times in the dark. I believed him for 2 years, and then I realized that the things he was asking me to do, the people he was asking me to kill, had nothing to do with protecting the village. They were political obstacles, rivals. People who asked inconvenient questions. She opened the dossier, read for several minutes. Her face didn't change, but her hands tightened on the pages. I'll testify, she said. Not for you, for Hayate. Because the man who used his death to recruit me is dead, but the system that created him is still alive, and I'm tired of letting it stand. Shikamaru nodded. We'll need a formal statement. Specific operations, dates, names, anything that corroborates the financial trail. I can give you dates and operations. I can give you the names of the courier routes between Root and the Fire Court. I can give you Sajiro. She looked up. I met him twice, face to face. He wasn't using intermediaries, not with the sensitive operations. He came to Root's base himself, sat across from Danzo, and discussed targets like they were going over a shopping list. The room went still. Shikamaru's shadow flickered, the only sign of the intensity behind his calculated expression. You can place Sajiro physically at Root's base. Shikamaru said, twice. I can describe the location, the security protocols, the specific operations that were discussed. Yugao closed the dossier. He was charming both times, brought tea from the capital, made small talk about the weather. Her mouth twisted. The second visit, they discussed the elimination of a journalist named Mori Kenji, who was investigating the Advisory Council's financial irregularities. Sajiro provided the name. Danzo provided the operative. Mori was found dead of an apparent heart attack 2 weeks later. Naruto felt something cold settle in his chest. Not surprise, by now, nothing about Root's brutality surprised him, but a kind of grim confirmation. The charming envoy with the warm eyes and the reasonable voice had sat in a room and ordered a man's death over tea. This changes our approach. Shikamaru said. He was already recalculating, Naruto could see it, the chess pieces rearranging in his mind. With Yugao's testimony, we don't just have financial evidence. We have a direct witness connecting Sajiro to Root operations. That's not a political scandal. That's a criminal case. When do we move? Naruto asked. Today. Shikamaru stood. I need 2 hours to integrate Yugao's statement with the existing dossier, then we take it to Kakashi. They dispersed, Shikamaru to the Nara compound, Sai to retrieve additional documents from his hidden caches, Yugao to a secure room in Tsunade's manor where she'd begin her formal statement. Naruto and Anko were left alone in the small room, the tea untouched and cold. Today, Anko said. Today. She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and straightened the collar of his shirt, a small, domestic gesture that was so at odds with the situation's gravity that it felt like an anchor. Don't do anything stupid, she said. Define stupid. Anything that results in you being injured, imprisoned, or dead. That narrows my options considerably. Her hand stayed on his collar. Her eyes held his. I mean it, Naruto. Whatever happens today in the council with Sajiro, with whoever you come back. You come back here to this compound to me, that's not a request. It's an order. It's a fact. You come back. He covered her hand with his. I'll come back. The morning passed in preparation. Naruto used the time to do something he'd been putting off. A full training session with Kurama's chakra, pushing himself through the forms and techniques he'd developed during the war. Not because he expected combat today. Because the fox had been restless for weeks, the massive consciousness chafing at the political maneuvering that kept them caged in meetings and strategy sessions. And they both needed to remember what they were capable of. He went to the most remote training ground Konoha had, a reinforced area deep in the forest, designed for high-level jutsu practice, ringed with containment seals that could absorb the kind of energy that reshaped landscapes. He stood in the center of the clearing and let Kurama's chakra rise. The golden cloak materialized around him, warm, alive, humming with the combined power of the strongest tailed beast and the last Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Truth-seeking orbs orbited his shoulders. His sensory awareness expanded until he could feel every living thing within a 10-mile radius, every heartbeat, every chakra signature, every insect and bird and human going about their morning. He didn't fight. He just stood there, wrapped in power that could level mountains, and breathed. You're centering yourself, Kurama observed. Good, you'll need it. I'm remembering who I am. There's a difference. Is there? Naruto extended his awareness further. He could feel Konoha, the entire village, a constellation of chakra signatures. Bright points where powerful shinobi moved through their routines. Dimmer clusters of civilians going about their days. The steady, warm pulse of Anko's chakra at Tsunade's compound, and beside it, the new, tiny, fierce signature of the baby. He focused on that. On the lime-sized presence that burned with a brightness completely disproportionate to its size. His child. Growing, developing, already generating enough chakra to overwhelm a special Jonin. Strong. Kurama said, and there was something in his voice, wonder, maybe, or the closest a millennia-old chakra construct could come to it. Your offspring is very strong. Takes after its parents. Don't flatter yourself. The strength comes from the Uzumaki bloodline, possibly from me. You're mostly just the delivery mechanism. Naruto grinned inside the golden cloak. Whatever you say, old fox. He let the chakra recede, the cloak fading, the truth-seeking orbs dissolving back into potential. He stood in the training ground, just a 17-year-old in a blue shirt, blonde hair catching the morning sun, and felt ready, not confident. Ready. There was a difference. Kakashi received them in the Hokage's office at noon. The room was different from the last time Naruto had been here. The paperwork had been organized, or rather, redistributed into different piles, and there was a map of the village on the wall with colored pins marking reconstruction progress. The Hokage hat was on the desk, and Kakashi was behind it, looking like he hadn't slept. Shikamaru laid the dossier on the desk without ceremony. It was thick, over 100 pages of financial records, operational logs, witness statements, and the connecting analysis that tied it all together. Kakashi picked it up, opened it, and began reading. He read for 20 minutes. Nobody spoke. The clock on the wall ticked. Outside, the village hummed. When Kakashi looked up, his eye was hard. This is enough, he said. Enough for what? Naruto asked. Enough to call an emergency session. Enough to present formal charges against the Advisory Council for conspiracy, misuse of public funds, and complicity in unauthorized military operations. He set the dossier down. And enough to demand the recall of the Damio's envoy on grounds of criminal involvement. How do we play it? Shikamaru asked. Kakashi stood and moved to the window. He looked out at the village, the one he'd been entrusted to protect, and his silhouette against the glass was the loneliest thing Naruto had ever seen. I call the emergency session for tonight. Full council, shinobi and civilian, we present the evidence. The witnesses testify. He turned back. And then I do something I've been avoiding since I took this hat. What? I exercise the Hokage's emergency authority to suspend the Advisory Council pending a formal investigation. His voice was quiet and precise and carried the weight of someone who understood exactly what he was doing. It'll be the biggest political crisis in Konoha since the founding. The civilian council will panic. The elders will fight. Sajiro will. He paused. Sajiro will do something. I don't know what. That's what worries me. We have contingencies for Sajiro, Shikamaru said. If he tries to invoke the daimyo's authority, we present the evidence connecting him to Root. That neutralizes his position. And if it doesn't, if the daimyo backs him anyway, then we're in uncharted territory. Shikamaru's shadow lay still on the floor. But we're already in uncharted territory. We have been since the moment this village decided a pregnancy was a national security crisis. Kakashi was quiet for a long moment. Then he picked up the Hokage hat and looked at it, the kanji for fire emblazoned on the front, the symbol of everything this village claimed to stand for. Tonight, he said. 8 o'clock. I'll send the summons. The hours between noon and 8 were the longest of Naruto's life. He went to Tsunade's compound to update Anko. She listened to the plan from her bed, her expression sharp and focused, and her only comment was, "I'm coming." Tsunade said to avoid stress. Walking into a council chamber isn't stress. Letting other people decide my future while I lie in bed, that's stress. He looked at Tsunade, who was standing in the doorway with her arms crossed. The legendary medic nin looked at Anko, then at Naruto, then at the ceiling as if asking a higher power for patience. Fine, Tsunade said. But I'm coming too, and if your vitals drop, I'm pulling you out. Non-negotiable. Deal. Naruto spent the afternoon at his own apartment, alone for the first time in days. He needed the quiet, needed to sit with what was coming and feel its weight without performing composure for anyone else. He sat on his bed and thought about what tonight meant. Not the political mechanics, Shikamaru had those mapped. Not the evidence, it was solid, documented, witnessed. What he thought about was the moment in the council chamber when the truth would land, and the faces of the people he'd spent his whole life trying to impress would have to reckon with what their village had done in the dark. He thought about Himura and Koharu, old people. Tired people, probably. People who'd survived wars and loss and decades of thankless political work. People who believed, in their own way, that they were protecting the village, that controlling the Jinchuriki was necessary, that the ends justified the means. They weren't monsters. They were worse than monsters. They were reasonable people who'd made reasonable-sounding arguments for monstrous things. He thought about Sajiro. The warm smile, the careful words, the man who'd sat across from Danzo and discussed murder over imported tea. Was he evil? Naruto didn't think so. He was something more complicated, a servant of a system, a tool wielded by power, a man who'd made his peace with ugliness by wrapping it in elegant language and diplomatic protocol. He thought about the village, all of it. The people who loved him, and the people who feared him, and the people who were just trying to feed their families and didn't care about any of this. The flyer that called his child a demon spawn, and the Chunin who'd given him a thumbs up on the street, and Chuchai who'd never charged him full price for a bowl of ramen in his entire life. You're doing the thing again, Kurama said. What thing? The thing where you try to understand everyone's perspective. It's noble and useless. Some people's perspectives are wrong. Wrong doesn't mean evil, it means wrong, and the correct response to wrong is not empathy, it's correction. Can't I have both? You can try. Humans usually can't, but you've made a career of doing things humans usually can't. Naruto lay back on his bed. The ceiling was cracked. It had been cracked since Pain's attack, one of those repairs that never quite made the priority list. He'd stared at this crack 1,000 times. 1,000 insomniac nights, 1,000 mornings of getting up alone. Not anymore, Kurama. What? After tonight, whatever happens, I'm moving out of this apartment. Finally, it smells like adolescence and instant noodles. I'm moving in with Anko. The fox was quiet for a beat. She hasn't asked you to. She doesn't ask for things. She just leaves space and waits to see if you're smart enough to fill it. And you think you're smart enough? I think I'm stubborn enough. Close enough. At 7:30, Naruto walked to the administrative building. He walked through the village, not over it, not through shortcuts and back alleys. Through the main streets, in the open, wearing the dark blue shirt that Sakura had brought him because it felt right now, felt like his. He walked past the market, and the tea shops and the scaffolded buildings, and the new construction and the old foundations. And people saw him, and some of them nodded, and some of them looked away, and some of them whispered, and he walked through all of it with his head up and his steps steady. At the entrance to the administrative building, he found a small crowd gathering. Not the formal council members, ordinary people. Civilians and shinobi who'd heard about the emergency session through the village grapevine and come to see what was happening. Some of them carried the flyers. Some of them carried flowers. The crowd was a microcosm of the village's divided heart. Uruka was there, standing near the entrance, and he fell into step beside Naruto without a word. So did Sakura, appearing from a side street with Ino beside her. And Choji, massive and steady, flanking Shikamaru, who arrived from the opposite direction. And Lee, green jumpsuit and all, who positioned himself at Naruto's back with the easy readiness of a man who could disable anyone who got too close. They walked into the building together. Not as a political formation. As friends, the council chamber was standing room only. Every seat was taken, and people lined the walls, senior shinobi who'd demanded entry, civilian leaders who'd argued their way in. Anbu operatives on security detail who kept their masks forward and their attention on everything. Hamura and Koharu were in their elevated seats, and for the first time, Naruto saw cracks in their composure. They hadn't expected an emergency session. They hadn't expected it tonight. Their eyes were sharp and watchful, scanning the room, cataloging the unusual attendance, the tension in the air, the presence of people who didn't normally show up for council business. Sajiro sat in his usual place, and his expression was perfect. Warm, pleasant, curious. The favorite uncle watching the family drama with benign interest. But Naruto could see his eyes moving, quick, calculating sweeps of the room that mapped every face and position. Kakashi stood at the Hokage's podium. He'd shed the hat. The robes were formal, but he wore them like armor now. And his visible eye held the cold clarity that Naruto remembered from the worst moments of the war. The eye of a man who'd made his decision and would see it through. This emergency session of the Konoha Joint Council has been called by the Hokage under Article 7 of the village charter, Kakashi said. His voice carried without effort, filling the underground chamber. The matter before the council is a formal presentation of evidence regarding unauthorized operations conducted under the authority of the Village Advisory Council, in collaboration with external parties, over a period of approximately 15 years. The chamber went dead silent. Hamura leaned forward. Hokage-sama, this is highly irregular. The Advisory Council has not been notified of. The Advisory Council is the subject of the evidence, Kakashi said. Notification would have compromised the investigation. He looked at Shikamaru, present the findings. Shikamaru stepped forward. He'd cleaned up for the occasion, hair still in its usual tail, but his vest was pressed, and his posture was straight, and his expression held none of the lazy disinterest he usually projected. This was the Shikamaru who'd commanded battalions. The Shikamaru who'd made Madara pause. The evidence before the council falls into 3 categories, Shikamaru began: financial, testimonial, and documentary. He held up the dossier. I'll start with the financial record. He spoke for 40 minutes. In a clear, methodical voice, he laid out the paper trail, the shell companies, the diverted funds, the channels that connected the Fire Daimyo's household office to Root's operational budget. He named amounts. He named dates. He named the specific accounts through which the money had flowed, and the specific operations it had funded. The chamber listened in stunned silence. Even the civilian council members, who didn't fully understand the operational implications, could follow the money. Money was a language everyone spoke. When Shikamaru finished the financial presentation, he looked at Kakashi. The Hokage nodded. The council will now hear testimony from witnesses with direct knowledge of the operations described, Shikamaru said. First witness, Sai. Sai came forward. He stood in the center of the chamber floor and spoke in his precise, affectless voice, and the story he told was worse for its lack of emotion. He described his recruitment as a child, his conditioning, the operations he'd been ordered to carry out: surveillance, infiltration, assassination. He named targets. He described methods. He identified Himura and Koharu as recipients of intelligence briefings from Root. When he described his brother, the other child soldier, the one who hadn't survived the conditioning program, his voice didn't change. But his hands, hanging at his sides, closed into fists so tight that his knuckles went white. The chamber was not silent anymore. It was turbulent, whispers, gasps, the particular shocked murmur of people who are hearing something they suspected but never wanted confirmed. In the Shinobi Council seats, Tsume Inuzuka's face was carved from stone. Choza Akamichi had closed his eyes. In the Nara seat, Ino gripped the armrest with white fingers. Second witness, Toa. The former intelligence analyst came forward hooded, her identity protected per Shikamaru's agreement, and her voice was steady as she described the briefing scrolls she'd personally delivered to the advisory council. She provided dates and subjects. She identified codes. She described the specific procedure by which Root communicated with the elders, the dead drops, the cipher keys, the protocols for emergency contact. Third witness, Yugao Yuzuki. She walked to the center of the chamber floor with her hood down and her face exposed and her short gray-streaked hair catching the torchlight. She looked at the room full of people who had no idea what she'd been through, and she started talking. She told them about Hayate, about the funeral, about Danzo's approach. She told them about the 2 years she'd spent carrying out operations she'd been told were necessary. Operations that targeted civilians and journalists and minor political figures who'd gotten in the wrong people's way. She told them about the courier runs to the fire court. And then she told them about Sajiro. I met the envoy twice, Yugao said, and her voice was clear enough to cut glass. Both times at Root's operational base beneath the village, both times in the presence of Shimura Danzo. The first meeting concerned intelligence sharing between Root and the daimyo's court, specifically surveillance reports on the Third Hokage's political activities. The chamber erupted, not in whispers, in shouts. Civilian council members were on their feet. Shinobi were turning to each other with expressions of disbelief and fury. The Anbu security detail shifted, hands moving to weapons. Sajiro hadn't moved. He sat in his chair, and his expression was the same warm, pleasant mask it had always been, and the only thing that changed was his eyes. Something behind them went flat. Dead, the warmth draining out like water from a cracked vessel, revealing the cold, calculated intelligence beneath. The second meeting, Yugao continued, raising her voice over the chaos, concerned the elimination of a journalist named Mori Kenji. Sajiro Dono provided the target's name and location. Danzo assigned the operative. The journalist was killed 2 weeks later. She stepped back. The chamber was in uproar. Kakashi raised his hand, and the Anbu pounded the floor with their spear staves, and the sound cracked through the noise like thunder. Order, Kakashi said. Once, quietly. And the chamber went silent because the Sixth Hokage's quiet voice was more terrifying than anyone else's shout. Kakashi turned to Sajiro. Envoy, you've heard the testimony. Do you wish to respond? Every eye in the chamber swiveled to the daimyo's man. Sajiro stood. He adjusted his robes with the easy precision of a man who'd been cornered before and never lost his composure. When he spoke, his voice was as warm and pleasant as ever, and it was the most chilling thing Naruto had ever heard. The testimony presented is compelling, Sajiro said, and largely accurate. The chamber went silent in a different way, the silence of shock. Nobody had expected him to admit it. The daimyo's relationship with the Foundation, with Root, was one of mutual benefit. The Fire Country faces threats that require responses beyond conventional military channels. Root provided that capability. The Advisory Council facilitated the partnership. These are facts. He spread his hands. The question is not whether these operations occurred. The question is whether they served the nation's interests. I believe they did. You're admitting to conspiracy, Shikamaru said, and for the first time, his voice held an edge of surprise. I'm providing context. Conspiracy implies secrecy for personal gain. What I'm describing is statecraft, the messy, uncomfortable, necessary work of keeping a nation safe in a world of competing powers. Sajiro's gaze swept the chamber. Every person in this room benefits from the stability that work provided. Every merchant who trades safely on Fire Country roads, every farmer whose land hasn't been invaded, every child who sleeps without fear of foreign attack. And the journalist? Yugao's voice cut from the back of the room. Did Mori Kenji threaten the nation's stability? Or just the daimyo's reputation? Seijiro's mask didn't slip, but it strained. Regrettable casualties are an inevitable consequence of don't. Naruto's voice stopped Seijiro mid-sentence. He hadn't planned to speak. Shikamaru's strategy hadn't called for him to speak. But something inside him, something that remembered the flyers and the council chambers and the cold eyes of people who saw him as an asset rather than a person, broke the surface. He stepped forward into the center of the chamber floor. The torchlight caught his face, and he looked in that moment exactly like his father, the same blue eyes, the same set jaw, the same absolute refusal to accept an unacceptable answer. Don't call murder a regrettable casualty, Naruto said. Don't wrap it in words like statecraft and national interest. A man was killed because he asked questions. A woman, he gestured to Yugao, was recruited through her grief and turned into an assassin. Children were taken from their homes and conditioned into weapons. He looked at Sai. He lost his brother. She lost her life. He looked at the chamber, at the faces stacked in their tears, at the village that was his and always had been despite everything. This is what you built. This is what the system produced, not security, not stability. Murder and manipulation and the destruction of everyone who got in the way. The chamber was utterly still. I'm not angry about the pregnancy, Naruto said. I'm not angry about the council sessions or the flyers or the envoy with his scrolls and his offers. I'm angry about this. He pointed at the dossier on the podium. I'm angry that the people who did this are the same people trying to tell me I'm a threat to the village, that my child is dangerous, that I need to be controlled. He turned to Hamura and Koharu. They sat in their elevated seats, and for the first time in their long careers they looked small. Old and small and caught. You knew, Naruto said. You knew about all of it. The operations, the funding, the murders. You knew about Sai's brother. You knew about Yugao. You knew about every person Root destroyed. And you sat in those chairs and talked about village security and propriety while the blood was still drying. Hamura opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Koharu tried. The village required protection. Not a shadow government that killed its own citizens. Naruto's voice hadn't risen. It hadn't needed to. You don't get to talk about what the village requires. Not anymore. He stepped back. The chamber hung in suspended silence, the kind that comes before everything changes. Kakashi stepped to the podium. Based on the evidence and testimony presented, I am exercising the Hokkage's emergency authority under Article 12 of the Village Charter to suspend the Advisory Council pending a formal investigation. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane are relieved of their positions effective immediately. They will remain within the village under supervision until the investigation is complete. He paused. Additionally, I am formally requesting the recall of the daimyo's envoy, Sajiro, on grounds of criminal complicity in unauthorized operations against Fire Country citizens. The chamber erupted. What happened next was chaos, not the dangerous kind, not yet, the political kind. Voices raised in argument and accusation, council members turning on each other, civilian representatives demanding explanations from shinobi who didn't have them. The careful power structure that had held Konoha together since the founding was cracking along fault lines that had been there for decades, invisible until someone applied enough pressure to break them open. Naruto stood in the center of it and watched. Himura and Koharu were escorted from the chamber by Anbu, not roughly but firmly, with the specific protocol reserved for high-ranking officials being detained. They went quietly. Himura's face was blank. Koharu's held something Naruto hadn't expected: relief. As if the weight of the secret had been heavier than the consequences of its exposure. Sajiro departed with his samurai escort, and his composure held until the door closed behind him, but Naruto caught the moment his pleasant mask fractured. A tightening of the jaw, a narrowing of the eyes, the micro-expressions of a man recalculating a position that had just collapsed beneath him. Shikamaru materialized at Naruto's elbow. "We need to go, now." "Why?" "Because Sajiro just lost his political position, which means he's about to fall back on his other assets, and his other assets aren't political." Shikamaru's eyes were scanning the exits. "He didn't come to Konoha with just a samurai escort. I've had Ino monitoring the diplomatic compound. There's a secondary team, non-samurai, non-standard, that arrived separately 3 days ago and has been kept out of sight." Naruto's combat instincts kicked in like a switch being thrown. "How many?" "6. Skilled. My best guess is former root operatives who were never reintegrated into Anbu, freelancers who maintain connections to the Fire Court's intelligence apparatus." "Anko," Naruto said. They moved. Not walked, moved, with the fluid urgency of shinobi who'd been through a war and could read the difference between inconvenience and danger. Shikamaru kept pace, his shadow stretching through the underground corridors as they headed for the surface. "Sai," Shikamaru called behind them. The pale shinobi appeared from the crowd with the eerie silence of someone who'd been trained to be invisible. "Go to Tsunade's compound. Now, protect Anko." Sai was gone before Shikamaru finished the sentence, his increated bird forming in midair as he vaulted through a window. They burst onto the street. The night was clear, cool, the kind of autumn evening that smelled like smoke and fallen leaves. The village was still buzzing from the council session. People in the streets, animated conversations, the excited hum of a population processing a political earthquake. Naruto reached for Kurama's sensory awareness and expanded it, flooding his perception with the chakra signatures of everything within range. He found Anko immediately. Tsunade's compound, the treatment room. Her signature was warm and steady, the baby's smaller pulse nested within it. He found Tsunade beside her, strong, bright, unmistakable. He found Sai's signature moving fast, already closing on the compound, and he found 6 unfamiliar signatures converging from 3 directions on Tsunade's position. "They're already moving," Naruto said. His voice had changed, not louder. Quieter, the voice he used in combat when the noise fell away and everything became very clear and very simple. 6 hostiles, 3 approach vectors. They'll hit the compound in 4 minutes. "Go," Shikamaru said. "I'll coordinate Anbu backup." Naruto went. He crossed the village in 90 seconds. Not over the rooftops, through them, moving at a speed that turned the world into a blur of tile and wood and startled faces. Kurama's chakra surged beneath his skin, not the full cloak, but the baseline enhancement that turned him from fast to something beyond measurement. He landed on Tsunade's wall like a cat, silent, and dropped into the garden. Sai was already there. He'd taken position at the garden gate, ink brush in hand, 3 painted lions already materializing on the ground around him. He glanced at Naruto, and his expression communicated everything. They're close. Naruto moved to the treatment room door. Inside, he could hear Tsunade's voice, calm, authoritative, the voice of a woman who'd survived more attempts on her life than she could count. "Anko, stay down." "Like hell I'm staying down. Your chakra levels are, give me a kunai." Naruto pushed open the door. Anko was on her feet, which didn't surprise him. She was in a defensive stance, which didn't surprise him either. What surprised him was the monitoring seal array on her wrist, pulsing amber, a warning color that meant her chakra levels were fluctuating in ways that Tsunade didn't like. "Get back in bed," Naruto said. "Don't you start." "Anko, there are 6 operatives converging on this compound. They're root-trained. They're here because of what happened in the council chamber, and I need to deal with them without worrying about you being on your feet." She stared at him. He stared back, and something passed between them, not an argument, not a negotiation, an understanding. "Come back," she said, the same words as this morning, the same weight. "I will." She sat down, not because she was afraid, because she trusted him. Naruto turned to Tsunade. "Seal the room. Full medical barrier. Don't let anyone through who isn't me, Sai, or Shikamaru." "I know how to protect a patient," Tsunade said, and her hands were already moving, chakra flaring as the room's barrier seals activated. The air shimmered and went dense with protective energy. Naruto stepped back into the garden and closed the door behind him. The night was quiet. The garden was dark. The moon hung overhead, indifferent and silver. The first operative came over the north wall. Naruto felt him before he saw him, a tight, controlled chakra signature, suppressed to near invisibility. Root training. The operative was dressed in black, masked, moving with the fluid efficiency of someone who'd been doing this since childhood. He landed in the garden without a sound, and his hand came up with a tanto drawn, the blade dark with some coating that Naruto suspected wasn't decorative. Naruto hit him before his feet fully settled. One step, one strike, a palm to the chest that sent the operative backwards into the wall hard enough to crack the stone. The man crumpled. Not dead. Incapacitated. Naruto didn't kill people who didn't need killing, and this man was a weapon, not a decision-maker. The second and third came together, flanking from east and west. Sai's ink lions intercepted the eastern approach, 2 painted beasts slamming into the operative with the surprising solidity of high-level ninjutsu constructs. The operative managed to dissolve one with a fire technique before the second drove him to the ground. The western operative was better. Faster. He came through the garden gate, with a spinning chain weapon that arced for Naruto's throat with the precise trajectory of someone who'd killed before and didn't hesitate. Naruto ducked, caught the chain on his forearm. The links bit through his sleeve but couldn't penetrate the chakra-reinforced skin beneath, and pulled. The operative came with the chain, and Naruto's knee met his midsection with enough force to end the engagement. The man folded. His weapon clattered on the garden stones. 3 down. 3 to go. The 4th came from above, a vertical drop from a tree overhanging the compound, aimed at the treatment room's roof. Naruto didn't intercept him. He didn't need to. Tsunade's barrier seal caught the operative midair and held him, suspended in a web of crackling medical chakra, immobilized and thrashing. From inside the treatment room, Tsunade's voice. "I said I know how to protect a patient." 5 came from below. The ground beneath the garden erupted, and 2 operatives burst upward from an Earth-style tunnel, coordinated, professional, one going for Sai and one going for Naruto. They moved like mirror images, the synchronized attack patterns of a team that had trained together for years. Sai met his attacker with a blade that materialized from ink. The 2 engaged in a rapid-fire exchange of strikes that would have been beautiful if it weren't lethal, Tanto meeting Tanto in a series of sparks and redirections. Naruto caught his attacker's first strike on his palm, barehanded, the blade stopping against skin that Kurama's chakra had hardened to the consistency of iron. The operative's eyes widened behind his mask. He was fast. He was good. He'd been trained by the best shadow military program in the shinobi world, but Naruto had fought gods. He didn't use jutsu. He didn't use the cloak. He used taijutsu, pure, clean, devastating. 3 strikes. A knee to the thigh to collapse the stance. An elbow to the jaw to disorient. A palm strike to the chest to finish it. The operative went down. Sai finished his engagement a moment later with a technique that pinned his opponent to the ground with ink restraints. The garden was silent again. 6 operatives, all neutralized. Elapsed time, roughly 2 minutes. Naruto stood in the garden with his breathing steady and his hands at his sides and moonlight on his face, and he thought about what Anko had said weeks ago. Gossip is worse than goddesses. Goddesses you can punch. This was somewhere in between. Not a goddess, not gossip. Just 6 people sent to hurt the woman he loved and the child she carried, by a system that had been hurting people for decades under the cover of necessity and national interest. He dealt with the 6 people. Now, he needed to deal with the system. Shikamaru arrived with an ambush squad 3 minutes later. The operatives were secured, their masks removed, their identities logged. 4 of them were former Root, names that appeared in Sai's records, operatives who'd been ostensibly deactivated after Danzo's death, but had clearly maintained their skills and their connections. The other 2 were something else. Shikamaru's examination of their equipment turned up identification from the Fire Damio's personal security detail. Not samurai, not military. Intelligence operatives attached to the court. He brought assassins, Shikamaru said quietly. Sajiro brought assassins into the village, disguised as support staff. The implications radiated outward like cracks in ice. The daimyo's envoy hadn't just been here to assess and advise. He'd been here with a contingency plan. If the political approach failed, if the scandal didn't provide enough leverage, if the fitness evaluation didn't stick, there was a backup option. Not to kill Naruto, who was too powerful and too visible. To target Anko, the vulnerability, the pressure point. Naruto felt something shift inside him. Not rage, he was past rage, something colder. A clarity that bordered on the terrible. The understanding that the system he'd been trying to work within had sent people to kill his family, and that no amount of political maneuvering was going to change the fundamental nature of that system. "Where is Sajiro now?" he asked. "The diplomatic compound, under Anbu surveillance." "Not for long. Naruto, I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to have a conversation." He looked at Shikamaru with eyes that the Nara had only seen once before, during the war, in the moment before Naruto had faced the Ten Tails. The eyes of someone who'd made a decision so absolute that the universe could feel it. "Trust me," Naruto said. Shikamaru hesitated. His shadow twitched on the ground, the Nara instinct for control warring with his trust in his friend. Then he stepped aside. "Don't create an international incident," Shikamaru said. "No promises." The diplomatic compound was locked down, Anbu at every entrance, barrier seals active, the samurai escort confined to their quarters. Sajiro's suite was on the 2nd floor, lit from within by soft lamplight, the silhouette of a man visible through the paper screens. Naruto didn't use the door. He didn't use the window. He stood in the courtyard below the suite and let Kurama's chakra cloak manifest, not the full transformation, just the initial stage. Golden light poured from his body, the whisker marks on his cheeks deepening, his eyes shifting to vertical slits. The truth-seeking orbs materialized behind him, dark and absolute. The Anbu around the compound froze. Several of them took involuntary steps back. One of them, a veteran who'd served through the war, dropped to one knee in what might have been respect or might have been survival instinct. Naruto rose. Not jumped, rose, the chakra lifting him smoothly until he was level with the 2nd-floor balcony, floating in midair like something from a legend. He looked through the paper screen at Sajiro, who was sitting at a desk, writing with the calm focus of a man who always had a letter to send. The envoy looked up. And for the first time, the very first time, his mask cracked all the way through. Not into fear, into recognition. The recognition of a man who had spent his life managing power and was now looking at the real thing, unmanaged, uncontained, hovering outside his window like a golden sun. Naruto pushed through the screen without touching it. The paper dissolved in the chakra's proximity, curling away like leaves in a fire. He landed on the balcony, and the golden light filled the room, casting sharp shadows that made Sajiro's face look like a woodcut, all angles and hollows. "You sent people to kill Anko," Naruto said. His voice was quiet. The chakra hummed around him, vast and warm and terrible. Sajiro set down his pen. His hand was steady. I sent people to secure an asset. She's not an asset. Everyone is an asset. Every person is a piece on a board. That's not cruelty, that's the way power works. You understand power, I've seen it. I understand power. Naruto stepped closer. The truth-seeking orbs orbited slowly behind him, each one containing enough destructive potential to erase a city block. I also understand this. If anyone touches her again, anyone, from any village, any court, any system, I will come for them. Not with politics, not with evidence, not with council sessions and dossiers and legal arguments. He let the words land. I will come for them as what I am. And what I am is the single most powerful force on this continent. Sajiro looked at him. The calculation was visible, the envoy's mind running scenarios, evaluating options, measuring the distance between threat and promise. You'd start a war, Sajiro said, over a woman and an unborn child. Yes. The word was simple. Absolute. It contained no negotiation and no ambiguity, and it settled into the room like a stone into still water. Sajiro leaned back in his chair. Something shifted in his expression. Not the pleasant mask, not the calculating intelligence, but something older and more tired. The face of a man who'd been playing games for so long he'd forgotten what sincerity looked like, and was now looking at it and finding it disorienting. You're serious, he said. I've never been more serious about anything in my life. Silence. The golden light pulsed. Outside, the village lay sleeping under the stars, unaware that the balance of power was being renegotiated in a second-floor suite by a 17-year-old god and a middle-aged bureaucrat. What do you want? Sajiro asked. I want you to leave. Tonight, go back to the capital. Tell the Damio what happened. Tell him about the evidence, the testimony, the council suspension. And tell him this. Konoha's internal affairs are Konoha's business. The Jinchuriki is not an asset to be managed. The village is not a subsidiary of the fire court. And if the Damio sends anyone else, anyone, to interfere with my family, with my village, or with the people I protect, I will take it as a declaration of hostilities. You're threatening the fire Damio. I'm stating a boundary. The Damio can interpret it however he likes. Sajiro was quiet for a long time. The lamplight flickered. A moth had gotten in somehow and was circling the flame with the patient determination of a creature that couldn't help itself. You know, Sajiro said slowly, Danzo said something about you once, years ago before anyone knew your name. He said the fourth Hokage's legacy would either be the village's greatest weapon or its greatest threat. He spent his entire career trying to ensure you became the former. A pause. It seems you've become neither. I've become a person. That's the one thing none of you planned for. Sajiro almost smiled. Not the warm, practiced smile, something smaller and realer. No, we didn't plan for that. He stood. I'll leave tonight, but Uzumaki-san, this isn't over. The Daimyo doesn't forgive easily and he doesn't forget. You've bought time, not peace. Time is enough, for now. Naruto let the cloak fade. The golden light receded, the truth-seeking orbs dissolved, and he was just a teenager again, standing in a ruined paper doorway with the night behind him. He turned to leave. Uzumaki-san, he paused. For what it's worth, Sajiro said. You would have made Danzo very, very nervous. Good. He dropped from the balcony, landed in the courtyard, and walked away through the compound gate. The Anbu watched him go. The night swallowed him up. And behind him, Sajiro began packing his things with the meticulous efficiency of a man who knew when a game was lost. Naruto went back to Tsunade's compound. The garden was still torn up from the fight, cracked walls, scorched grass, the impact marks of bodies against stone. Anbu forensic teams were processing the scene, cataloging evidence. Shikamaru stood near the gate, directing operations with the quiet authority that came naturally to him now. He looked up when Naruto appeared. International incident? Contained? Sajiro, leaving tonight. Shikamaru studied him for a long moment, then he nodded. Good, go see Anko. She's been threatening to break out of the treatment room for the last hour. Tsunade's about to sedate her. The treatment room barrier was still active. Naruto pressed his palm against it, and the seal recognized his chakra and parted, allowing him through. Inside, Anko was sitting on the edge of the medical table with her arms crossed and her jaw set, and her monitoring seals pulsing a steady, healthy green. Tsunade stood by the wall, looking like she'd aged 5 years in the last 2 hours. "He's fine," Tsunade said to Anko. "See, fine. Can you please stop trying to punch through my barrier?" "I wasn't punching through it, I was testing it." "You were punching through it. I designed that barrier." "I know the difference." Naruto crossed the room and stood in front of Anko. She looked up at him, checking for injuries, reading his face, running through the mental checklist of a woman who'd been trained to assess damage. "You came back," she said. "I said I would." "You also said you wouldn't do anything stupid." "Define stupid." "Did you threaten the Damio's envoy in his own quarters while wrapped in the power of a tailed beast?" "It's possible that happened." Anko stared at him, then she laughed, not the short, raw, surprised sound. A real laugh, full, warm, the kind of laugh that transformed her face and erased the shadows and made her look like someone who just remembered what joy felt like. She pulled him forward by the front of his shirt and pressed her forehead against his. The contact was warm, intimate. The closest they'd been since that night before the war, and infinitely more real. "You're impossible," she whispered. "Yeah, and reckless." "Yeah, and she stopped. Her breath hitched. "I'm glad you're impossible and reckless. Don't tell anyone I said that. Wouldn't dream of it." They stayed like that, foreheads together, breathing the same air, while Tsunade quietly left the room and closed the door behind her. Outside, the Anbu worked and Shikamaru strategized, and the village processed the earthquake that had just reshaped its political landscape. Inside, 2 people held on to each other and let the world spin without them for a moment. Anko. "What? I'm moving in." She pulled back and looked at him. Her eyes were bright. "I don't recall offering." "I'm moving in. Your couch, your apartment, your kitchen where you can't cook and I can." "I'm moving in because Tsunade says I need to be near you for medical reasons, and because Shikamaru says it's strategically sound, and because I want to. In that order." "In that order?" "Okay, in reverse order." She held his gaze. The monitoring seals pulsed green. Outside, a bird sang, the first bird of morning, because somehow the entire night had passed and dawn was coming. "There's a drawer in the bedroom," Anko said. "Second from the top. It's empty." "You emptied a drawer." "I emptied a drawer. Don't make it weird." He kissed her forehead. Not her mouth, her forehead. Light, careful, a promise, not a claim. "I won't make it weird," he said. Outside the window, the sun broke over Konoha. Golden light spilled across the village, touching rooftops and streets and faces, some of them afraid, some of them angry, some of them hopeful. A village in crisis. A village in transition. A village that was, despite everything, waking up to a new day. In the treatment room, Naruto and Anko sat side by side as the dawn came in, and neither of them said anything, because some mornings are too full for words. Kurama, for once, was silent too. But somewhere in the depths of the seal, a 9-tailed fox who'd been alive since the beginning of chakra felt something he hadn't felt in centuries. Hope, not for the world, not for the village, not for systems or institutions or the grand sweep of history. Hope for 2 people, and a lime-sized future that burned with a light so fierce, it might just be enough. Chapter 5. The will of fire. The drawer was too small. Naruto stood in Anko's bedroom with an armful of clothes, the sum total of his wardrobe, which wasn't much, and stared at the single drawer she'd cleared for him. It was the second from the top in a narrow dresser wedged between the weapons rack and the window, and it could hold maybe 3 shirts and a pair of pants if he folded everything with surgical precision. "This is not going to work," he said. Anko leaned in the doorway, a cup of tea in her hand, watching him with the particular amusement of someone who'd lived alone for 15 years and was now observing another human being attempt to occupy her space. "You said you didn't own much." "I don't own much." "But I own more than 1 drawer's worth of much. There's space under the bed." He looked under the bed. There were 7 kunai, a spring-loaded trap mechanism, and what appeared to be a half-eaten stick of dango from an indeterminate era. "I'll clean it out," Anko said without a trace of embarrassment. "The kunai stay. Why are there kunai under your bed? Because that's where assassins come through the window. You'd know that if you'd ever been assassinated." "I have been assassinated. Multiple times. I just healed." "Show off." He shoved the clothes into the drawer. Badly, with the spatial reasoning of someone who'd never shared living space with another person, and turned to find Anko watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Not amusement anymore. Something quieter. Something that lived in the space between surprise and gratitude. "What?" he asked. "Nothing, it's just strange, having someone else's things in my space." She sipped her tea. "Good strange, but strange." 3 days had passed since the council session. 3 days since the elders' suspension, Sajiro's departure, the attack on the compound. 3 days of fallout, political, social, emotional, that had reshaped the village's landscape as thoroughly as Payne's assault had reshaped its geography. Naruto had moved in on the 2nd day, carrying a single bag through Anko's front door, the front door. Because Anko had threatened to seal the windows shut if he used them one more time, and setting it down in the hallway with the unearned confidence of someone who'd faced the Ten Tails and figured a cohabitation arrangement couldn't possibly be harder. He was wrong. The Ten Tails had been significantly less complicated. Anko had systems. Systems for where things went in the kitchen, systems for which weapons hung where on the rack, systems for the order of operations in the morning. Tea first, then stretches, then breakfast. Then the precise arrangement of shoes by the door that Naruto had violated within 30 seconds of moving in. "Your shoes are in the wrong place. They're by the door. They're by the door in the wrong configuration. Left shoe on the outside, right shoe on the inside, toes pointing toward the exit." Why? Because if someone kicks the door in, you grab the outside shoe first with your dominant hand while your left foot finds the inside shoe, and you're mobile in under 2 seconds. Naruto stared at her. "You've timed this. Orochimaru's base had irregular attack drills. You adapted or you died." She said it casually, the way other people mentioned weather. Old habits. He rearranged his shoes. He learned her systems. He figured out which cabinets were for food and which were for weapons, and that the cabinet that looked like it was for food but was actually for explosive tags was never, under any circumstances, to be opened quickly. He learned that she took her tea with 1 sugar and no milk, that she folded towels in thirds rather than halves, that she slept on the left side of the bed with a kunai under her pillow and woke at the slightest sound. He slept on the couch. They hadn't discussed the alternative, and Naruto wasn't going to push. The drawer was enough. The drawer was a continent. On the 3rd morning, which was today, he stood in the too small bedroom with his too many clothes and felt something he hadn't felt since childhood. Not happiness. Happiness was simple and he'd felt it before, in bursts and flashes. This was more specific. The feeling of being somewhere you were supposed to be, the feeling of feet on solid ground. "Stop making that face," Anko said. "What face?" "The one where you look like a puppy that's been let inside for the first time. It's distracting." He grinned. She rolled her eyes, and the morning moved on. The village was in a state that Shikamaru called productive chaos. The elder's suspension had detonated like a paper bomb in a library. Every assumption, every alliance, every carefully maintained political equilibrium had been disrupted. And in the vacuum, people were scrambling. The civilian council, deprived of its traditional power brokers, had fragmented into factions, some demanding the elders' reinstatement, some calling for deeper investigation, some simply confused about who was in charge. The Shinobi Council was more unified but cautious, aware that the investigation was ongoing and that aligning too strongly in any direction could backfire. Kakashi managed the chaos with the exhausted competence of a man who'd been managing crises his entire life. Daily briefings. Reassurance statements. The careful distribution of information designed to keep people informed without inciting panic. He looked like he hadn't slept in a week, which was probably accurate. The investigation is proceeding, Kakashi told Naruto during one of their morning meetings in the Hokage's office. Anbu interrogation teams are interviewing the captured operatives from the compound attack. 2 of them are talking, the others are resistant. Root conditioning, partial. The psychological modifications Danzo used weren't perfect, they degraded over time without reinforcement, but the loyalty patterns are deep. It'll take time to get full cooperation. He rubbed his eye. The bigger issue is the daimyo. Sajiro's departure created a diplomatic gap. The fire court hasn't communicated with us since he left, which is either very good or very bad. Which one do you think? I think it's the daimyo waiting to see which way the wind blows before committing to a response. He's a political animal. He doesn't react, he calculates. Right now, he's calculating whether it's more beneficial to condemn Sajiro's actions and distance himself from Root, or to double down and claim everything was sanctioned. If he doubles down, then we have a constitutional crisis. The daimyo, technically, has the authority to override the Hokage on matters of national security. If he claims Root's operations were authorized by the Crown, the legal basis for the investigation collapses. Kakashi leaned back. Which is why we need to make the investigation's findings public before he makes that decision. If the people of the Fire Country, not just Konoha, but the entire nation, know what Root did, the daimyo can't condone it without destroying his own legitimacy. Go public how? That's Shikamaru's department. He has a plan, you should talk to him. A pause. And Naruto, the council session I called for tomorrow, you need to be there, not just present, visible, speaking. The village needs to see you leading, not hiding. I'm not hiding. I know that, they don't. The rumor mill has been running overtime. Half the village thinks you threatened the daimyo's envoy with the power of a tailed beast. I mean, that's not entirely inaccurate. Kakashi's eye did the thing it did when he was trying very hard not to smile. Which is exactly why you need to show them the other version. The reasonable one, the one they'd follow into the Hokage's chair. Shikamaru's plan was elegant. It was also insane. He laid it out over lunch at the Nara compound. The 2 of them sitting across the shogi board that had become their unofficial war table. Steaming bowls of rice and grilled fish between them that Shikamaru's mother had prepared with the aggressive hospitality of a woman who believed all problems could be solved with adequate nutrition. We hold a public assembly, Shikamaru said. Not a council session, those are closed, political, associated with the machinery people are starting to distrust. A public assembly, open to every citizen of Konoha, we present the evidence, we let the witnesses speak, we let the village decide what it thinks. That's Shikamaru, that's never been done. Exactly. The village's political system was designed to keep information controlled, council sessions are closed, intelligence is classified. Decisions are made by a handful of people in an underground room and presented to the public as accomplished facts. That system is what allowed Root to exist for 15 years without anyone noticing. He picked up a shogi piece, the king, and set it in the center of the board. We break the system by going around it. Direct appeal to the people. Transparency. Radical, unprecedented, terrifying transparency. And if the people don't like what they hear, then we lose. But we lose honestly. And honestly losing is still better than dishonestly winning, because a victory built on the same secrecy we're trying to expose isn't a victory. It's just a different flavor of Root. Naruto ate his rice and thought about it. The shogi piece sat in the center of the board, alone, and something about its position, exposed, unprotected, surrounded by empty space, felt right in a way he couldn't fully articulate. When? He asked. 2 days. Kakashi's council session tomorrow sets the stage, formal investigation findings, institutional framework, the legal stuff. The public assembly the day after is the emotional core. That's where the witnesses speak directly to the people. That's where you speak. Me, you, not as a defendant. Not as a subject of scandal. As a citizen of Konoha who has a right to address his community about things that affect all of them. Shikamaru's eyes were steady. This started because the village turned on you. It ends when you turn back toward the village, not begging for acceptance, not demanding it, just standing there and telling the truth and letting people make up their own minds. What if they make up their minds against me? Then at least they'll have made an actual decision based on actual information, instead of a decision based on flyers and whispers. That's worth something. He paused. And for the record, I don't think they'll decide against you. I've been watching this village for my entire life. The people in it are scared and confused and badly informed, but they're not stupid. When they see what was done in their name, most of them are going to be furious. And that fury is going to be directed at the people who did it, not the person who exposed it. Most of them. Most of them. There will always be people who choose fear over truth. You can't save everyone from their own worst instincts. A shadow of something crossed Shikamaru's face, grief, maybe, for the father who'd taught him that lesson. But you can give them the chance to be better. That's all any leader can do. Naruto looked at the shogi board. At the lone king in the center, at the empty space around it that could be filled with allies or enemies, depending on how the next 2 days went. "I'll do it," he said. "I know you will. You're constitutionally incapable of turning down a dramatic public moment." The ghost of a smile. "One more thing. The assembly needs a centerpiece, not just evidence and testimony. Those are important, but they're cerebral. People make decisions with their guts. We need something that hits them here." He pressed his fist to his chest. "We need Anko." Naruto's gut tightened. "She's 12 weeks pregnant with unstable chakra levels. I'm not putting her in front of a crowd." "I'm not asking you to put her anywhere. I'm asking you to ask her if she wants to speak, because I think she does. And I think what she has to say will matter more than anything else that happens in that assembly." "Why?" "Because she's the one they hurt, not abstractly, directly. Orochimaru's student, Kabuto's vessel, the village scapegoat. Her story isn't about politics or finance or root operations. Her story is about what it feels like to be a person inside a system that treats people as tools, and that's the story that changes minds." Naruto was quiet for a long moment. "I'll ask her. Tonight, we need to prepare." He asked her that evening, sitting on the floor of their apartment. He was already thinking of it as theirs, not hers, which was either progress or presumption, with the remains of dinner between them. He'd cooked again. She'd watched again, with that expression that was slowly shifting from bemusement to something warmer. "Shikamaru wants you to speak at the assembly," he said. "You don't have to. Nobody's going to pressure you, but he thinks—" "Yes," he blinked. "I haven't finished explaining." "You don't need to. I know what he thinks. He thinks my story is the one that cuts through the political noise and makes people feel something. He's right." Anko set down her chopsticks. "I've been thinking about it since the council session." Watching Yugao testify, watching Sai talk about his brother, it was like watching people lay down burdens they'd been carrying alone for years. "I've been carrying mine alone for 19 years. You don't have to carry it alone anymore." "I know. That's why I can put it down." She looked at him, and her eyes were clear. Not hard, not armored, clear, the eyes of someone who'd made a decision and wasn't afraid of it. "I'm going to tell them everything, Naruto, not just Root. Everything. Orochimaru, the curse seal. What it was like growing up in this village as the monster student. What it was like being used by Kabuto. What it's like being pregnant and terrified and judged by the same people whose lives I've spent 20 years protecting." She paused. "Is that too much?" "It's exactly enough." She nodded. Then quietly, "Will you be there? In the assembly, of course." "No, I mean beside me when I speak. Will you stand beside me?" He reached across the dinner remains and took her hand. Her fingers were cold. They were always cold, a lingering effect of the curse seal's damage to her circulation, and he held them until they warmed. "There is nowhere else I'm going to be." She held his hand for a long time. The apartment was quiet. The village was quiet. The evening light came through the window and turned everything golden, and for a moment the world was just this. 2 people in a small room holding on. "The couch is going to destroy your back," Anko said. "It's fine." "It's not fine. I can hear you adjusting every 20 minutes. You sleep like a badger in a dryer." "I don't know what that means." It means you're loud. She didn't let go of his hand. The bed is big enough for two. He looked at her. She looked back. Her expression was carefully, deliberately neutral, the expression of someone making an offer and trying very hard not to let its significance show. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Don't make it weird, Uzumaki." "That's the second time you've said that, because you keep making things weird." He didn't make it weird. He moved the pillow, the new one she'd bought him, from the couch to the right side of the bed. She took the left with her kunai underneath. They lay in the dark, not touching, a careful distance between them that was smaller than a canyon but bigger than a crack. "Good night," she said. "Good night." Silence. The apartment settled, the village breathed. "If you snore," Anko said into the darkness, "I will smother you with that pillow." Noted, he didn't snore. He lay awake for a long time, listening to her breathing slow and deepen as she fell asleep. And he thought about tomorrow, and the day after, and all the tomorrows beyond that. At some point, in the formless territory between waking and sleep, her hand found his under the blanket. Not reaching, drifting, the unconscious gesture of a body seeking warmth. He held it. She didn't wake up. And he fell asleep holding the hand of the woman he loved in a bed that was now theirs, and outside the window, the stars turned slowly over a village that was about to change. Kakashi's council session, the next day, was a procedural affair. The formal machinery of government grinding through the necessary steps of documenting the investigation, establishing the legal framework for charges, and creating the official record that would serve as the foundation for everything that followed. Naruto attended, but didn't speak. This was Kakashi's arena, the Hokage presenting findings with the methodical authority of the office, walking the combined council through the evidence with a lawyer's precision and a soldier's bluntness. The financial trail, the operational records, the witness statements. Each piece laid out like stones in a path, leading inevitably toward the conclusion that the advisory council had, for 15 years, knowingly facilitated a shadow military that operated outside any legal authority. The civilian council members were ashen. Some of them had suspected, the kind of vague, uncomfortable suspicion that people cultivate when they don't want to know the truth, but can't entirely avoid it. Hearing it confirmed, documented, witnessed, stripped the comfort of ignorance away. The Shinobi Council was angrier. These were people who understood what Roots operations meant in practical terms: the deaths, the betrayals, the corruption of the village's intelligence apparatus. Tsume Inuzuka's face was dark with fury. She'd served alongside people who'd been secretly reporting to Danzo, and the violation of trust was personal in a way that transcended politics. Hayashi Hyuga spoke for the first time in any of these proceedings. His voice was formal, measured, and quietly devastating. "The Hyuga clan has particular reason to take this evidence seriously," he said. "The branch family seal, our clan's greatest shame, was defended for generations using the same logic root employed. That control of powerful individuals is necessary for collective security. We have learned at great cost that this logic is corrosive. It destroys the trust it claims to protect." He paused. "The Hyuga clan supports the Hokage's investigation without reservation." Naruto felt the shift in the room. Hayashi's endorsement was significant. The Hyuga were the oldest, most traditional clan in Konoha, and their support carried institutional weight that went beyond numbers. Other clan heads followed. Shibai Aburame, finally off the fence, his measured voice adding the Aburame's backing. Choza and Shikamaru for their respective clans. Ino for the Yamanaka. By the end of the session, the Shinobi Council had voted unanimously to support the investigation. The Civilian Council had voted with a significant majority, with only a handful of holdouts, allies of the elders who were either loyal or compromised, and whose opposition was noted for the record. The session adjourned with the formal announcement of tomorrow's public assembly, and the village's rumor mill, already operating at peak capacity, went into overdrive. That night, Naruto couldn't sleep. Anko was beside him in the bed, her breathing deep, and even one hand tucked under her pillow and the other resting on her stomach. The monitoring seal on her wrist pulsed a steady green Tsunade's remote check, confirming that the chakra levels were stable. He lay in the dark and stared at the ceiling and thought about what he was going to say tomorrow. Shikamaru had offered to write his speech. Naruto had declined. Not because of pride, because Shikamaru's words, however brilliant, would sound like Shikamaru's words. And tomorrow, the village needed to hear Naruto. Not the strategic version, not the diplomatic version. The real one. The problem was, he wasn't sure what the real one would say. He got up carefully, trying not to disturb Anko, and went to the kitchen. Poured a glass of water. Sat at the small table where the Damio's scroll had once sat. He'd burned it 2 days ago, and the table still smelled faintly of ash. "You're overthinking this," Kurama said. "Probably. The best things you've ever said were the things you didn't plan. Your speech to Gaara during the Chunin exams. Your promise to Sakura about bringing Sasuke back. Your words to the allied forces before the final battle. None of those were scripted. They came from the same place your power comes from, somewhere underneath the thinking. What if that place doesn't have anything to say tomorrow? It always has something to say. You just have to stop trying to control it." The fox's presence was warm and vast, like standing near a bonfire. "You know what the village needs to hear. You've known since you were 6 years old and sat on that swing outside the academy, watching the other children get picked up by parents, and promised yourself that no one in this village would ever feel the way you felt." Naruto's hand tightened on the water glass. "That promise," Kurama said. "That's what you say tomorrow. Not the political version, not the strategic version. The version that a 6-year-old boy made to himself in the dark when nobody was listening, when nobody cared. The version that was always true. That was a long time ago. Some promises don't expire." Naruto drank his water, set the glass down, went back to bed and lay beside Anko, and this time when her hand drifted across the space between them, he was ready. He took it. She murmured something in her sleep that might have been his name and might have been nothing, and he held her hand and closed his eyes and let the words come when they were ready. He fell asleep at 3. He didn't dream. And in the morning, he woke with the sun and knew what he was going to say. The assembly was held in the open air. Shikamaru had chosen the location deliberately. The broad plaza in front of the Hokage Tower, where the monument carved above cast long shadows in the morning light, and the stone faces of the previous Hokage looked down on the proceedings like a jury of the dead. It was the largest public space in Konoha, capable of holding thousands, and it was full. Naruto had never seen this many people in one place who weren't fighting a war. They filled the plaza from the tower steps to the surrounding streets, spilling into alleys and onto rooftops. Shinobi and civilians, clan members and clanless, old veterans of the Third War and children who'd been born during the Fourth. The entire spectrum of Konoha's population, drawn by the unprecedented nature of the event, a public assembly, open to all, where the village secrets would be laid bare. A temporary platform had been erected at the base of the tower, raised high enough for the speakers to be seen from every angle. A sound amplification seal array, Shikamaru's design, modified from battlefield communication techniques, ensured that every word would carry to the edges of the crowd. Naruto stood behind the platform, in the shadow of the tower, and watched the crowd gather. His hands were steady. His breathing was even. Inside, Kurama was a warm, watchful presence, coiled but calm. Sakura found him there. She was dressed in her Jonin vest, the one she'd earned during the war, the one she wore when she wanted to remind people that the girl who'd once been the weakest member of Team 7 could now crack the earth with her fists. "Big crowd," she said. "Yeah. Nervous?" "No," she raised an eyebrow. "Okay, a little." She punched his arm, lightly by her standards, which still left a bruise. "You're going to be fine. You've been talking to crowds since you were 12. This one's just bigger. And the stakes are higher. The stakes are always higher. That's life." She looked at the crowd, then back at him. "Naruto, before you go out there, I need to say something." "Okay." "When I found out about Anko, I was scared. For you, for your career, for everything, and some of that fear was about you, but some of it was about me. About the future I'd imagined, where things were, where you and I— She stopped, started again. I'm not saying this well. You're saying it fine. I had feelings for you. Have feelings. Complicated, messy, poorly timed feelings that don't matter right now, because what matters is that you're happy, and you are happy, and Anko makes you happy, and I can see that, and I'm choosing to be glad about it even when it hurts. She exhaled. There, I said it. Naruto looked at his oldest friend, the girl who'd hit him and healed him and fought beside him and believed in him even when he was too stupid to believe in himself. Sakura, don't make it a thing. I just needed you to know. She straightened his collar, the same gesture Anko had made, and something about its repetition by different hands struck him as significant in a way he couldn't name. Now go change the world. I'll be in the crowd. She walked away. He watched her go, straight-backed, green eyes forward, walking toward the crowd with the confidence of someone who'd decided to be okay and was going to make it true by sheer force of will. She loves you, Kurama observed. I know. You don't love her back, not that way. I know that too. That's going to hurt her for a while. Yeah, but she'll survive it. She's survived worse. Naruto didn't answer. There wasn't an answer. Some things just hurt, and the only honest response was to acknowledge the hurt and keep going. The assembly began at 9. Kakashi opened the proceedings from the platform, his voice amplified by the seal array, carrying across the plaza with the authority of the Hokage's office and the credibility of a man who'd been willing to turn his own government inside out in pursuit of the truth. Citizens of Konoha. You've been lied to. The crowd went silent. Not quiet, silent, the absolute silence of thousands of people holding their breath. For 15 years, a shadow organization operated within your village. It was funded by your taxes, staffed by your children, and directed by people you elected to protect you. It conducted operations that violated every principle this village was founded on, including the assassination of Fire Country citizens whose only crime was asking questions. He let that land. Then he continued. Today, you'll hear from the people who lived inside that shadow, former operatives, witnesses, victims. You'll hear things that are difficult, things that are ugly, things that will make you angry and sad and afraid. His voice hardened. You should be angry. You have a right to be angry, but I ask you to direct that anger at the system that produced these horrors, not at the people who survived them. He stepped back. Sai stepped forward. The pale artist stood on the platform and looked out at the sea of faces and told his story. Not the clinical version from the council chamber, the human version. The version with his brother's name, which was Shin. The version with the night they'd been taken from the orphanage. The version with the drawings they'd made for each other in the barracks, small acts of humanity in a place designed to erase it. The version with Shin's death, which Danzo had ordered as a graduation exercise, pitting the two boys against each other to determine which one was worth keeping. Sai's voice didn't break. It went flat, empty, in the way of someone who'd learned to survive by evacuating the emotional content from their worst memories. But the crowd didn't need his emotion. They had their own. Naruto could see it moving through the plaza like a wave. The horror, the grief, the dawning comprehension that this had happened here, in their village, to children. A woman in the front row was crying openly. A shinobi near the middle had his fist pressed to his mouth. A cluster of academy students, children the same age Sai had been when he was taken, were staring at the platform with the wide, uncomprehending eyes of youth confronting something it wasn't supposed to know about yet. Sai finished. He stepped back. The crowd was not silent anymore. It was murmuring, a low, wounded sound that rose and fell like surf. Yugao spoke next. She told her story with the steady, unflinching delivery of someone who'd decided that shame was a cage she was done living in. She named operations, named targets, named the specific evenings she'd spent in Root Space, while the village she'd sworn to protect went about its business overhead, unaware of the darkness beneath its feet. When she described Sajiro's visits, the imported tea, the casual discussion of assassination targets, the murmur became a growl. The crowd was turning. Naruto could feel it, the mass psychology of thousands of people simultaneously rewriting their understanding of their own home. Toa spoke from behind her hood, her anonymity preserved, her testimony adding corroboration to the pattern. Dates matched, operations matched, the financial trail matched, 3 separate witnesses, 3 separate stories, all pointing at the same truth. Then Iruka stepped forward. He hadn't been part of Shikamaru's original plan. He'd inserted himself the previous evening, appearing at the Nara compound with a scroll in his hand, and a look on his face that even Shikamaru knew better than to argue with. Iruka didn't talk about route. He didn't talk about finances, or operations, or political conspiracy. He talked about the academy, he talked about teaching children, about watching them grow from scared 6-year-olds into capable young shinobi. About the pride of seeing a student master, their first jutsu, and the grief of learning that a former student had died on a mission. He talked about the responsibility of shaping young lives and the trust that parents placed in the village's institutions to do it well. And then he talked about Naruto. 12 years ago, Iruka said, and his voice was the voice that had taught thousands of children the fundamental principles of being a shinobi. A boy sat in my classroom. He was loud. He was disruptive. He drew on the desks and failed his exams and drove me absolutely insane on a daily basis. A ripple of laughter through the crowd, thin and uncertain, but there. He was also the loneliest child I'd ever seen. He had no parents, no family, no friends. The village, our village, had decided that he was dangerous because of something that had been done to him on the day he was born. Something he never chose, something he never deserved. Iruka's voice caught, and he let it catch. He didn't hide the emotion. That boy grew up to save every single one of us. Every person in this plaza, every child in the academy, every merchant and farmer and shinobi in the fire country. He saved us because he loved us, even though we gave him every reason not to. Silence. Total, ringing silence. And now the same village that hated him for what he carried is trying to control him for what he's done. The same institutions that sealed a demon inside an infant are scandalized that the man he became found someone to love and is starting a family. Iruka's hands gripped the platform railing. I am not a politician. I am not a strategist. I am a teacher. And I'm telling you, as someone who has watched this village raise and fail and raise its children for 20 years, we are better than this. We have to be better than this. Because if we're not, then every principle we teach in that academy is a lie. He stepped back. The silence held for 3 heartbeats, then someone in the crowd started clapping. 1 person, then 10, then 100. Then the sound was a wall, a roar, a physical force that pressed against Naruto's chest and made his eyes burn. Iruka returned to the crowd and people reached for him, hands on his shoulders, his arms, his back. The teacher who'd spoken for their best selves, who'd reminded them of the promise they'd made when they carved the words "Will of Fire" into their village's founding document. The platform was empty. The crowd was waiting. Naruto looked at Anko. She was standing at the base of the platform stairs, Tsunade beside her, her monitoring seal pulsing green. She was dressed in her usual coat, the one she'd worn to the first council session, the one that hung loose on her diminished frame, and her chin was lifted and her eyes were steady, and she looked like someone who'd been preparing for this moment for 19 years. Ready? He asked. I was ready before you were born, kid. Don't call me kid. I'll call you kid until you stop earning it, her mouth quirked. Which, based on current evidence, will be never. They went up the stairs together. The platform was exposed, no walls, no barriers, just the open air and the open plaza and the thousands of faces looking up. The Hokage monument loomed behind them, 5 stone faces watching, and the morning sun cast their shadows long across the crowd. Anko stepped to the front of the platform. Naruto stood beside her, not behind her, not in front of her. Beside, she looked at the crowd and the crowd looked back. My name is Mitarashi Anko, she said. I'm a special Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village. I've served this village for 19 years. And I've been afraid of this village for all of them. No preamble, no easing in, just the truth delivered with the blunt precision of a kunai. When I was 10 years old, Orochimaru chose me as his student. I didn't know what he was. I just knew that someone had picked me, which was more than anyone else had done. He trained me, he praised me, he made me feel special. Her voice was steady. Then he experimented on me. He put a seal on my neck that felt like fire and told me it was a gift. He used 9 other children for the same experiment. They all died. I didn't. I've never known why. The crowd was motionless. When Orochimaru left the village, I became his legacy, his shadow. People who'd been kind to me stopped. People who'd been friendly became cold. I was 12 years old and the village decided I was contaminated, not because of anything I'd done, but because of who had touched me. She paused. The third Hokage protected me. He made sure I could stay, could serve, could become a shinobi, but protection isn't acceptance. I was tolerated, not welcomed. I served this village for 19 years, and for 19 years, I walked its streets knowing that the thing people saw when they looked at me wasn't Anko. It was Orochimaru's leftover. Naruto felt the words landing in the crowd like stones in water. Ripples spreading, touching faces, changing expressions. He saw people flinch, saw people nod, saw an elderly woman near the front press her hand to her mouth, her eyes wet. During the war, Anko continued, I was captured and used by Kabuto Yakushi as a living battery for the reanimation jutsu. My body was modified against my will, my chakra was drained, I spent weeks in a state that I wouldn't wish on anyone. She let that sit. When I was recovered, the medics told me I was pregnant. The father is the man standing beside me. She looked at Naruto. He looked back. The crowd watched them both. You want to know about us? Here it is. The night before the war, 2 people who'd been alone their whole lives found each other. It wasn't a plan. It wasn't a scheme. It was 2 human beings reaching for warmth in the dark. And the result is a child that I am going to bring into this world whether this village approves or not. Her voice hardened. I've heard the whispers. I've read the flyers. Demons spawn. Orochimaru's disciple corrupting the village hero. A predator. A liability. A security risk. She shook her head. I've been called worse, by better. But this, her hand moved to her stomach. This is not up for discussion. This child is mine. It is Naruto's. It is not the council's. It is not the daimyo's. It is not the village's. It is ours. She stepped back. Her hand was shaking, just slightly, just enough for Naruto to notice. He put his hand on the small of her back, steadying, present. The crowd was silent. Not the hostile silence of the council chamber. Not the shocked silence of Iruka's testimony. A different silence. The silence of people who'd been forced to look at something they'd been avoiding and were now deciding what to do with what they saw. Naruto stepped forward. He looked out at the village. His village. The place that had hurt him and raised him and hated him and needed him. The place where he'd eaten his first bowl of ramen and failed his first exam and made his first friend and learned, slowly and painfully, that the world was not as kind as he wanted it to be, but was worth fighting for anyway. The words came from the place Kurama had described. Somewhere underneath the thinking. I'm not going to stand here and tell you what to believe, he said. I've spent my whole life trying to make you believe in me, and I'm done. Not because I've given up, because I finally understand that your belief isn't mine to earn, it's yours to give. The crowd listened. The people who spoke before me told you the truth about what's been happening in this village, the shadow operations, the corruption, the children who were turned into weapons and the citizens who were killed for asking questions. That's real. It happened here. Under these streets, behind these walls, in the shadow of this monument. He pointed up at the stone faces above them. They carved those faces to remind us of the people who built this village, people who believed that the will of fire meant something. That a village wasn't just a military installation, it was a home, a place where people took care of each other. His voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. I was born in this village. A tailed beast was sealed inside me on the day of my birth. I grew up alone because the village was afraid of what I carried, and I understand that fear. I do. The Nine Tails attacked. People died. Parents lost children, the fear was real. He paused. But fear isn't an excuse, not for what was done to me as a child. Not for what Root did to Sai and Yugao and the others. Not for what the council tried to do when they learned I was going to be a father. He looked at the faces in the crowd. Found Uruka, whose eyes were bright. Found Sakura, whose fist was clenched at her side. Found Kakashi, standing at the edge of the platform, his arms crossed, his eye on Naruto. Found Shikamaru, whose shadow stretched long and still on the ground. Found Hinata. She was standing near the middle of the crowd, surrounded by Hyuga clan members, and her expression was the most Hinata thing he'd ever seen. Pain and pride and fierce, unbowed dignity all woven together behind lavender eyes that had never once looked at him with anything less than absolute faith. "I love this village," Naruto said. "I've loved it since I was a kid sitting on a swing, watching the people I wanted to love me back walk by without looking. I loved it when it hated me. I loved it when it cheered for me. I loved it when it turned on me, and I love it now, standing here, not knowing what it's going to do next." He took a breath. "But I love my family more." The words fell into the plaza like a stone into deep water. The ripples spread. The crowd was utterly, absolutely still. "I'm not choosing between them. I refuse. This village and my family are not opposing forces. A village that can't accept a man and a woman and a child isn't a village worth protecting, and I don't believe that's what Konoha is. I believe Konoha is better than its worst moments. I believe it because I've seen its best ones, on the battlefield, in the hospital, in the classroom, in the ramen shop at the end of the street." He put his arm around Anko. She didn't lean into him. She stood straight, shoulders square, meeting the crowd's gaze with the defiance of someone who'd been practicing defiance since she was 12. "This is Anko Mitarashi. She's brave and she's brilliant and she's carrying my child, and I'm not ashamed of any of it. If you can't accept that, if you can't see past the age gap and the scandal and the politics and the fear, then I feel sorry for you. Not angry, sorry, because you're missing something beautiful." Silence. Then Tsume in Yuzuka's voice, from somewhere in the crowd, loud and rough, and carrying the authority of a clan head who'd never given a damn about propriety. "About damn time, kid," laughter. Nervous at first, then warmer. The tension in the plaza cracked, not all at once, but in pieces, like ice breaking up in spring. People looked at each other, looked at the platform, looked at the couple standing together against the carved faces of the Hawkage and the clear morning sky. An old man near the front, civilian, gray-haired, the kind of man who'd lived in Konoha his whole life and remembered the Nine-Tails attack like it was yesterday, raised his hand. Not to wave, to salute. A civilian's version of a shinobi's gesture of respect, clumsy and sincere. A woman beside him did the same. Then a group of chunin. Then a cluster of academy students who raised their hands in the way they'd been taught, the formal salute of the hidden leaf. It spread. Not universally, there were faces in the crowd that remained hard, closed, unconvinced. People who'd carried their fear for too long to set it down in a single morning. People who would go home and continue to believe what they'd believed before, because belief was a fortress, and they weren't ready to leave it. But the majority. The majority of the crowd stood in the morning sun and saluted the boy who'd saved them and the woman beside him and the future growing between them, and the sound that rose from the plaza was not a cheer. It was something quieter and more powerful, a murmur of assent, a collective exhalation. The sound of a village remembering what it was supposed to be. Naruto stood on the platform with Anko beside him and the morning sun on his face, and the sound of his village choosing him. Not unanimously, not perfectly, but choosing. And he felt the thing he'd been chasing his entire life. Not acknowledgement, not approval, belonging. The aftermath was complicated because everything worth doing is. The public assembly didn't solve anything by itself. It wasn't a magic jutsu that healed all wounds and resolved all conflicts. What it did was shift the center of gravity, move the village's emotional consensus from suspicion and scandal toward something more nuanced, more honest, more willing to engage with the messy reality of the situation. The investigation continued. Anbu teams worked through the evidence. Formal charges were prepared against Himura and Koharu. The captured operatives from the compound attack were processed through the justice system. The daimyo responded. His response came 3 days after the assembly, delivered not by envoy but by official communication. A sealed scroll bearing the fire seal, addressed to the Hokage's office, read aloud in a closed council session. The daimyo condemned Root's unauthorized operations. He expressed shock, carefully worded, plausibly deniable shock, at the extent of the Shadow Organization's activities. He announced that Sajiro had been recalled from all diplomatic duties pending an internal review. He affirmed the Fire Court's commitment to Konoha's sovereignty and self-governance. He did not acknowledge the financial trail. He did not acknowledge the daimyo's household office's connection to Root's funding. He did not acknowledge any of the things that would have implicated the court directly. Calculated retreat, Shikamaru said, reading the scroll. He's sacrificing Sajiro and the elders to protect the institution. Classic damage control. Is it enough? Naruto asked. For now. He's conceding the battle to avoid the war. If we push further, if we present the financial connection publicly, he'll have to fight, and that fight would tear the Fire Country apart. He's betting that we won't push. Should we? Shikamaru was quiet for a long time. His shadow lay still on the floor, sharp-edged in the afternoon light. No, he said. Not yet. The daimyo's retreat gives us what we need: space to reform Konoha's governance without external interference. If we escalate to a constitutional crisis, we lose that space. The reforms get swallowed by the conflict. He paused. We hold the financial evidence in reserve, insurance. The daimyo knows we have it. That knowledge keeps him honest, or at least keeps him cautious, which is the next best thing. Shikamaru. Yeah. This is the most troublesome thing you've ever done, isn't it? A ghost of a smile. By a significant margin. The days that followed blurred together in a way that was paradoxically peaceful. Naruto trained. He went on missions, real missions now, B rank and A rank, the kind that reminded the village and the world that he was still a functioning shinobi and not just a political figure. He worked with the genin at the academy, a regular engagement that Uruka formalized into a weekly session. He met with Kakashi and Shikamaru, less frequently now, as the political crisis cooled from a boil to a simmer. Anko's pregnancy progressed. Tsunade's chakra regulation treatments continued every 2 weeks, and Naruto was present for everyone, sitting beside the treatment table, his hand on Anko's arm, feeding stabilizing chakra into her system when the baby's network spiked. The spikes were becoming less frequent as the fetal network matured, developing its own regulation mechanisms. Tsunade called it the baby learning to manage its own power, which was terrifying and impressive in equal measure. Your kid is going to be a handful. Tsunade said during one session, her hands glowing green over Anko's abdomen. Like its parents, Anko replied. God help us all. The pregnancy became visible in the 15th week, a small curve barely noticeable under Anko's coat but unmistakably present. Naruto noticed it one morning when she reached for something on a high shelf and her shirt rode up. And the sight of it, the physical evidence of a future that was becoming more real every day, hit him with a force that no enemy had ever managed. He must have stared, because Anko looked down at herself and then back at him with an expression that was equal parts self-conscious and defiant. What? Nothing. You're staring. Yeah, sorry. She looked at him for a long moment, then she took his hand and placed it on the curve. His palm rested there, warm, and beneath it he could feel not movement, not yet, it was too early, but a presence, a warmth. A tiny, fierce declaration of existence that resonated with his chakra like a bell being struck. Oh, he said. Yeah, she said. Oh. They stood in the kitchen of their apartment with his hand on her stomach, and the morning light turning everything gold, and neither of them moved for a long time. On the evening before Kakashi's governance reform proposal was scheduled to go before the council, Naruto found himself on the Hokage monument. His father's stone head, specifically. The same spot where he'd sat as a child, as a teenager, as a war hero in the early days of this crisis. The village spread below him, lit by the warm glow of evening lamps and the blue-white flicker of electric lights in the newer buildings. Beautiful. Imperfect. Rebuilding, always rebuilding, from pain's attack, from the war, from its own worst impulses. "You've been quiet," he said to Kurama. "I've been thinking." "About what?" "About time. About the fact that I've been alive since the beginning of chakra and sealed inside humans for most of that existence, and in all those centuries, I've never seen what I'm seeing now." "What are you seeing?" "Change." The fox's voice was contemplative, an unusual tone for a being whose default settings were sarcasm and rage. "Real change. Not the violent kind, not revolution or destruction, the slow kind. The kind that happens when people decide, collectively, to be slightly less terrible than they were yesterday." A pause. "It's annoying. I preferred the violent kind. It was more dramatic. You're lying." "I'm a tailed beast. We don't lie, we exaggerate." Naruto smiled. Below him, the village lived its evening, dinner conversations and children being called inside, and the distant sound of someone playing a shamisen. The melody carrying on the wind like a thread, connecting the present to every evening that had come before. He thought about his father, whose head he was sitting on. Minato Namikaze, who'd made the hardest choice and trusted the village to honor it. The village had failed that trust for years, but it was trying now, trying with something. He thought about his mother, whose stubbornness he carried like a second heartbeat. Kushina Uzumaki, who'd held a demon at bay with sheer willpower and loved a son she barely knew so fiercely that the love survived death itself. He thought about Anko, who was probably at the apartment right now, reading the pregnancy book with colored tabs marking every page, a kunai under her pillow and a future in her belly, and a drawer, one drawer, slowly expanding to two, holding his clothes beside hers. He thought about the child. The lime-sized presence that was now the size of something bigger. An avocado, the book said, which seemed like a strange way to measure a person, but apparently that was how it was done. The avocado-sized future that carried Uzumaki chakra and trace Biju energy and whatever genetic cocktail resulted from the combination of a fox-carrying war hero and a curse-marked survivor. "It's going to be okay," he said. Not to Kurama, not to the village, to himself. "Possibly," Kurama said. "Probably, with significant complications and ongoing challenges." "Yeah, but okay, if you say so." The fox's voice was gentle, or as close to gentle as ancient concentrated malice could manage. "Go home, Kit, your family's waiting." Naruto stood on his father's head and looked at the village one more time. Then he went home. The apartment was warm. Anko was on the couch with the pregnancy book, her feet tucked under her, the monitoring seal pulsing green. She looked up when he came through the door, not the window, and something in her expression was different from every other evening. "What?" he asked. "Come here," he crossed the room. She took his hand and placed it on her stomach, lower than before, pressing firmly. He felt it. A flutter. Tiny, barely there, like a butterfly brushing against his palm from the inside. A movement, the first movement. That's your kid," Anko said. Her eyes were bright. Not with tears, Anko Mitarashi did not cry. But with something that was in the same family as tears. Something that lived in the territory between joy and terror, and the overwhelming strangeness of creating a life. Naruto knelt on the floor beside the couch with his hand on her stomach and his face close to hers, and felt his child move for the first time. And the world, the politics and the scandal and the daimyo and the elders, and all the heavy, complicated machinery of power and fear, fell away. There was just this, just the flutter, just the future announcing itself. "Hey," Naruto whispered, not to Anko, to the avocado-sized person who'd just kicked for the first time. "I'm your dad, and I'm going to make sure the world you're born into is better than the one that made me." Anko's hand covered his. Her fingers were warm, warmer than they used to be, the circulation improving as Tsunade's treatments took effect. She didn't say anything. She just held his hand against the place where their child was growing. And they stayed like that while the evening deepened and the village settled. And the stars came out over Konoha, one by one, the way they always had and always would.